Are you an international high-ticket closer trying to go from having literally zero sales experience to making serious income? We are talking about earning anywhere from $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and even up to $39,000 in commissions within a single month. What you're about to watch is hands down the most valuable high-ticket sales training that you will find on YouTube. And I seriously mean that. In this full course, actually, I hate the sound of courses, so let's call it a full program. What you're going to learn is, number one, my exact sales approach. This is the approach that will take you from a 25% close rate to consistently closing at 45% to 50%, and some weeks even higher than that. Number two is how to spot and land legitimate earning opportunities where you can make $10,000 per month. We'll cover how to do that all while avoiding the companies that are just going to waste your time. And number three, I will talk about exactly what it takes to be a top 1% earning remote salesperson. But I do have to warn you about something. This won't be your typical quick 10-minute video with a few sales tips. You are probably going to need a notebook for this one. You will probably need to watch it a few times and actually implement the things that I talk about. This is everything that I wish I had when I started out, and I am giving it to you completely for free. Now, before anything else, what exactly is high-ticket sales? High-ticket sales goes by a few different names. You could call it remote sales, or you could call it remote closing. Essentially what it is that you are an online remote sales rep. You work from home and you are taking Zoom calls or phone calls to close deals for an online service-based business. Typically, each call is going to be anywhere from 30 minutes to 1 hour long. The price point of the product that you are selling could vary significantly. It could range anywhere from $2,000 all the way up to $100,000 that you will be closing with one singular call. Now, there are some nuances to this. Some offers require a 2-call close process because you're selling a product that's worth over $40,000. Now, there are so many different industries that you could do remote sales with. For example, there is e-learning, consulting, AI-based sales, the tech industry, B2B sales, and numerous other industries. One question I have gotten a lot from people over the past year is, do I think high-ticket sales will eventually die out or get replaced by AI? I honestly don't think that at all. I think sales will really be the last frontier of things that may get replaced by AI. But what I do know is that eventually the market of where you can make the most money with remote sales will start to shift. For example, over the past couple of years, the area where you could make the most money tended to be e-learning. This means selling some type of mentorship, course, or consulting program to B2C customers. What that is now shifting to is that you can make the most money with remote sales by doing B2B. This means you are selling an online service-based product to a business that is going to help them grow or scale their operations. Eventually, this is going to shift again. Maybe the hot market for you to sell in 5 years from now will probably have something to do with AI or tech. Now, some of the benefits of online remote sales are definitely the time freedom and the location freedom. This all comes within a degree, which I will explain right now, along with the financial freedom as well. You really don't have a cap on your income. Some of you probably have no idea what you want to do. The one thing that I knew was the lifestyle that I did not want to live. I knew I didn't want to do some type of in-person job. I knew I didn't want to be in the corporate industry. I knew that I wanted financial freedom, time freedom, or at least the ability to control my own schedule. And I wanted some type of location freedom because I knew what I did not want in life. It made it really easy to cross out the things that would not give me what I want. This was much easier than making a list of the things that could get me to my big vision and then starting to try them. Remote sales was one of those opportunities that fell into that bracket. But one thing I will preface with remote sales is that you have a degree of time freedom. I don't think any way of making money or any business model is completely hands-off, meaning you aren't just sipping piña coladas on the beach and raking in tons of money. There are levels you have to go through before you get to that point. But with remote sales, you do have time freedom in the degree where you control your own calendar. You can choose when to take calls and you can choose how often you work. But it is still something where, hey, if I want to earn $1,000 in commission on a $10,000 product, I have to put in the time. I have to give 45 minutes of my time and take a sales call. This leads to commission on pay structure. But commission structures can vary depending on the company that you work for. The most common commission structure that I see is 10% of cash collected, meaning if you are selling a product like Gym Launch, for example, that is $40,000, you earn 10% of that. Which means if you close a $40,000 offer, you will earn $4,000 in commission for that one call. But that can vary. Like I mentioned, I have seen companies give 15%, 20%, or sometimes somewhere between 7% and 12%. I have seen tech-based companies or different companies giving a very, very strong base salary plus commission on top of that. Now, as far as what I prefer, I would prefer to be commission only. The reason being is that it puts you in a position where your income is not capped. It can be scary for some people that you are strictly performance-based. But hey, that is sales at the end of the day. I know if I am at 10% or 15% commission, I could really run my income up to $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000 within a month. As long as I do well on my calls, the potential is there. Now, to really emphasize the best industries to sell in right now, I would say it comes down to two things. Number one is e-learning, and number two is B2B. Now, e-learning involves selling, like I mentioned, some type of course or mentorship, but it is an industry that is only growing. I have looked at the stats on this before, and it is expected to grow an extra 300% to 500% over the coming years. This makes it really easy to see how this is a great industry to get your start with remote sales. Now, number two is B2B. I actually enjoy B2B sales a lot more because you are dealing with people and prospects or businesses that already have money, meaning you hardly ever deal with disqualified prospects. And most times, as business owners, they are professional buyers. So they are there because they are looking to purchase the product that you are selling. As long as you are able to conduct a good sales call and pinpoint the problem that a business is going through, and then you pitch your product on how you are going to solve that problem. A lot of times, it is much easier to sell to people with money. They are much more willing to pull out their credit card at the end of the call. They'll say, hey, $15,000, that is no problem because I clearly see the value. And I see how this is going to help my business grow. Or as Alex Hormozy says, sell to rich people with money. So those are my two favorite industries. The third industry would be tech. I do think this is only going to boom in the future. And typically with tech, you can get a lot stronger base salaries rather than being commission only. Now, as far as realistic income potential for remote sales, I'm being a remote closer. I like to keep it very real with people. There is a very big gap on any given sales team. You will see a salesperson that is earning $30,000 or $40,000 within a month, sometimes a lot more. And then you will see the bottom salesperson who is earning anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 per month. So I would say that is the most realistic gap. As long as you go to a good company, which I will show you guys how to find one throughout this video, you should be earning anywhere from $8,000 to $40,000 per month as you continue progressing. But hey, depending on the company, you could earn a hell of a lot more. I have seen remote sales guys earn $80,000, $90,000, or $100,000 all within a month, which is absolutely crazy to see because, for example, I have a lot of old friends of mine who went to college for 4 years just to land a $60,000 or $70,000 per year salary job. Now, if you get into remote sales and by month 6, if you know how to grind, you can be making $20,000 a month. Now that we wrap that up, let's dive into chapter 1, which is sales fundamentals. All right, now before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this free course, meaning the fundamentals of sales, the one call close framework, and me breaking down every single section of a one call close. I'll tell you what I would say, how I would say it, the questions I would ask, how I would pitch, how I would overcome objections, and much, much more. There is one thing that I want to cover first. And that is, what would a free course be without a mindset section? Now, bear with me. This will be a 60-second spiel of a couple of key fundamental sayings that I tell myself on a daily basis. These have served me for the past 7 or 8 years, along with dozens of other people that I have worked with. Now, the reason why I tell you this is because I have come to learn just in the past years of experience with speaking to a lot of people that, there are a lot of people who view life as something that is difficult, and that doesn't serve them. And what that means is like maybe along this path of you getting to where you want to go or reaching that big vision in your head, there have been a lot of hurdles and a lot of things that hold you back. It makes you view the world or view life as, hey man, life is super hard. It is difficult. And I want to be the first to tell you that mindset will never serve you. A saying that I tell myself on a daily basis is that life is easy, so don't make it difficult. Now, will this completely change your life? It might, right? But what it does for me is give me a perspective shift. I would rather view every single situation and view my life as something that is going to be extremely easy to get to where I want to go. rather than waking up every morning and dreading the day because I feel like life is going to be difficult for me. And so it is a small thing, but I tell myself this every single day. I have it written on a piece of paper that I read. Life is easy, so don't make it difficult. And, to add on to that, I do believe there is some validity in the law of attraction, right? So why would I wake up every single morning and envision my life as something that is going to be extremely difficult and start attracting those things? Rather than thinking abundantly and framing my mind and framing the way that I look at every single situation as, hey, my life is going to be easy. I am going to figure it out and get what it is that I want. So life is easy, don't make it difficult. Now, the second thing is a simple saying that will probably get tattooed on my body at some point. And the reason why I say this is, listen, I have had ups and downs. I have made money. I have lost all of the money, then made it back again, then lost it again. And I always still, to this day, have this anxiety since I was young, that I am one step away from gaining everything that I ever wanted. But I am also one step away from losing everything that I have. And like I said, to this day, I still feel those feelings and I am still faced with roadblocks or hurdles along the road that I feel like are holding me back from getting to where I want to go. And so this saying that I tell myself all the time is to fight back. That is the only response, to fight back. So if I am ever faced with a difficult situation, I have two things that I do. I frame my mind into thinking that life is easy, so don't make it difficult. And number two, the only response that I have is to fight back. Unfortunately, not all of life is in my control. And it is the same thing for you. So sometimes the only thing you can do when you are faced with those negative thoughts or those situations that you feel like are holding you back is to fight back. And so for reference, this video that I am making now is a version of myself fighting back. It is my way of fighting back to the thoughts of myself that, hey, maybe I won't become the person who I said I will be. Or damn, I feel so close to getting to where I want to go, but I also feel like I am one step away from losing it. And so the only thing I can do is to fight back. Now that we wrap that up, let's dive into the fundamentals of a sales call. And first, we will cover the anatomy of a sales call. Now, the way remote sales calls go typically are either one call closes or two call closes. And if you are questioning, Rafa, how do I know if an offer will be a one call close versus a two call close? I always break it down like this. The bigger the ask, the longer the runway. Meaning, the more expensive the product is that you are selling, the longer the sales process is. You will be surprised. Most products that are anywhere from $20,000 and below typically are one call closes. Anything above $20,000 typically will turn into two call closes. Each call is about 45 minutes long, or at least that is how long it will be booked into your calendar. And again, your job is to take the conversation from the point of a prospect saying, hey, this is something I am kind of interested in. I saw your guys' website. It looks interesting. All the way to the point at the end of minute 45 where he or she is handing you their credit card and saying, let's do this. I am ready to go. The cool thing about remote sales, from what I have seen and experienced over my past 5 years, is it is very different from other industries where you are dealing with very cold prospects. That doesn't mean that you are dealing with hot leads all the time that are ready to buy. But you are speaking with people who are at least somewhat interested in the product that you have to offer. Meaning, maybe they saw some type of advertisement, maybe they have a friend that bought your thing already, or they have been searching up online for help with a certain subject or situation, and they booked the call because they are about 30% willing to buy. This was very different compared to door, because I did do door for a little bit of time, where I was knocking on doors and speaking with people that had no idea who I am and literally could give two shits about what it is that I had to sell. By the way, I lasted in door for about 2 or 3 weeks. Now, once you are on a sales call, there are 3 types of buyers that you will deal with. Number 1 is a buyer in heat, who will be 20% of the prospects that you will deal with. Number 2 is a buyer in power. This will be about 60% of the prospects that you deal with. And then number 3 will be a tire kicker. And tire kickers cover about the last 20% of the prospects that you will speak with on a daily basis. So if you take 10 sales calls within a day, you could safely say that 2 of them will be buyers in heat, meaning people who are literally ready to buy. They booked the call with just a couple of questions. They wanted maybe just a payment plan or just to get some more clarity on a couple of things. As long as you don't mess up the call, they will pay you and you earn a fat commission at the end of the call. Then 6 out of the 10 prospects will be buyers in power. People who are half interested, they like the product that you offer. They kind of want to buy it, but they need the full sales call in order for them to be fully convinced that, hey, this is a right decision for them at the end of minute 45. Now, the last 2 out of those 10 prospects will be tire kickers. And tire kickers are people who are literally there to waste your time. One of the most important skills that you could understand with taking your initial sales calls is how to identify the buyer that you are dealing with within the first 5 minutes. And the way I identify what type of buyer I am dealing with is by asking 2 things. Number 1 is, what was your motivation with booking the call? And number 2 is, what are you looking for help with when it comes to XYZ subject? So if I am selling a real estate offer, I will straightforwardly ask somebody, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to real estate? And if somebody tells me, yeah, I am not really looking for help with anything, I was just checking it out, I saw your website, I will follow up with, okay, interesting. So, what are you doing? Are you just booking 45-minute calls with random people throughout your day? And that will be the prospect's chance to either correct themselves and be like, well, no, I am interested in getting into real estate. Or number 2, they will say, yeah, I was just checking it out, I just wanted some more information. And in that case, that lets me know that, okay, this guy is a tire kicker. And I will just follow up with, hey, listen, man, this isn't a call just to get more information. I could send you a flyer or a website to check it out. But once you decide that you are looking for help or real estate is something that is serious for you, go ahead and book another call. Here's my phone number. We could chat later. I'm not going to waste my time with a tire kicker because at the end of the day, it is a 45-minute conversation. In some ways, it is like playing chess in your head. And so you do expend a lot of energy with each call that you take. And so I only want to deal with people that are either buyers in heat or buyers in power. Now, my buyers in heat, usually what they will tell me is like, oh, listen, man, I am a big fan of your guys' company. I really want to do this. I just had a couple of questions to ask before I started marching forward. With buyers in heat, my job is to literally not screw up the call, get out of their way, and take payment. So if someone tells me that they just had a couple of questions and they are good to go, I would say, cool. So as long as I could answer your questions, is this something that you would be ready to move forward with today? And if they say, yeah, I just had a couple of questions, I answer those questions and say, cool, do you need a full breakdown? Are we ready to go? You will be surprised how many buyers in heat you get as long as you are on a good offer. I've had people literally come in and just say like, hey man, I am just trying to find out if I could get a payment plan. Now, buyers in power, these are 6 out of 10 of the people that you are dealing with. And they will say something when you ask them, hey, what are you looking for help with? What is the motivation for booking the call? They will say, yeah, listen, I have seen your guys' website. I was checking it out. I am kind of thinking about doing real estate, but I wanted to see if you guys could help. That is a good sign that they are right on the line, that they are looking for help. There is motivation behind the call, but they are not necessarily ready to buy yet. And with those people, it will take the full 45 minutes to go from the point of, hey, nice to meet you, to here is my credit card at the end of the call. Now, what I have learned and what I will touch on here in a bit is that most sales training is backwards. And what I mean by that is they provide you the fish, they provide you the scripts, but they don't actually teach you how to utilize the rod. And so what I want to show you here is the actual one call close framework that everybody needs to follow. In order to get to the point of having a half-interested prospect to them agreeing to close a deal and move forward by the end of the call. Now, technically, there are 4 sections to a sales call. You have your intro, you have your discovery, your transition, and then your pitch. But if we really want to get to the nitty-gritty, there are 6 sections. Meaning what you are looking at here is number 1, intro and rapport. Number 2, setting frame or laying the agenda and the foundations of the call. Then we are moving to number 3, which is the discovery section of your sales call. Number 4 is transition. Number 5 is pitching. And then finally, we are at number 6, which is closing. Now, I am about to dive deep into this, so I will break down each section of the sales call. So starting off, you will start with your intro and rapport at number 1, and you will move down the line here. Now, pleasantries are the simple things. Hey, nice to meet you. How are you doing? How is the day going? Where are you from? And then we are moving on to, okay, cool. Well, we have about 30 to 45 minutes here. Do you mind if we jump into the purpose of the call? Now, here is the key. Keep the pleasantries short. I see a lot of people overdo it with, the pleasantries or the intro of the sales call. People do not care about, the dumb questions that you ask about how is the weather and so forth. Which, by the way, never ask somebody how is the weather where they are from. Your job is to hold the frame and authority of the conversation. And so the quicker you can move to the meat and potatoes of the conversation, the more frame and the more authority that you will hold with it. So whenever I am in the pleasantry section of a sales call, which is in the first 2 minutes, I only ask 3 questions. Nice to meet you. How's your day going? Where are you from? And the third question is, we have about 45 minutes here. Do you mind if we jump into the purpose of the call? From there, we move to technically number 2 of intro and rapport, which is any pre-call prep material that you have. Did you watch it? This also helps me identify the type of buyer that I am dealing with. And at the end of the day, what I will say is, let me explain this. A pre-call prep video typically is some type of video that a prospect is supposed to watch before the sales call. That way, it could warm them up to the idea of who you guys are, what you do, and the type of service that you provide. It essentially pre-pitches them on your offer. And pre-call videos are so important because it is what warms the prospect up to being able to spend $10,000 within a 45-minute conversation with somebody that they just met in the first place. Not only that, it gives them a visual representation of what they are buying. I mean, put it this way. Imagine you jump on a sales call as a prospect, right? And you do a 30 to 45-minute conversation with somebody that you just met. They give you some type of verbal breakdown or pitch, and then they say, hey, it is $10,000. Are you ready to go? I know for me and many prospects that I have gone through this process with, they say, hey, Rafa, this sounds good, but I am just going based off your words, man. Look, like, do you have anything that you could show me or some type of visual representation of what I am buying? And this is why it is really important to make sure that your prospect watches the pre-call video before you really continue forward with the call. And so, as soon as I am done with pleasantries, I will always ask the prospect, hey, by the way, we sent you that one video where influencer X is wearing the suit and tie. He is kind of breaking down what we do here. Did you have a chance to see it? I want everybody to say yes, or else I'm going to reschedule the call. But if they do say no, because, hey, sometimes people don't have the time to sit there and watch a 20-minute long pre-call video, I will always fish around to see how much they know about the company and what we do here. If I have somebody that says, hey, no, I didn't watch the pre-call video, and I ask, okay, well, how much do you know about our team and what we do here? They say, I have no idea. And I say, okay, well, how much do you know about influencer X? And then they are like, well, I just found out about him yesterday. That is a great sign that they are not going to buy today. So why would I continue forward with the conversation? I would rather tell them, hey, no worries. I am glad you found out about influencer X today. I could answer a couple of questions that you have right now, but that pre-call video is super important because it is going to give you a visual representation of what we do here. Let's have you watch it first, and then let's speak in 30 minutes from now. That way we could have the full conversation. I have had salespeople tell me like, well, Rafa, what if they don't show up to the second call? Is it my job to just close them on the spot? No, it is not. Your job is to get a prospect to trust you enough to buy from you in the first place. And if you show that you actually care about your prospect, saying something like, hey, I want to make sure you have a full understanding of what we have going on here. I really want you to watch this video, and let's just chat 30 minutes from now or later today at 5 p.m. They will actually respect you more, and there will be a higher chance they show up to that call to buy because you show that you actually cared. Now, moving on from the pre-call preparation video, I always pre-qualify red flags. This, for example, if you are dealing with a B2B business and you need to ask them, hey, by the way, are there any business partners that you have or anyone else that should be on the call? Or maybe you are dealing with somebody who is a stay-at-home mom and you are selling a fitness offer and you need to ask, hey, by the way, what does your husband think about you, possibly jumping into fitness? Should he be on the call? Or even things like, hey, there have been times where I am selling a product that is expensive as hell, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. And a guy jumps in, he looks messy, and he does not look qualified to buy the thing in the first place. So the last thing that I am going to do is wait till minute 45 when I say this is $20,000 and they tell me, God, I got $5 in my bank account. If I could pick up on that stuff in the first couple of minutes, I am just going to ask the question before I actually get past minute 5 or 10 within the call. Now, the way I do this is kind of funny and kind of tricky. If I feel like somebody is financially unqualified on a sales call, I will frame the questions I am about to ask as application questions before we march forward. And that is just so I don't look like a jerk. I will say something like, cool, so before we march forward, I have a couple of questions here that I want to ask. Let's say, for example, I am selling a real estate offer. I will be like, cool, so let me know really quick, I'll mark this down. Are you new to real estate? Do you have any properties? Okay. Number 2 is, I know I asked this, but just remind me, where exactly are you living so we understand the market that you're in? Okay. And then finally, number 3, by the way, as far as getting into real estate, it does cost some money to jump into. How much do you have set and saved to the side for getting into your first property if we find a good one tomorrow? You would be surprised how many guys tell me, oh, I have $0. Like, I heard that we could use other people's money, and so that is why I booked the call. Which technically you can, right? But a lot of people don't know with real estate, to use other people's money, you do need money in your bank account. To get a bank loan for $200,000, typically you will need at least $20,000 to $40,000 in your account and proof of income that you are making in the first place. Let alone if he tells me he has 0 in his bank account, he sure as hell can't buy a $10,000 product. So with that, I just caught it within the first 5 minutes of the conversation if he is unqualified, and I could kindly turn him away. Now, after pre-qualifying red flags, we move into setting frame and agenda of the call. You are laying the foundations of the conversation and telling the prospect what to expect. Now, this isn't as big of a deal as people think. I will tell you exactly what I say on the call. What I do want to stress is what you always want to do with a one-call close is let them know when you say the agenda that if they are a good fit, they will be buying and being onboarded today. And that is to lay the foundations within the first 5 minutes that if they are a good fit, I am going to make you an offer. And we will be moving forward and taking payment today. This is to prevent any of the things that people may say when you drop the price at minute 45 and they say, oh, I gotta pay today. Yes, you do. And so that is why I am telling you within the first 5 minutes, hey, if you are a good fit, I'll let you know. I'll answer questions that you have and we'll get you onboarded by the end of the call. Is that okay? Now, the way I always set frame, I've tried a couple of different things. I keep it very straightforward and I just say, listen, just so you know the purpose of the call. I am going to ask a couple of questions just to see if you are a good fit coming into this, but also make sure that we are a good fit for you, right? So if this is something that, I feel like we could help you with, I will be the first to tell you. I will let you know. I'll answer questions that you have. And then as long as you're ready to rock, we'll get you onboarded by the end of the call. Is that okay? Super simple, straightforward. You don't need any fancy stuff with setting frame. It is really just to take control of the conversation, letting them know, hey, I have done this hundreds of times already, and here is what to expect. If you are a good fit, you are buying today. Now, after setting frame, we have discovery. I will dive deeper into this later on in the video because this is the most important part of your sales call. Deals get closed in discovery by asking good questions. And so I want to break down my full discovery process. But just so you understand, the discovery portion of the call is where you are asking questions to the prospect to find their problems, their pain points, what they have tried, and if this is something that your team could help them with. One key thing I will say with discovery is that you want to ask more questions and say less statements. You will be surprised. Prospects do not care about all those relatable statements that you try and give where they say, hey, my goal is $10,000 a month. And you say, awesome. Every, person that comes in here has a $10,000 per month goal and, everyone is able to accomplish it within 4 months. How soon do you want to accomplish it? And they do not care. You want to stick to questions only, and reason being, you are able to dig a lot deeper into the prospect in the conversation by sticking with only questions. And your questions hit so much harder. The reason why people give so many statements most times is because they are afraid of silence, and they don't realize it. And so giving statements in between questions is their way of saying a bunch of blabber while they think about the next thing that they are going to ask. And you don't need it. Put it this way. If someone says, $10,000 per month is my goal, it hits so much harder for me to say, okay, if you don't mind me asking, why $10,000 a month? Because you put thought into your question and put a pause and said it with intent, they will put intent into their answer. Versus if you give some long-winded statement just to follow up with, how long has $10,000 per month been your goal? Most times they will give you a half-assed answer. And that is because if you attach fluff to your questions, you will get fluff answers. Be short, concise, straight to the point, and put thought behind the things that you are saying. Again, that is one of my favorite terminologies that I tell everybody that I work with. Hey, if you attach fluff to your questions, you will get fluff answers. If you want to cut deep, be straightforward, be straight to the point, and don't be afraid to take a second and think before you say something. You guys understand the point. But discovery, less statements, more questions. Now, after discovery, and once again, I will dive into each section of the discovery portion here in a couple of minutes. You move on to number 4, which is transition. Now, all transition is you transitioning out of question asking time, aka discovery, and going into your pitch, where you are about to give a long-winded statement on how you could help the prospect solve XYZ problem. Now, the way I always do my transition is a couple of things. I just say, hey, I don't really have too many other questions, Mr. Prospect. Is there anything else that I missed from the past couple of minutes that you wanted to mention? They almost always say no. And then I transition into my transition questions. And that is laying the foundations that you will close the prospect today. One of my favorite questions that I ask everybody on sales calls is, hey, Mr. Prospect, by the way, we could definitely help you as long as we could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem that you just told me you had. Would you be ready to move forward with our team today? As long as you do a good job in the discovery portion of your call, they will almost always say yes. And the reason why this is important is I do think human beings are more good than bad. And people want to stick to the word that they gave you. And so throughout the entire call, I am peppering in pre-handling objections and closing questions. That way, I could get the prospect to give me their word that no, I don't need a business partner. Yes, as long as it is a good fit, we can get onboarded today. Or me asking, hey, if we could help you with this and solve this problem, would you be ready to move forward today? And they say, yeah, if you could, get me to XYZ goal and solve this problem, I would be ready to move forward today. Now, other closing questions that I ask are timing, partner, and commitment pre-handles. And I would consider these closing questions as well. So that is asking something like, okay, cool, I am glad you would be ready to move forward. By the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards real estate on a weekly basis? And they say, well, I got about 10 to 20 hours a week. And then I would follow up with, okay, cool, we would only need about 6 to 8 hours. So is that doable for you? And get the prospect to say yes. Now, one thing I will never do is give the prospect an amount of time or money that they need. And instead, I am just going to ask. Meaning, I will never ask the prospect, hey, so by the way, you need 6 to 8 hours per week in order to do this. Do you have that time? Because all you are doing is lining yourself up for a no. What I would rather do is ask the prospect, hey, how much time do you have to dedicate towards real estate? Or how much money do you have set aside in order to get into your first property? That way, whether they say $100,000 or $20,000, I could follow up with, okay, cool. Well, all you would really need is about $7 to $8,000. So is that doable for you? Last thing I would want to say is, hey, by the way, Mr. Prospect, for real estate, it does cost money. Do you have $8,000 set and saved to the side? Then they say, no, I don't. And then we screw up the whole, direction of the sales call. Now, that was explaining timing and finances. But other questions I will ask are commitment-based closing questions in my transition. I will say something like, okay, beautiful. By the way, Mr. Prospect, I am sure you have seen, let's say you go to the gym and hire a personal trainer. They could create you a meal plan and tell you exactly what to do at the gym, but you still need to show up and do it. Is this something you are committed to? That way you could get to XYZ goal and solve X problem. Again, I am peppering in a question to tell me that yes, I am committed. I would rather pre-handle and squash that now rather than get to the end of the sales call when I pitch the product and say, well, Rafa, 8,000 is kind of a lot, and I don't really know if I want to do real estate like that. Again, most people are good rather than bad. So if you get them to give their own word throughout the entirety of a sales call, then by the end of the call, you are going to have such an easier time closing the deal. Now, partner is just reiterating, hey, hey, by the way, is there anybody else that needs to be here on the call in order for you to make a decision? I would rather hear them say, oh yeah, by the way, I do need somebody on the call before I pitch the price and pitch the product, rather than hear it at the end when I am like, so you ready to go? Do you have your credit card in hand? And they tell me, oh yeah, actually, I have a business partner and I got to speak with him. So those are my big closing questions that I ask: commitment, time, finances, and partner. Now, the last question that I will pepper in with transition is a yes, no, or maybe frame. This has helped me a lot. In fact, you guys have probably seen videos where I have like literally dozens of salespeople that tell me implementing this one question has helped them close so many more deals, which is crazy to see that one question could change the tide of things. I know it did for me, but that is the yes, no, or maybe frame. I use this pretty often on B2C based calls because one objection you deal with a lot is fear, meaning even though you had a great 10 out of 10 call and you drop the price because it is a B2C call, you will still have a lot of people that say, man, 10,000 is just a lot. I have never done this before and I am just afraid. And so whenever I feel like I have a prospect where the objection is going to be fear based off what they say in discovery, I will say the yes, no, or maybe frame. And the way that works is directly before I pitch, I will say this. Cool. So we could definitely help you solve X problem and solve X goal. Do you mind if I break that down for you? That is called permission to proceed. Once they say, yes, of course, Rafa, go ahead and break everything down. That is when I will use the yes, no, or maybe frame it. And I will pretty much say, beautiful. And by the way, before I break everything down, Mr. Prospect, I know at the end of the call, there is really one of three things you could say. Either Rafa, hell yes, let's do this, or no, which I want you to know, I am 100% okay with no. We are both grown adults here. The one I do want to avoid is like the in-between answers, the maybes, or let me talk to my dog about it, let me talk to my neighbor, just because we both know that is usually a nice way of saying no. So is it okay to keep it between a yes or no answer? As long as you frame the question correctly and use the right tonality, almost like careless, like, hey, by the way, I know you could say, maybe. Let's avoid the in-between answers because we are both adults. Is it okay to keep it between the first two? I have never had somebody that has really said like, no, I can't keep it between a yes or no. So sometimes one thing to take away from sales calls is it is not always about what you say. It is about how you say it. And this has helped me so much because I have had so many people on B2C calls get to the end and say, Rafa, usually I am the type that wants to think about things, but this feels right. I like what you're saying. I mean, I do like what you guys have going on, so screw it. Let's do it. So it is pretty funny to see, right? If you don't want to hear a maybe or I need to think about it, how about you just tell the prospect that you don't want to hear that? And then kindly ask them, could we keep it between a yes or a no? And hey, if they say, the 1 out of 10 people, actually, I am going to have to think about it, regardless of what you say. It is like, cool, thanks for telling me before I pitch and drop price. Let's pre-handle this objection real quick. And then if you agree to give me a yes or a no, I will go ahead and pitch you and tell you the price point. Because again, then you are coming from a place of care, right? Rather than a place of objection handling after you tell them the price. And they say, I need to think about it. And we are fighting to get the sale. Instead, we haven't even pitched or dropped price yet. So if they say that, we could be like, okay, well, let me know. Is that the way you always make decisions? What would make you want to, take some time and think about it? What does that look like? That way, we could pre-handle that objection before we pitch the thing and try and close. Now, transition is actually quite simple, but I dove pretty deep into that. Number 5 is you are moving into pitching. Now, pitching, I always use the PFS framework. Somebody told me I should trademark that the other day, but PFS meaning problem, feature, solution. Each pillar follows the PFS framework, right? And the way it goes is something like this. For each pillar of the pitch, there is actually science into why you should pitch in groups of 3 rather than groups of 2 or 4 or 5. Humans' brains have a lot easier time understanding and comprehending things in groups of 3. So never do a 4-pillar pitch, never a 5, never a 2, never a 1. Always keep it in 3 pillars. And then utilize the PFS framework. So for each pillar, you're going to list out the problem that the prospect is facing. Then you will list out the feature that your product provides. And then you will tell them the solution that will bring to them. And you do that for each pillar. So if I am selling I have been using real estate a lot for this example, but let's say like a B2B lead gen package. And I found out during discovery that, hey, one of the problems that the prospect is facing is that they keep getting unqualified leads. One of the pillars that I will utilize in my pitch is say, hey, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me you keep getting unqualified leads? And they will say, yeah, I do. Then I will follow up with, cool. So the feature that we are going to provide is XYZ. We will run the ads for you. We will pre-qualify them. We will make sure they are qualified. And whatever it is, you list out that feature. And then what I will say is, the solution that we will provide to you is that you will never deal with unqualified leads again. And obviously I riffed that a little bit, but PFS, here's the problem you're facing, here's the feature that we have, and here's a solution that it will provide for you. Does that make sense? Cool. Did you have any questions on that? Cool. Now let's move to pillar number 2. Do you remember how you told me you were facing XYZ problem? Here's the feature that we have, and here is the solution it will provide. Now, during the pitch, always do temp checks after each pillar. And that is to help with pacing so you are not speed running through it. That way, you can make sure the prospect understands what you are saying and that they agree with what you are saying. And so, after each pillar, I always say the same thing. Does that make sense? Cool. Do you feel like that will help you? Okay, cool. Now, let's move on to the next pillar. Then I will pitch that pillar and follow up with the same thing. Does that make sense? Cool. Did you have questions on that? Do you feel like that will help you? Then move on to the next piece. Now, after pitching, you go into closing. And I can make an entire video on closing alone. Now, with closing that, the process is really simple. And what I will tell you is that this is where most salespeople lose deals is after pitching and when they start asking for money. And reason being, from what I have seen, is pacing, right? You go through this entire 30 to 45 minute call. I would say pacing and discovery, but you go through this entire 30 to 45 minute call. And now it is the time to ask money, and they start getting sales and commission breath and speeding up the conversation and getting really quick into asking money. And you don't want to do that. You want to have really good pacing when it comes to the close. Side note, there is science behind this as well. People trust people a lot more that speak slower and more coherently. So the way this works is after your third pillar pitch and you say, does that make sense? Cool. Do you feel like that will help you? And they say, yeah, 100%. You end your pitch and you say, cool, that covers everything. First, did you have any questions on that? So the first step that you are going to do is, do you have any questions on that? You are going to exhaust all questions. What that means is you want to get to the point where the prospect says, no, Rafa, you covered everything. I literally have 0 questions. And that is because we don't want questions to come up after you price drop. It ruins the momentum of the close. It takes the prospect away from the straight line of the sale. So the last thing I want is to say, this is $10,000. And then they say, oh, okay, cool. What? Wait, I still have questions. How does this work? How does that work? Could you show me this? Could you show me that? Could you show me A? Could you show me B? And it just pulls them away from buying and taking payment in the first place. After you drop price, you want to move swiftly, not quickly. Meaning you want to move swiftly into, cool, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Is that okay with you? And so step 1 after pitching is to exhaust all questions. There are a couple side notes with exhausting all questions, which number 1, keep your answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. This is so important. Don't talk yourself out of the sale and don't create more questions because you are giving long-winded answers. And so what I mean by that is if somebody says, yeah, Rafa, actually I do have a question. How quick will it take me to scale my business to 100,000 per month? The last thing I am going to say is like, well, you know, it could take 6 months, it could take 8 months. We had someone that did it in 3 months, but for you, Mr. Prospect, I think it will only take you 4. What do you think they will follow up with? Well, what is the difference between the 6-month guy and the 8-month guy? How come the 3-month guy was able to do it so fast? Why do you think I could do it in 4 months? The next thing you know, you are walking backwards and taking yourself away from the straight line of the sale. Instead, if somebody says, hey, how long will it take me to get to 100,000 a month? I am not going to lie, but I am going to give a very straightforward, short-winded answer. I am going to say, hey, Mr. Prospect, based off where you are at with everything within the next 3 months. Does that make sense? Cool. Did that answer your question? Awesome. What next? What other questions do you have? And I will keep repeating that process till they literally tell me I have no other questions. Maybe they will follow up with how does the coaching work or how does the training work? And again, I will give a short-winded answer. Yeah, so we meet with you 3 times per week. Does that make sense? Okay, did that answer your question? Cool. What other questions do you have? Once they finally tell me, yeah, Rafa, I don't have any other questions, I am going to move towards alignment. Now, alignment is super, super important, you guys. This is a piece that a lot of people miss. You need to get alignment that the prospect sees value in your product or service. And the reason why we do this is 2 reasons. It is to slow the pace down again before we ask for money. But number 2 is to remind the prospect why they are on the call in the first place, okay? It is easy. You will be surprised how easy it is for a prospect to forget that they are buying this to solve a problem and reach the goal once you tell them something is $20,000. So what I'm going to do before I drop price is remind them on why they are on the call in the first place and make sure they are aligned that what we have here will get them to where they want to go. So let's slow this down a little bit and let's break it down like this, okay? What you do not want to do when you get alignment is ask fluff questions like, hey, so really quick, did everything we touch on make sense? I do not care if it made sense to you. So I'm not going to ask that. I am also not going to ask, hey, so really quick before we dive in, do you feel like everything we have could help you? I don't care if it will help you. And that is not straightforward enough. So I am not going to ask that. What I will ask is, hey, Mr. Prospect, by the way, I know you told me you want to get your business to 100,000 per month. You want to do that within 4 months. And the problem that you are facing is XYZ. Do you feel like everything we touched on today could solve that and get you there? I am going to ask it straightforward. Let's bring up the prospect's goal and let's bring up the problem that they are facing and then ask, hey, everything that I just broke down, do you feel like it will help you reach that goal and solve that problem? Alignment. When you do it straightforward. Again, I will never ask a prospect, hey, so do you feel like everything that we touched on will help you? That is not alignment. Remind them why they are here in the first place. And this is why it is important to have a good discovery. That way, you are clear and coherent on what it is that the person is looking for. So alignment, be straightforward. And whenever you do alignment, always bring up their goal and bring up the problem that you are facing. And then ask if they feel like what we have today could solve that. Now, after alignment, we are going into price drop. So one thing I will say with price drop is you may have heard a lot of people that say just drop the price and then shut up. I agree with that to a degree. But what I do when I price drop, I will never, let's say I do alignment with somebody and I say, hey, so do you feel like this will get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? And they say, yeah, Rafa, I do. What I am not going to do is be like, awesome. So for everything, it is $10,000. I feel like it just creates awkwardness and it never worked that well for me. So what I always do when I price drop is I value stack what we have to offer and then drop the price and sit in silence. So here's the difference. With one side, somebody says, yes, Rafa, I do feel like this will get me to where I want to go. And then I say, cool, it is $10,000. That is what I don't do. On the other side, and what I do is I say, cool. So for everything that we touched on to get you to the point of making 100,000 per month, doing it over the next 3 months, the coaching, the training, us running our ads for you, meeting with you every single week, it will be $10,000. It makes it more digestible. It makes it less awkward in my opinion. And I have closed way more deals by dropping the price like this. So try it for yourself. If you ever are on a sales call and you are the type to just drop the price and shut up, try value stacking on top of the price first. It makes it a lot more digestible and it reminds them everything that they are getting. It makes the $10,000 or $20,000 price of what you have cut them a lot less deep. Now I am going to rewind for 1 second because this is really important with alignment. The important piece of alignment is that we actually need them aligned, meaning I am not looking for half-assed answers. If I ask a prospect, hey, do you feel like this could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? And they say, I think so. That is not alignment. I need a hell yes. Or else that is just an objection that is hiding before you drop the price. So I would rather deal with that now rather than deal with it when the price drop comes. So if I go for alignment and somebody says, I think it will help, I would say like, okay, well, what sticks out to you? What do you feel like will help? I am looking for them to sell themselves on the product. If I could tell they are not truly aligned, I am just going to say, hey man, I am not buying it. It seems like something is a little off. So do you mind explaining like where you are at with things? People actually respect you a lot more for that. And it gives you a chance to re-explain whatever is not clicking in their head. Maybe they just misunderstood a piece of your pitch, so they say, I don't know, I was a little bit, yeah, I think so. At least I am going to give them the chance to re-ask a question or give me the chance to re-explain something they misunderstood by saying, hey, you don't sound very aligned. I am not really buying it. So let me know what is coming up for you. Do you have any concerns? Again, I would rather deal with that now than once the price drops. So when you seek alignment, we are looking for a hell yes. We are looking for that. Yeah, Rafa, I do feel like it will get me there. So I wanted to cover that really quick because this is important with alignment. We need straightforward answers. And this is why it is important on sales calls to be intuitive, be present, be in the moment so that you could pick up on these things when you are speaking with the prospects. Now, to get back to this, after price drop, I always assume the close. And this is usually if any objections will come up. This is where they will come up, right? But one thing I have learned, if you do all of this correctly, good closers do not get objections, they only get questions. And maybe I should make this a little bit more polite here, but assume the close is what I call it. And so after I price drop, after I value stack the price drop and end it with cool. So for everything included to get you to X goal for A, for B, for C, for D, for E, it will be $10,000. And I sit in silence for a second. If they don't say anything, I'm not gonna say, cool, so are you ready to get started? I'm just gonna say, sweet. So next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. We will get you set up with everything and you will be meeting with the team tomorrow. Is that okay? Push the pace forward, push the conversation forward. If they have an objection, this is where they will come up and say something like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I think I am going to need to think about it. Now, I do have an objection handling video. I am not going to dive too deep into objection handling right now. But the whole point is, after you price drop, always assume the close. I just move forward with awesome. Next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you ready to rock. Is that okay with you? And I will get either a yes or I will get the objection right there at that point. And you guys could see with this process, you have squashed every single bug after you price drop. It is either a yes or a no. That is all they could say. They shouldn't have questions. They should have told you already, hey, this is something that I want to do because we asked those closing questions. And they also should have told you, yes, I feel like everything that you told me today will get me to where I want to go and solve my problems. And so this is why it is important to have proper structure and pacing once you are actually closing somebody. Because after I drop the price, I either want to hear, okay, cool, let's do it. And then I log them in and take payment. Or I want to hear I need to think about it. And then I am going to say, cool, let's handle this objection real quick. And then follow up with, awesome. Next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. So that is the one call close structure. Hopefully this was helpful for you. Now, the next piece that I will talk about is how to get ready before your sales calls. I am going to share a couple life hacks with you guys that have helped me to get in the right mindset before I start my sales calls for the day. And this is extremely important because mindset is everything when it comes to sales. You could have the most perfect script in the world, the most perfect objection handling frameworks. But if you don't show up locked in, ready to have a conversation, present, and caring, you are just not going to do well. It doesn't matter who trained you or what frameworks that you have. And another important key piece with this is confidence. 60% to 70% of you selling and closing deals is all based off the confidence that you have on the call. Like all sales is just transferring belief from one person to another. And you do that with how you speak, how you present yourself, how you show up, the tonality behind your questions, the tonality behind your statements. When you tell them during transition, hey, we could definitely help you, I would love to break that down for you. It hits so much harder if you have that conviction and that confidence in yourself. People could smell it from a mile away. If you're on a call, stuttering, shaking, not paying attention, looking around, you are going to lose the sale within the first 5 minutes of the call. Now, what I do to get in the right mindset before my sales calls, I will cover a couple really important things right now. So stick around for this whole section. But you know what I will say is, it is hard to have confidence on a sales call if you don't have confidence in yourself outside of sales. In other words, you can't lead other people to make a decision if you can't even lead yourself. And I have said this a couple times before, and you have probably heard this. Honestly, the best salespeople that I know are also just genuinely very dialed human beings with sales as a whole. And so what I am trying to get you to realize with this is sales is just leadership. You are leading somebody to make a decision that they already want to make. And in order for them to buy, they need to see you as an authority and they need to see you as a leader. In order for people to perceive you that way, you need to be good at leading yourself outside of sales. You can't fake it. And so a whole baseline, an umbrella of how I could tell you to be in the right mindset on a daily basis is to stay true to your own word. An exercise that, I could have you do, I have everybody do this when they come into the group is, hey, take 5 minutes and answer this question prompt. List the things that you should be doing on a daily basis that will help you grow 1% every single day as a human being. Now, this isn't your chance to create a bunch of random junk that you should be doing, like, oh, I should probably start tidying up my wardrobe. It is just, hey, let's figure out what is in your head. You have a list of things that you have been telling yourself you are going to do, but you are not doing it. Let's write it down and schedule it into your calendar and construct your perfect day. For some people, it is like, hey, for me to become 1% better every day, I should probably be going to the gym, and I haven't been doing that. Or I know for me, I could speak in my example. It is. I need to be more regimented with my eating. I need to meal prep. I need to eat at the right times. I need to eat the right things, or maybe for you, it is like, hey, I should read that book that I promised myself I am going to read the past 2 years. So do that exercise for yourself. That way you could find out and lead yourself correctly outside of sales calls. Now, as far as my day-to-day regimen to show up fully prepared on sales calls, I do a couple of things. Number one is I always start my day with morning cardio. And for the people that are giving an objection to that, like, oh, I get tired when I work out in the mornings. I used to be the exact same. I used to hate working out in the mornings because I felt like it made me lazy and unproductive because I would be tired. It took me some time to realize that it was actually because I wasn't hydrating properly and eating right after I worked out. And that was the reason why I was tired. Like, hey, if I work out for an hour in the morning and then don't eat till 2 p.m., of course I'm going to be tired. Or if I don't hydrate correctly after the gym, of course I will be tired. So now that I fixed that, morning cardio has been the number one thing that gives me a clear head. And that was because I used to get a lot of brain fog, meaning I almost didn't feel very present, or I felt foggy. I didn't feel sharp. And so morning cardio solved that problem. Now, the last thing I do before I start my day of sales calls is 2 things. Number one is I will do a 5-minute meditation. I just literally go on YouTube or download a meditation app and do it for 5 to 10 minutes. And that is to clear my mind of all the other stuff that I have going on outside of sales. Because I know when I jump on the sales call, I am going to need to be locked in and present and paying attention. So doing a 5-minute guided meditation, I am not going to break down an entire meditation for you because that is not what this video is about. But you could Google them. You could download an app, and that has helped me tremendously with going in clear-headed, locked in, and paying attention to the prospect. And this is my way of letting my brain and body know that it is time to lock in because I am about to take a sales call. Now, moving on from the actions that I do before a sales call is what do I actually wear on sales calls? Well, you are kind of looking at it. 99% of the time, I am wearing a plain black long sleeve or a plain black polo, and that is about it. Now, what I will tell you is that you want to match the avatar of the prospects that you are speaking with on a daily basis. And that is so that you could build subtle rapport with the people that you are selling to every single day. For example, if you are selling to tech founders, most of them are wearing polos or button-ups. It will probably help you as a salesperson to match their style and wear some type of polo or button-up. Versus if you are selling a fitness offer and you are dealing with a lot of people that are just wearing gym gear on a daily basis. Hey, that is a good sign that you could wear a Nike dry fit shirt or plain black long sleeve and be on the same level as the prospects that you are dealing with. One thing I will say is don't be messy with your looks. There is such a thing as a low quality salesperson. And good sales teams want to hire high quality salespeople. People that they could see clearly, that have a good camera, that have good audio, that maybe have some type of background behind them. And so do your best to turn yourself into a high quality salesperson. Because guess what? As much as people do judge you based off the things that they say, the immediate thing that they will judge you is how you show up and present yourself on any meeting. Now, if you do a remote sales and you just do it over phone calls, then lucky you. There are a lot of companies that don't require you to be on Zoom and they are closing 20, 30, 40K deals over phone calls. But there are many, and I would say more opportunities are transitioning to being Zoom calls rather than phone call closes. And so how you present yourself is extremely important. Hey, if you don't have a nice background, that is okay. And it took me over a year to finally kind of move out, get my thing thing, get my own office. And so I would just take it in front of a plain wall with really good lighting, really good camera quality, and a really good microphone. And then on top of that, I would show up presentable. That way, the only thing they could judge is how I speak and how I showed up to the call rather than what my background looks like. So if you are somebody that is taking calls out of your room, guess what? Don't have your bed or your disheveled background or dirty looking room be your background, right? Instead, do it in front of a blank wall until you get to the point where you could add a plant or a bookshelf and make it look a bit nicer and a bit more professional. So again, that is extremely important, you guys. You really do need good audio, you need good camera quality, and you need to look presentable on your sales calls. And I do this on accident, right? I have interviewed so many salespeople when I was researching sales teams that show up with like a horrible camera, horrible background. I can't really see them clearly. And right away, I am like, oh man, I am not hiring this guy. So be a high quality salesperson. Now, one thing I am going to add really quick is that this is a very important thing for me that I do every single day when I am doing sales calls. Is I watch a call recording of a great sales call that I had. I remind myself of my baseline. This is a life hack for me and even myself. If I take the weekend off, my first, second, third call are usually a little bit cold and shaky because I took the past 2 or 3 days off. And so a way I mitigate that is by always understanding my baseline. Whenever I have a really good sales call, I download the call, I add it to a Google Drive, and I will watch those calls pretty consistently. And so if you want an actual framework for it, it is just, hey, in the morning while you are working out or going on a walk, watch one of your really good sales calls where you close the deal. Remind yourself of your baseline. Remind yourself of what good tonality looks like, of what good questions look like, of good objection handling. And so Monday through Friday, I will usually start off my morning, not only by doing my workout and my cardio and my water and so forth, but I will also watch at least the first 20 or 30 minutes of a really great sales call that I had. And a side note, I will add with this for anybody who is actually closing right now, you could comment below. I would actually appreciate it. Like, how many of you guys have applied to roles where they are asking for call recordings now? Because the space is starting to grow. So many more sales teams have recognized that there are people that are lying on their resume. So one of the first things they will ask is like, hey, send me a call recording of you closing a deal. And so you want to save the assets that you have. I made that mistake at my first offer where I didn't know it was a good idea to save call recordings. And now I am looking at it today like, damn, I should have, saved a ton of call recordings of even just me setting and me closing. And luckily I have a few. But for you, save your assets just in case you ever want to transition to a bigger, better opportunity. Or, hey, make sure you watch one of the call recordings every single day so you understand your baseline of what a good call looks like from you. With that as well, before taking any sales calls, it is extremely important to know not only what you are selling, but the client journey that your prospect goes through. Whenever I help people land a role, the first thing I have them do is go through the entire funnel, the website, and everything needed to understand the client journey. I will tell them to start at the top, watch the advertisement that gauges interest, go to the landing page that advertisement takes them to, watch the video, read the page. Then go ahead and book a test call, and then watch any pre-call preparation material that you are receiving before prospects get on the call with you. And that is so you understand the ins and outs of the client journey. How are they showing up to the conversation? What are they expecting before you speak with them? What this will also do is help you understand your offer. You can't expect to sell something if you don't have a full understanding of how you help people. And so make sure you understand the client journey, number one. And number two, if you land a brand new sales role, make sure you watch call recordings of other sales reps pitching, because you want to understand two things. Number one is, what is the client expecting and how are they perceiving the product that you are selling? But number two is how other salespeople are explaining and pitching the product on a live call. I will break down my onboarding process in a bit, meaning, hey, if you land a new sales role, this is exactly what you need to do to go from the place of I am brand new and just accepted the offer to I am taking my first sales call within 3 days. You will see that later on in the video. But an easy breakdown that I will tell you is, I heard this from Kobe Bryant. Kobe said that whenever he goes into a game, he just wants to go in wholeheartedly understanding that he has done everything he can in his power to prepare. And now he is leaving it up to God or chance or whatever it is. And that is the same mindset you want to have whenever you start a new sales role or whenever you start a new day of sales calls. You want to be able to sit down and look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, I have done everything that I can to prepare, and now it is just time to execute. Now, different ways to practice and get better at sales is also extremely important. And really, I have broken it down into 3 things. You could do mock calls or role plays. You could do call reviews, meaning somebody else either reviews your call or you could review your own call. Or number 3 is you could watch other salespeople's calls. All 3 are equally important. Now, after taking your sales calls, an important key element that not enough people talk about is how to actually practice and get better on a daily basis. Now, I am breaking down how to practice in 3 sections. Number 1 is to find a mentor who has been there or done that. This doesn't have to be something that you pay for. I mean, it is as simple as finding somebody at the company that you are working with. Hopefully, you are at a place that wants to cultivate you, where maybe sales managers or the CEO or someone that has been there and done that wants to see you do well and is willing to mentor you. And of course, like, hey, you could go into different sales training programs that is there to help you get better with sales. Just make sure you go to the right place and pick somebody that you trust. Now, I would say that is the number 1 way to improve, but other ways you can improve is number 2, doing mock calls, or number 3, watching call recordings. Now, when it comes to mock calls, there is a game that I like to play. It is called Columbus. I will explain it really quick. It is the most helpful sales game or mock call training that I have ever done. It is really the only exercise that I will do that has helped me progress a lot with sales. And the way it works, let's say there is a group of 4 people on a call, and let's say they pick me to be the salesperson on the mock call. What I will do is have the sales manager put me in the waiting room as the salesperson. And then what the sales manager will do with the 2 or 3 other people inside of the Zoom call is create an avatar for the prospect that I am speaking with. On top of that, they will decide on who the prospect is or who the person that I will be training with on this mock call. So while I am in the waiting room, I know nothing other than I am coming into a call and I am about to do a mock call. So again, the sales manager and the other people inside the meeting will create a prospect, an avatar. Let's say, for example, I am selling something like real estate. Maybe what they will do inside of the meeting while I am in the waiting room is create somebody that is 30 years old. They are an engineer. They are making $200,000 per year. They are brand new into real estate. They are looking to get their first property. This is why it is important to them. This is the goal that they have. This is what they are struggling with. Maybe they bought something in the past that didn't work out for them, or they tried to buy a property in the past and lost a bunch of money with it, and bullet point all of that different information on the prospect. My job once they bring me back from the waiting room is to do a 6-minute scriptless discovery only, where my job as a salesperson is to sit there and ask questions to uncover all of that information of the prospect that we created. So I will start it like any normal sales call. Hey, what was motivation for yourself for booking the call? Cool. What are you looking for help with when it comes to real estate? Okay, awesome. So it sounds like this is something new to you, correct? Cool. What do you do for work, by the way? Oh, you are an engineer. What has you wanting to do real estate? And so my job is to do a scriptless discovery by only asking questions to uncover all of the information in the bullet points of what we created on that prospect. And this is helpful because, like I mentioned, it teaches you how to have a scriptless discovery and it teaches you active listening. That way you don't rely so much on the script that you have in front of you, and instead you could listen to what the prospect is saying and follow up with good questions that uncovers all the info you need. Now, the thing with this is you do need somebody to lead the meeting who knows what they are talking about with sales. That way, at the end of the 6 minutes, they could stop the call and say, cool, awesome. Now, Rafa, how do you feel like you did as a salesperson? Mr. Prospect or fake prospect, right? How do you feel like he did as a salesperson? Then start going over all the information and tell you, hey, this is what you could have done better with the conversation. It is a game that I love to play, a sales game. That will be extremely helpful for you. After sales games, you have number 3, which is watching call recordings. Now, what is the most helpful for me is actually watching call recordings of salespeople on a sales team who are doing better than me. A lot of times, if I watch my own call recordings of deals that I do not close, it is very hard for me to really understand what I could have done better, because if I understood it, I would have closed a deal. And so if you are watching your own call recordings, it is helpful to watch the really good calls. That way you understand your baseline. But when it comes to the bad calls, it is better to have somebody who has been there, done that you respect that you know knows their stuff with sales to watch those recordings with you. That way they could let you know, hey, this is exactly why you didn't close a deal. This is what we need to say instead. Okay, cool. Let's practice it really quick. Implement it tomorrow and let me know how the next call goes. Now, if I have nobody to review my own calls, I will try and find somebody first and foremost. But number 2 is I will watch call recordings of other salespeople on the team that are doing really well. So again, those are my 3 ways of practicing. Number 1 is to find a mentor. Number 2 is mock calls, and more specifically Columbos. And then finally, number 3 is watching call recordings. Again, with watching call recordings, it is more helpful if you have somebody who has been there, done that. Watching your calls versus watching your own and trying to construct what went wrong. And if you are going to watch call recordings, watch some of the rep who is crushing it on your team. Now, this leads perfect, especially with talking on Columbo's scriptless selling. What is it? Why does everybody talk about it? It sounds like this crazy enigma, crazy thing that you need to learn on how to sell scriptless and so forth. And what I will tell you with that is, in order to sell scriptless, you first need to start with a script. You need a baseline framework, a baseline of questions that you need to ask before you understand how to sell scriptless. I can't expect to take a sales call for a brand new offer tomorrow and just jump in with no script and listen and be able to close the deal. And so again, the purpose of selling scriptless is to first start with a script. Now, understanding how to go scriptless after using the script is extremely important. And that is because you want your conversation that you have with this prospect to sound natural and authentic. You don't want it to sound like you are not paying attention to them. And you are just lining up different questions that you have written on a piece of paper. Like, imagine if you are speaking with a prospect and they tell you in the first 5 minutes, like, yeah, real estate, it is going like really bad. I bought a house and I have lost $100,000 on it. Yet the next question on your script is, what is your vision? What is your goal with real estate? And you hear that, you look at your piece of paper and you say, yeah, I don't really care about that, which you wouldn't say, right? But that is essentially what you're saying. Anyways, what is your vision? What is your goal? You got to be able to free flow with the conversation and understand where the prospect is coming from. And if they tell you in the first 5 minutes, I lost a ton of money with a property, I'm going to follow up with, God, that sucks. What happened? How long ago was that? How much money did you lose? What went wrong? Hey, by the way, what do you want to see from our team that we can make sure your next property will be successful for you rather than losing money? And so in order for you to go to scriptless, it is really simple. Start with a script. Use it for your first 2 to 4 weeks on your sales calls. Eventually, because you took so many reps, it will be memorized in the back of your head. And then you could ditch the script and just free flow with the conversation and utilize the script that you memorized already as a baseline in the back of your head. Meaning, I know what questions to ask, but now I could just speak with the prospect, listen to what they say, and ask my next question based off their answer. So scriptless selling is super important. I teach it to everybody that work with me. But hey, the first thing I would tell you, if you are starting a new sales role, man, start with the script. They have a system that is working already. Start with it, memorize it, utilize it. 2 weeks from now, we could chat about you ditching the script. Now, your presence on your sales calls matters. Put it this way, if you are taking sales calls over a phone call, your prospect could only judge you based off one thing, what you say. But if you're taking sales calls over Zoom, they can now judge you based off 2 things, what you say and how you look. And for that reason, how your prospect perceives you and how you show up to your call is extremely important for you to close deals at a high level. You want to be perceived as somebody who is an authority, somebody who is confident, someone who is clean cut and has their stuff together, or point blank period, somebody who is stable for this prospect, who is about to make a decision that could be huge for them. And what I mean by that is, listen, most high ticket products are anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. And I am sure even for you watching this right now, pulling out your credit card and paying $20,000 for something is probably a decently big life decision. And so don't you think it will be easier for somebody to make that decision with you if they could see you as an anchor in the conversation, as someone who knows what they are talking about? Think of the flip side. Imagine you are selling something that is $20,000 and you are showing up a mess. You are nervous. You are not confident in yourself or the product that you are selling. How do you expect to be able to close a $20,000 deal, let alone do it consistently day by day? All that to say, get your stuff together. And this reminds me of something that my mother always used to tell me a story. So I used to be a big overthinker. I think all of us were overthinkers growing up. And one thing I would always use to tell my mom is like, hey, what if I fall? And her response was always the same thing. But Rafa, what if you fly? And I have been able to pull that into my career with sales because all it means is it is your decision to look at the glass half full or half empty. It is your decision to go into your sales call saying positive words of affirmation that you are going to crush it, that you are going to do well, that you are going to get the deal done, but it is also your decision to say words of destruction. And I do think you being confident with going onto your calls all starts with that pre-call process. Are you going into your call positively with strong words of affirmation, or are you going into your sales calls doubting yourself? And as the saying goes, you are what you label yourself. Now, when it comes to presence, I always look at these three things before I take any sales calls for the day. How do I look? What do I see? And how do I feel? When it comes to how do I look, I will quote Deion Sanders. If you don't know who he is, you should. And what he says is something along these terms. Look good, feel good, play good, get paid good. So I do think the better you look, the better you feel, the better you play, and then the better you get paid. So you will never catch me taking a sales call not looking like the best version of myself. Now, number two is, what do I see? And for this, I will quote something that Plato says, and I am not going to quote it exactly, but he basically says that an environment that is in disarray causes a mind that is in disarray. And so I always do my best before I start taking sales calls for the day to keep my environment tidy, because for me, it is hard to have a clear, locked-in mind if my entire life is a mess, and especially my environment. Now, when it comes to how do I feel, I always just look at three things. Am I working out? Am I eating? And am I hydrating? Sales is damn near like playing chess in your head. And so if you are not doing things on a daily basis to keep your mind sharp again, it will be difficult to close deals at a high level. Now with that, another piece that a lot of people don't touch on sales calls is being yourself. And so I used to overcompensate. I used to pretend to be somebody that I am not. I would wear these fancy button-ups and I would use this fancy language to make myself seem smarter than I am. And it made it difficult to show up to work every day because I almost felt like I had to put my sales cap on. I couldn't be myself. I couldn't be Rafa. Listen, sales has changed a lot in the past 10 years. People want to buy from somebody who is authentic. Authenticity matters. And most people could tell intuitively if you are pretending to be somebody that you are not. And so this small pivot for me not only helped me sell more deals, but it helped me not feel like I was showing up to work every day and putting on this fake sales hat in order to get through the day. So be yourself on sales calls. Even to the point where whenever you land a new role, the first thing you should do is take the script that the sales manager created for you and edit it and humanize it. Write it in your own language. Any sales script that you receive was always written in the language of the sales manager who wrote it. For example, I may say at the start of the sales call, hey, Mr. Prospect, I love to be tactical with our time. Do you mind if we jump into things? And so if I was creating a script, I would probably have that written in the initial start of the script. But you may never say that. Maybe for yourself, you have never used the word tactical ever in your life. So why would you say it on a sales call? You are just going to feel robotic and feel like you are not being yourself. And so whenever you land a first sales role, the first thing you should do is take the script, sit down over Zoom, read it out loud, and edify all the language to make it your own. If you would never say, I love to be tactical with our time, change it to what you would say. Say the same thing in a different way. That way you could start selling like yourself rather than selling like Rafa. And you don't need to act like a Wolf of Wall Street sales shark. You just need to be yourself and ask good questions and present your product as a solution to the problems and goals. They are there for a reason, and your job is to guide them. Understanding this allows you to remove your emotion from the sale and just focus on having a conversation. And always remember, you are solution selling, not feature selling. We are consultants, not therapists. So what I mean by that is that your job is to present your product as a solution to their problems and to not be the sales rep that is sitting there listing feature after feature in your product pitch, expecting that is what is going to get them to buy. Now that we have touched on pre-call about best practices, let's go ahead and go over how to set, frame, and lay agenda for your sales call. Now, I know you saw this on the one call close structure that I showed you about 10 minutes ago, but setting frame is super simple. A lot of people overthink it. The reason why you set frame of a conversation is for 3 reasons. Number 1 is to showcase your authority and tell the prospect that, hey, I have done these calls dozens and dozens of times before. Number 2 is to lay the foundations for the sales call, basically letting the prospect know, hey, I am in control. This is the way the conversation is going to go. Follow my lead. And finally, number 3 is to let the prospect know, hey, if you are a good fit, I will let you know and you will be buying today. Essentially laying the foundations for the close. Now, what I am going to do right now is give you my exact script that I use for setting frame. But before that, we need to touch on 2 important pieces before you actually lay agenda of your sales call. And if you don't remember these pieces, scroll back to 10 minutes ago and review that one call close structure that I showed you. That way, you understand what I am talking about. Now, before you lay the agenda for your sales call or set frame, there are 2 important pieces we need to go over. Number 1 is making sure they watch the pre-call preparation video. And number 2 is pre-qualifying any red flags. So you can be like, hey, Mr. Prospect, before we jump into things, did you happen to see that video that we sent over to you? You know, the one with Influencer X where he pretty much breaks down what we do here with our company. The reason why this is important is because pre-call videos pre-pitch your offer to the prospect. That way, it is easier for them to buy on one single call. And put it this way, imagine I am on a sales call with you and I pitch you a product that is $10,000 and say, cool, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you ready to go. But the only thing you have ever seen from our company is just a website. It is going to take a lot of trust for you to go ahead and pull out your credit card and pay $10,000 for something. And so pre-call prep videos help mitigate that. They give a prospect a visual representation of what they are about to buy before they have a conversation with you. On top of that, most pre-call prep videos show social proof, meaning, hey, what we do here works. Here is a dozen testimonials of people who are successful with XYZ thing. And so if you're a closer and your sales team does not have some type of pre-call preparation video, I would recommend nicely bring it up to your sales manager or your CEO because it will help you a ton, you know? But again, what it does is gives a prospect a visual representation of what we do and who it works for. That way, they come into the sales call pre-sold. Now, after asking about the pre-call prep video, the next thing that I am doing is pre-qualifying any red flags. And there are 4 red flags that you will see on a sales call that you always want to pre-qualify. Number 1 is business partner. Number 2 is spouse. Number 3 is finances. And number 4 is buying state. And so I will define each of those and go over what each of them mean right now. Now, when it comes to business partner, that is quite simple. If you are selling something B2B, it is probably going to help you out a lot to make sure in the first 5 minutes of the call, is there anybody else that needs to be involved with making a decision for this business? And people overthink it. I mean, listen, if you are selling B2B or speaking with professional buyers on a daily basis, you don't need to beat around the bush or find some special way to ask the question. Just ask it simply by saying, hey, Mr. Prospect, before we jump into things, I just want to make sure, is there any other business partners or anyone else who needs to be involved with you making this type of decision? As long as they say no, we can move on to the next section of the call. Now, the second thing is spouse. Now, not to be like facetious here, the way the world works is like most men could typically make a decision without speaking with the wife. And sometimes it is a lot more common when you are speaking with a woman that, hey, maybe the husband is helping them pay if they are a stay-at-home mom. Or, most times I just realize that the spousing objection comes up way more with women than it does with men. And so it is always helpful to ask the question as well. For example, if I am selling a fitness offer and I realize I am speaking with a stay-at-home mom, it is a pretty good sign that, hey, the husband probably needs to be involved with her spending $4,000, $6,000 or sometimes even more. And so that is the second piece that I will always pre-qualify on a sales call. And then we move on to piece number 3, which is finances. Now, finances is making sure that somebody is financially qualified to even purchase your product in the first place. For example, if I am selling a real estate offer and most of the prospects that I speak with are 30, 40, 50 years old. But somehow today, I get some 21-year-old guy that is in college who is looking to jump into real estate. That is a great sign that I need to pre-qualify finances. Because the last thing that I want is to go through a 45-minute conversation, waste a lot of brain power and energy, and then price drop and have them say, God, dude, I am living cooling off like ramen right now. I can't afford that. Now, I am going to give you an important keynote at the end of breaking down these pre-qualified red flags. So stick around for it. But the final red flag that you want to qualify is buying state. Buying state is a super simple term. It just means the person that you are speaking with, are they in the right state to have a conversation and buy something today? Red flags on buying state is someone showing up on their cell phone, showing up on their lunch break from work, showing up while driving in their car. Or hey, for example, if you have maybe a woman or even a man on a sales call and you could hear their kids screaming and crying in the background. That is a great sign that they are not in buying state. And so it is always best to reschedule the call for a better time where they could lock in and have the conversation, or AKA when they are in buying state. And this is really important, you guys, because our job as a salesperson is to have a hard conversation with a prospect and get them to make a life decision or a life change sometimes. And so how could we expect them to have that type of conversation if they showed up from their cell phone, or they are driving in the car, or they are on a 30-minute lunch break, or their kids are screaming in the background? Now, you may be asking, Rafa, but so what do I do? Am I supposed to reschedule it? What if they don't show up to the meeting? I would say two things with that. Number one is if they don't show up, they were never serious in the first place. And number two, 99% of the time, prospects actually respect and trust you more if you could pick up on these things and say, hey, it seems like you have a lot going on. I could hear the kiddos in the background. Is it okay if we just reschedule this for a better time for yourself? Almost every time when I say that to a prospect, they actually follow up with yeah, man, I would actually appreciate that. I just didn't want to no-show the meeting because I gave you an obligation that I would show up. And so buying state, that is the final thing that I am always pre-qualifying before I set frame. Now, an important piece and the key that I mentioned is that when it comes to pre-qualifying, you only need to do it if you see the red flags. And so what I mean by that is something like finances. Listen, it could throw somebody off at the end of the day if they just met you and in the first 5 minutes, you're asking about how much money they have saved in their bank account. And so the only reason why I am going to pre-qualify finances in the first 5 minutes of the call is if I notice that it is a red flag. If I am selling something that is $10,000 and I have a 20-year-old on the call, that is a great sign that I am just going to be straightforward and pre-qualify them in the first place. If I have someone who is 40 and they tell me in the first 2 minutes, hey man, nice to meet you, I am an engineer, my day is going great, and so forth, that is a great sign that I probably don't need to pre-qualify finances. And if I do, I am going to wait until later, the conversation, when I have earned the right to ask that question. And it is the same thing with business partners. I mean, if you are selling something B2B and someone shows up with their business partner, hey, you don't need to ask the question. Or if you are selling a product where the husband and wife show up to the call, we don't need to pre-qualify spouses. And same thing with buying state as well. If I have someone who shows up in their office, they are locked in with the conversation. There is no reason for me to pre-qualify buying state. So again, pre-qualifying red flags is labeled that way for a reason. You are qualifying the red flags. If there are no red flags, there is nothing for you to qualify. Now that we have hit those important 2 key pieces before setting frame, we could go ahead and jump into agenda. And I am just going to put it this way. I am just going to give you the exact thing that I say whenever I lay agenda or lay the foundations of the sales call. So if you want, just copy and paste exactly what I say and take it to your calls. And it is super simple. All I say is, listen, Mr. Prospect, just so you know how the conversation goes, I have done these calls thousands of times. And so what I am going to do is ask you a couple of questions just to make sure that we are a good fit for you, but also to make sure that you are a good fit with coming into our team. We do take client success very seriously. And so overall, we just want to make sure that we could actually help. If we can, I will be the first person to let you know. I will cover every question you have, give you a full breakdown of how we will help you A through Z. And then, as long as you like what you hear, we will get you ready to rock by the end of the call and get you onboarded. Is that okay? Which is permission to proceed. Now, what I did in that frame set is 3 things. I placed myself as authority by telling them I have had these conversations thousands of times. Number 2 is I laid expectations of the call, basically saying, hey, I am in control. I am going to ask you questions, follow my lead. And number 3, I laid the foundations for the close. I told the prospect, hey, if you are a good fit, I will let you know and we will be onboarding you today. right? I mean, a lot of sales and what you do is just laying the foundations for them to pay by the end of the conversation. And this is the first checkpoint that I do on every single sales call to begin laying those foundations. I want the prospect to know, hey, you will be paying and being onboarded today. Is that okay with you? Yes, that is okay. And then I will move on to discovery. And another side note is like this begins to prevent the objection that, oh, I had no idea that I had to pay right now. And I know this because that has come up for me before, where I get to the end of the sales call, I pitch the product, they say that they are good to go, and then I send them the payment link and they are like, oh, I gotta pay right now. And so start laying those foundations from the second you take the sales call that this is a decision-making call, and as long as we see you as a good fit, we will get you started today. Now, another piece of the start of your sales call is avoiding probing questions. Listen, you are going to have every once in a while a buyer in power, which is somebody who is serious about potentially buying your thing, but they are going to need the full sales call in order to make a decision. And every once in a while, you will get the guy who floods you with a ton of the questions in the first 5 minutes of the conversation. Now, if they have an important key question, it is okay to answer it directly. But you want to do your best to flip the conversation and say, hey, I know it seems like you have a ton of questions. I promise I will be answering them throughout the call, but I want to make sure that I can make sure that this is a good fit for you. So if you don't mind, here is how the conversation is going to go. The last thing that you want on any sales call is for somebody to make you start walking backwards and just start asking thousands and thousands of questions. Now, what else I will add on to that is that if somebody asks you a question, you want your response to be short and sweet and straight to the point. So again, if they ask me, hey, how long will it take me to succeed? I will say, based off where you are at, it will take you 4 months. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions on that? Did that answer your question? Okay, cool. And then move on. But don't get caught up in the first 5 minutes of your sales call walking backwards and getting asked a million questions. Now that I just covered how to set frame and the importance of it, let's cover the discovery section of your sales call. Now, what I will say is discovery is by far the most important piece of your sales call. 99% of the time, if you do not close a deal or if you are receiving consistent objections at the end of the call, it is most likely because you weren't asking the right questions during discovery and maybe you weren't pre-handling the objections correctly. So what I will do with this section of this video is break down number 1, the discovery framework that I have used the past years to get to where I am. And then number 2 is I will break down the way that I pre-handle objections at the end of discovery. Now, a good closer simply knocks on the door, then moves on to the next section of the sales call. A great closer knocks on the door, opens it, and then walks all the way through. And that analogy is supposed to break down the difference of being on the surface level versus diving deeper with the questions that you are asking. And here's an example. If I am selling a B2B offer that has to do with helping a business get more leads or generate more leads for their business, and I ask, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to scaling your business? And they tell me, yeah, well, I am looking to get more consistent lead flow for my business. That is the surface level. And a good closer will hear that and say, okay, beautiful. Now, what is the goal when you start getting more leads? Essentially moving on to the next section of the call without diving deeper into that subject. A great closer understands if they knock on the door, they got to open the door and then also walk all the way through. Meaning, if somebody tells me, hey, I want to get more leads to scale my business, my follow-up would be, okay, beautiful. And if you don't mind me asking, how are you currently getting leads? Now, that is me opening the door from there. Once they break down the way that they are getting leads, I am going to dive even deeper and say something like, okay, so you are currently running Facebook ads and posting organic content. What has you looking for an additional lead source currently? And so that is one example of walking all the way through the door. But I could even say different examples. If you are selling something B2C, like maybe a BSOP offer, and BSOP, all that means is business opportunity. So it is something like maybe helping people start and scale their agency. You know, a very common prospect that you will have on those calls are the people who want to quit their 9-to-5. And so a good closer will simply knock on the door and ask, hey, so what has you want to start an agency? Maybe the prospect will say, well, I am looking to start this so I could quit my 9-to-5 and work from home. And then they will simply just move on to the next section of the call and say, okay, beautiful. How long have you been wanting to do that? Now, a great closer, again, understands if I knock on the door, I have to open it and I need to walk all the way through by saying something like, okay, makes sense. So it seems like you are looking to leave your job. Is that correct? Okay, makes sense. So how much money would we need to make with the agency? That way you have the option to leave the job. That is me opening the door. And once they say they need to make $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 in order to leave their job, I am going to follow up with, okay, and if you don't mind me asking, what has you wanting to leave your job in the first place? You are making decent money. And that is me walking all the way through the door that I have opened. Now, there are different layers of questions that you could stack on top of that, which I will break down. But I wanted to make sure that you understand that analogy. That way, whenever you go into your sales calls or you review your own calls, you could look at the questions that you're asking and ask yourself, am I knocking on the door or am I opening it and walking through as well? And one thing that I wanted to show you guys when diving deep into discovery is helping you understand the overall framework of the direction that you need to take with your conversations during discovery. Now, with that, I am sure you could imagine for me to give you an entire question list of what to ask word by word would be extremely difficult. Because for every single offer, you're going to be asking different questions based off the niche and the product that you are selling. For example, if you are selling a dating offer, you could guarantee that you are going to be asking questions about somebody's love life. And if you are watching this and you're wondering, what the hell is a dating offer? Yes, they exist. And they actually make a lot of money right now because it is pretty unique in the marketplace, which is extremely crazy to me. I have never sold one, but there are a lot of dating offers out there. But all that to say, versus, let's say you are selling a dating offer versus a B2B lead gen package or a B2B consulting package for gym owners. You will be asking a hell of a lot of questions about the gym, how long they have been running it, what are they doing to grow the gym, what is the current revenue and metrics look like for yourself. And so it would be quite literally impossible for me to just list out a ton of questions to ask on your discovery. But I can break down the entire framework and what you need to gain out of it. Essentially the check boxes that I keep on a piece of paper whenever I take a sales call. And every time I got the information that I need, I will check off the box and move on to the next subject of the call. Right now, before that, I do want to break down the roller coaster discovery framework. Now, most sales trainers might teach you a framework that's the complete opposite of this. And so even for you, if you are selling currently, I encourage you to try new things and try new methods. That is how you really master your skill with sales, as a whole. And truthfully, I think you never master your skill with sales. To this day, there are still new things that I find that I start implementing into calls. Like asking closing questions was something that I just started doing this past year. Now, if you are even in sales, you probably remember this. Most people, the way they teach you to do discovery, it looks the complete opposite of this, right? So they want you to start with your introduction here. Hey, how are you? What made you book the call? What was the motivation with booking the call? And then they want you to ask their current state struggles. So cool. So what are you facing when it comes to XYZ thing? What is the problem you're facing with lead gen currently or your gym? Or what is the problem you are facing with your dating life if it is a dating offer? Or what is the problem you are facing with real estate? What have you done to fix that problem? What have you tried? Why is it not going well? And so forth. After they want you to take it to future state goals, right? Okay, so now that I understand your problems, once we solve those problems, where is it that you want to go? Right? What is the vision? Why is that important to you? How soon do you want to get there? What is the longer term vision that you see a year from now? And essentially what they want you to do is end the conversation there. And the reason why that is backwards is quite simple. Once you pitch your product, if you use this framework, you are pitching to a heightened sense of emotion to the prospect. And let's say this is your pitch here. And so the analogy that I always use is, let's imagine we are selling a dating offer or a fitness offer. I could guarantee for both of those offers, it is notorious for having criers. Meaning, hey, in a fitness sense, some people are weighing 100 pounds overweight. Maybe their wife left them because they are a mess and they are out of shape. Or even, hey, maybe they have like health problems that are really, really serious. And if they don't lose their weight, they are quite literally going to cut off years of their life and possibly die. Not to get grim here, but with your typical sales call structure, what you are doing is you are going to get them to cry in the first 10 minutes of the conversation. Right here, when you talk about their current state struggles. How long have they been overweight? How is that making them feel? What have they tried? How is that affecting them? And then essentially what you will do is tell the prospect, okay, cool. Wipe your tears. I understand you are going through a lot right now, but let's talk about the big vision and get you excited here. So, how will it affect you if you lose 100 pounds? What will that do for your life? How quick do you want to lose 100 pounds? And you are essentially ending the conversation with them at that peak or heightened sense of emotion. And if you have a sales script and you are wondering like, Rafa, how the hell do I do that? You simply take the questions that you have for current state struggles. You highlight them and copy them with your mouse and then paste it after future state goals and talk about goals first. And so let's look at it again from a dating or fitness offer. And we will use fitness for this example. With this new structure of using the roller coaster analogy, you are still starting with your intro. Hey, what made you book the call? What is the biggest problem that you're facing when it comes to fitness? But once they tell you your problem, you let them know you heard them. Okay, beautiful. So you are 100 pounds overweight and you are looking to lose some weight. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And from there, I am taking it straight to future state goals by saying something like, okay, Mr. Prospect, so listen, I always like to begin with the end in mind. So where are we looking to go when it comes to your fitness journey? How soon are you looking to lose 100 pounds? What would that do for you if you lost all that weight and got down to your weight that you were in college? And there are some deeper questions that I will ask, which actually I am about to cover right below this. But you understand the gist, right? So I am taking it to future state goals right away and getting them at that peak emotional state and excitement at the very start of the call. And then as soon as I am done talking about future state goals, I'm going to pull them down to their current state struggles by saying something like, okay, so now that we understand where you want to go, let's talk about the problem that you are facing. You mentioned that you are 100 pounds overweight and that you have been trying to lose this weight for years. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Okay, how many years is years if you don't mind me asking? Okay, wow, so you have been trying to lose that weight for 6 years, and how much weight have we lost in the past 6 years? Okay, that makes sense. So, God, you have been struggling for quite some time. How has being 100 pounds overweight affected you these past years? What is the biggest problem that you are facing when it comes to losing that weight? How is that affecting your mindset and your family and the relationships you have around you? Essentially, what I am doing is I am going to get them to cry at the end of discovery. And then I will tell them, wipe your tears. I get that you are going through a lot, but let me pitch you and tell you exactly how our solution is going to bring you back to that heightened sense of emotion. And so the roller coaster analogy, use it. It is really simple to do. All you need to do is talk about future state goals at the top of the call and their current state struggles at the end of the call. And this will be a game changer for you, just like it has for dozens and dozens of other people that I have worked with in sales. All right, now that we covered an overview of the roller coaster analogy, let's dive a little bit deeper into each section of the sales call with discovery. Now, I mentioned earlier, I don't really use scripts anymore unless I start a brand new offer. I will use a script for the first 2 weeks, and once I have it memorized, I will get rid of it. But usually what I have on a sales call is a piece of paper with 4 boxes written on the side with a checkbox next to it. I have the overview. I have future state goals, I have current state struggles, and I have closing questions. On top of that, I understand as a closer, I can't just knock on the door with the questions that I ask in these sections. I need to knock. I need to open the door, and I need to walk all the way through. Now, to this day, I still use Alex Hormozzi's closer framework. The only difference is I have now switched around asking future state goals. Instead of at the end of the discovery conversation, I will ask that at the very start. And then as far as overviewing their past problems and pain, I will put that at the end of the conversation. So if you know anything about Hormozzi's closer framework, number 1 is C. And what it stands for is number 1, the C stands for clarify why they are here. Basically get that overview. What made you book the call in the first place? Number 2 is to label them with a problem. Basically saying something like, okay, cool. So the problem that you are facing is XYZ based off what you told me. Is that correct? Or by asking, hey, so what are you looking for help with when it comes to scaling your gym? Yeah, well, I am looking for help with ABC. Okay, that makes sense. So it seems like the problem you're facing is ABC. Is that correct? Now, from there, you need to overview their current pain and the past experiences that they felt. And that is the thing that I switched around. That overview, I got rid of it and I pulled it to the very back of the call. And S stands for sell them the vacation, meaning talk about those future state goals. Meaning I clarify why they are here. I label them with the problem, I sell the vacation, I overview their past pain and experiences. And then I get to E, which is explain away their concerns. And then R, which stands for reinforced decision. So as we are looking here, once you get into overview, there are a few things that you need to cover, which is number one, clarify why we are here. And number two is to still label them with a problem. The way that you do that is by asking, hey, so why did you book the call? And that is it. What motivated you to book the call? Right now, most people will tell you, hey, I saw you guys, I saw your website, wanted to get some more information and so forth. And we need to label them with the problem. So my follow-up when someone will say that to me is, okay, cool. Well, listen, and I am sure if you just wanted more information, you could have got it from our website or search us up on YouTube. What is the biggest problem that you are facing when it comes to scaling your gym currently? From there, that is where they will give me the problem that I am going to label them with throughout the entire call. Now, what I am not going to do is start overviewing their current problem and the past things that they have tried to fix it, because I am going to focus on that at later in the call during current state struggles. Instead, I'm going to pull the conversation straight into future state goals by number one, selling the vacation by asking, okay, well, listen, I like to begin with the end in mind. So once we solve this problem with the gym, what is the vision that you have for your business? How long have you been trying to achieve that vision? Why is that important to you? Okay, I always like to dive an extra layer deeper. What will that do for you in your business and your life that you are not able to experience now? And from there, I will take their goals a step further. And what I mean by a step further is the two-step goal framework. And all that means is when you ask someone what their goal or their big vision is with XYZ thing, whether it is B2B or B2C, they tend to give you that first step complacent goal. And the reason why this isn't good enough is a lot of offers. It is not big enough of a vision for them to sit there and spend $10,000 at the end of the call. Like, let's imagine I am selling a $40,000 product and there were plenty of gym owners that came onto the call and said, hey, Rafa, my goal and my vision is just to be profitable. I just want to be able to make like $5,000 or $6,000 a month. Now, I will pose a question for you watching this. Do you think a goal of $5,000 or $6,000 a month will be enough for them to sit there and pull out their credit card and take a loan for $40,000 at the end of the conversation? And if you don't know the answer, no, not at all. We need them to think bigger. Our job as salespeople is to help people uncover the goals that they didn't even know that they had. And so all a two-step goal means is once I figure out that first step. Okay, you want to make $5,000 to $8,000? I am going to follow up with what is your bigger vision beyond that? And I am going to sit there and paint the vision and sell the vacation of that big vision that they want to reach. If I got a gym owner to go from, hey, I want to make $5,000 to $8,000 to actually, Rafa, I mean, listen, I would love to have $1 million per year gym and own multiple locations and serve thousands and thousands of people every single month. And here is what it will do for my family. Like, it is so much easier for them to fathom and stomach paying $40,000 for our consulting program, because now it is not about them just making 5 or 8K and being profitable. It is about them becoming $1 million per year gym and owning multiple locations. So whether it is B2B or whether it is B2C, you should always have a two-step goal. If I have a prospect tell me, hey man, my goal is just to quit my job and listen, I need to make $5,000 a month to do it. That is about it. Super simple. Of course, I will touch on that and say, why is that important? How long have you been trying to leave the job? But I am always going to hit that second step of the goal, which is, hey man, listen, you can make $5,000 just becoming a hairdresser. And there are so many things that you could do. So what is the bigger vision that you see with the agency? And I am going to sit there and paint the vision and sell a vacation of that bigger vision. I want to hear the prospect say, I want financial freedom. Okay, what does financial freedom mean to you? Well, it means being able to travel the world and have a penthouse in Miami and help my mom. Okay, well, how much money do we need to make that happen? Well, honestly, I would probably need like $40,000 a month. Okay, cool. I love it. I love the vision that you have, man. Let me ask you this. You are currently working a warehouse job and you are making $5,000 to $8,000 a month, and you just told me all this financial freedom stuff that you want. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Don't hate me here. Okay, would you ever be able to make $40,000 per month and travel the world and help your mom and get the penthouse if you just stay in that warehouse shop? Well, no, not at all. Okay, so what do we think that we need to do? Well, I need to take a step forward. I need to commit. I need to get help with this. And then I am pulling it straight to current state struggles. Okay, so what are you struggling with? What do you need help with? How long have you been looking for help, right? So let me know if that made sense to you in the comments. You are starting with that overview. You are going straight into future state goals, and then you are going into current state struggles. And current state struggles, you want to cover a couple things. Number one is to overview their past pain, meaning like, what have you tried and why didn't that work? And then finally, you're going to end it off with explaining away their concerns, meaning you want to make it logical to the prospect as to why the things that they tried didn't work and how you are different. And once you wrap these three sections up, I am just going straight into closing questions. Now, closing questions is how I end every single discovery conversation. And essentially what I am doing is I am pre-handling objections. And there are 4 objections that you want to pre-handle on every single call. Number 1 is commitment. Number 2 is the partner objection. Number 3 is finances. And number 4 is timing. So for commitment, once I go through these 3 sections of the call and I understand their overview, why they are here and what their problem is and their future state goals, I understand where they want to go and what the big vision is once we solve that problem. But then I also understand their current state struggles as to, hey, this is what I have tried to solve the problem. This is why it didn't work. This is what I am looking for help with. I am first going to tie them up with commitment and ask a closing question by saying something like, hey, Mr. Prospect, I totally understand where you want to go. You want to get to $40,000 per month. This is the problem that you're facing and this is what you want to try. Listen, we could definitely help you get there, but this is something that you need to be committed to on your end. So as long as we could get you to $40,000 per month and solve XYZ problem, is this something that you would be committed to move forward with today? I am looking for that hard yes. And if you frame it that way, your prospect will always say yes. Well, yeah, Rafa, listen, obviously I want to hear you guys break down like what it is you have to offer, but if you could get me to $40,000 per month and solve my lead gen issue, then I would definitely be willing to move forward today. And then I will say, beautiful. And just to be sure, for you moving forward today, does anyone else need to be involved with you making a decision? Basically, I am pre-handling the partner objection, and obviously I am looking for a no. Now, if they are to tell me yes, like obviously I actually do, I need my wife here, I need my business partner, that is a great sign to just answer some questions that the prospect has and then reschedule the call when we could get all the decision makers on a single call. So if you have more questions on that, put it in the comments. But yes, if somebody tells me on a sales call, I cannot make a decision today because I need someone else on the call, then I am going to respect that and reschedule it for a time where I could get all the decision makers. Finally, I am moving into finances and then timing. So finances, I only cover it as needed, but at the end of the day, sometimes you will have somebody that you are questioning if they are financially qualified to purchase your product in the first place. And that is your time to dive into finances. And the way I break down finances, I always blame it on the niche and the product that I am selling. Meaning, if I am selling a real estate offer, I will ask the question in this way. Hey, so by the way, Mr. Prospect, obviously finding and purchasing a property will cost some money. Let's say we find you the perfect property tomorrow. How much money do you have set and saved to the side to jump into that deal? Or if I am selling a B2B lead gen package, I would say something like, hey man, listen, ad spend costs money. At the end of the day, we always create a tailored game plan based off where you are at currently. But what do you have set and saved to the side in total that we could dedicate towards getting you some more leads? It is a little bit less invasive compared to asking someone, what do you have saved in your bank account? And it is a logical way of asking the question that will make the prospect give you a truthful answer. Now, finally, we are wrapping up with timing. And the reason why I say timing is because the last thing that I want to happen at the end of the sales call is somebody to tell me, hey, Rafa, this all sounds great. Sounds like a lot, but I don't really have enough time to implement all this stuff. And so for me, all I am going to ask is like, hey, for the sake of starting your agency, how many hours do you have per day? Or I would say something like, hey, for purchasing your first real estate property, obviously it is going to take a little bit of time that you need to dedicate towards this. How much time do you have on a weekly basis to dedicate towards real estate? Now, the key is for finances and timing. I will never give them the finances that they need to have saved or the time that they need to have available. I will just ask the question instead. And so what I mean by that is I will never tell a prospect, hey, do you have 3 hours per day? Because that is what we need for you to succeed. And I will never tell a prospect, hey, do you have $10,000 saved? Because that is what you need to join into our group. Instead, I will ask an open-ended question and ask them how much time they have or how much money they have saved. That way it protects me as a salesperson from hearing a no, right? I mean, imagine you tell somebody like, hey, so for you to get to XYZ goal, it is going to take you 3 hours per day, which is pretty normal. Do you have that? And they say, 3 hours is kind of a lot. You know, I have a kid. I mean, that is going to be really difficult to stretch. You just created an objection that didn't exist. So instead, I am going to ask the prospect, hey, how much time do you have for real estate? And once they tell me, oh, I have about 2 hours per day, I will follow up with, beautiful, makes sense. So just so you know, I mean, typically what we look for is about 5 to 7 hours per week. So it sounds like that is doable for you, correct? Then they will say, yes, that is correct. And we just pre-handled that objection. And again, it is the same thing for finances. If I ask somebody, hey, what do you have set and saved to the side for real estate? And they say, I got about $50,000. I will say, beautiful, man, you are coming in at a really good spot. I mean, most people coming in to get their first property have about $20,000 to $30,000 saved. So it seems like that is doable for you. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And after covering these closing questions, I am simply finishing the conversation by saying, awesome. I don't have any other questions. Was there anything else that you wanted to share that I missed from the past couple minutes? Once I get that no, I am going to hit transition and then go into closing. Now, to cover transition is super simple, you guys. I mean, really, it is just one sentence that you say of, hey, we could definitely help you get to XYZ goal and solve X problem. Do you mind if I break down how we are going to do that? Permission to proceed. You are basically asking, hey, we could help you. We could solve that problem. Do you give me permission to pitch you and explain how we are going to do that? And that is it. That is the only thing you need to cover with transition. But what I will always say is once you give your transition question or statement, if you can move forward to pitching, always include their goal. Always include their problem and tell them that you could solve it. Don't have a half-assed transition. Meaning saying something like, okay, well, I think we could definitely help you. Do you mind if I just break down the entire program as a whole? Instead, get granular. Show them that you are listening. Hey, Jimmy, I have a full understanding of where you're at. You want to get to $40,000 per month, and this is a problem that you are facing. We could definitely help you with that. Do you mind if I break that down for you right now? And then we move on to pitching. Now, just to reiterate for discovery, the 4 sections you're going to have on your piece of paper to make sure that you checked off is, number 1 is overview, number 2 is future state goals, number 3 is current state struggles, and number 4 is closing questions. And if you do this correctly and finish off the conversation with closing questions, you should have the prospect at the point where they said they are fully committed. This is something that they are ready to move forward with. And as long as you could help them, they are ready to buy today. And then we are going into the pitch. And the pitch is just going to connect the dots and give them the logical explanation and the roadmap of how we will solve that problem and help them reach that goal. And again, remember with all of these sections, your job as a great closer, not a good closer, isn't just to knock on the door. It is to knock on the door, open it, and then walk all the way through. All right, so now that we have covered discovery and a bit of transition as well, let's dive into the last 2 pieces of a 1-call close or of your sales calls in general, even if it is a 2-call close. Now, what that looks like is pitching and closing, but also objection handling. So I am going to combine pitching and closing together, and we will dive into it. Now, you may be listening to this and say like, Rafa, you make sales sound really simple. And if I do, then I have done a good job at explaining this. At the end of the day, sales is just having a normal conversation, but a directed conversation. A conversation that you are directing to the point of them giving you money and you saying, hey, is this something you want to move forward with? So I hope the first, fundamental pieces of a sales call that I have covered sounded simple to you because it is supposed to be. And I am about to do the same with pitching. You are going to start with your high-level promise. But if you remember what I said in the last section of this video before you say your high-level promise, you are in transition, right? So after discovery and you tell the prospect, hey, I don't have too many other questions. Is there anything else that you wanted to share? And they say, no, I think you covered it all. I am going to say my transition sentence, which is, okay, awesome, Mr. Prospect. We could definitely help you reach X goal and solve XYZ problem. Do you mind if I explain how we are going to do that? I am basically asking for permission to proceed so I could go ahead and start pitching them. Once they say, hell yes, let's do it, break it down. I am going to dive straight into my high-level promise. And your high-level promise is the overarching promise that your company provides for its customers. So for Gym Launch, for example, their whole shtick was, we will turn you into $1 million per year gym. So I would say something like, awesome, just so you understand, here at Gym Launch, we have been around for the past 5 years and we have scaled hundreds of companies to become $1 million per year gyms. And when you break that down, that means your business is making about $83,000 per month. And what I'll do right now, Mr. Prospect, is cover exactly how we are going to do that with you as well. That is my high-level promise. And the reason why I am framing it this way is because I want to tap into the emotion of the prospect. At the end of the day, people make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. And so at the top of your pitch, you want to hit that emotionally styled statement. That way, you could get that buy-in from your prospect as you are about to break down the logic behind it. So once again, your high-level promise is the overarching commitment that your company provides for its customers. And so I will give you another example for a business agency offer. I would say something like, beautiful. So here at Super Agency, what we promise, man, is to help you start your agency from scratch and help you scale it beyond 10,000 plus per month. And what I am about to do right now is break down exactly how we are going to do that. Now, let's shift it one more time. For a real estate offer, I would say something like, beautiful. So, Mr. Prospect, just so you know, we have been around for the past 7 years. And what we focus on is helping students acquire 3 to 4 properties, investment properties every single year. And I'll explain now how we are going to do that, right? I am sure you guys are starting to understand the gist a little bit. And I will give you one last example. In a lead gen offer, my high-level promise would go something like this. Hey, Mr. Prospect, just so you know, here at Lead Gen Kingdom, we have been around for the past X amount of years. And what we do for every single client that we work with is provide a variety of client acquisition systems. That way, you could scale beyond 6 figures per month. And I'll explain now how we are going to do that, right? So number one is your high-level promise, and then you start going into each pillar. Now, I remember Oren Klaff said this. If you guys don't know who Oren Klaff is, he's a sales OG. I would recommend, if you want to get a sales book, get Pitch Anything, and then get Flip the Script. But I will say, make sure you read Pitch Anything first, because that is the first series of the book, and then read Flip the Script afterwards. Now, a few things that Oren Klaff talks about is, one, you want to pitch to the croc brain of the prospect, meaning the emotional side of the prospect, which is why we are starting off our pitch with a high-level promise, so we could tap into that emotion. Number two, there is a lot of science behind this, but humans attain and understand information better in groups of 3. And so whenever you pitch your product or service, you shouldn't have 2 pillars, 4 pillars, 5 pillars. Have 3 every single time. Now, as you pitch each pillar, what you are going to follow is the PFS framework. Problem, feature, solution, which means after I break down my high-level promise and I say, hey, what we do here at Super Agency is help people start their agency from scratch and scale beyond 10,000 per month. I'm about to break down how we do that right now. I am going to start off with pillar number 1. And the first thing I will address at the top of pillar number 1 is the problem that the prospect is facing. So I will say something like, hey, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me one of the biggest problems you are facing is understanding how to actually get clients with your business? And they will agree and say, yeah, I remember how I said that. From there, I will go ahead and list off a feature of our product. Okay? So what we are going to do is meet with you on a weekly basis and hold your hand throughout the client acquisition process and check in with you. That way, you could develop a bulletproof system for getting consistent clients. And that is an example, but you get the gist. For feature, I am going to list off the actual feature of the product, and then I will move on to the solution and say something like, what that is going to do for you, Mr. Prospect, is give you a reliable way to get clients over the next year. And I will follow up with alignment. Does that make sense? And do you feel like that could help you? And once I get those 2 yeses, I will move on to pillar number 2. Awesome. Now, to cover the second thing, Mr. Prospect, do you remember how you told me that you don't understand how to fulfill the service for the clients that buy from you? And they will say, yeah, I do remember that. Then I will list off the feature. Again, what we are going to do is sit down with you and help you outsource fulfillment for yourself. That way, you could focus on closing clients and collecting the money, then passing it on to your fulfillment team, and they could deliver those results for you. Feature, then I move on to solution. And what that is going to do for you, Mr. Prospect, is put you in the position to where you don't need to stress on client fulfillment. You will have an outsourced team from a different country that will do the client fulfillment for you at a quarter of the price. And then I will go into alignment. Does that make sense? Do you feel like that will help you? Once I get that yes, I will move on to pillar number 3 and do the same thing. So if you redevelop and revamp your pitch like this, you will make more money in sales. Number 1 is to split your pitch up into 3 pillars. Always start with your high-level promise, and then each pillar needs to be broken up in the problem, feature, solution framework. Remember, sales is consulting, not therapy. And so if you have just some feature-based pitch of you listing off feature A, feature B, feature C, feature D, you are not truly consulting the person that you are speaking with. It is not that you need to recustomize a pitch for every single person that you talk to. You just need to ask good questions during discovery so we could figure out these 3 highlighted pieces here. What are the 3 problems that the prospect is facing? That way, with each pillar, I could add the problem on top of it and make it feel like it is customized to the prospect, even though I say the same thing on every single call. Does that make sense? Does that feel like it will help you? Now, after pitching my 3 pillars, I am going to wrap up the pitch by saying something like, awesome, that covers everything. What questions do you have on that? Once you finish your 3rd pillar of the pitch, you are now moving into closing. And the first thing I am going to do after breaking down that pillar is answer any questions the prospect has and exhaust all of those questions. Meaning, I am going to answer every question they have. I am going to ask them if that answered the question, and then I am going to say, what other questions do you have? Until the prospect gets to the point of saying, Rafa, you covered everything, man. I have 0 questions left. Why is this important? It is really simple. We do not want questions to come up after we drop price and we are trying to take payment and close the deal. It takes the prospect away from the straight line of the sale. Imagine if we finish pitching here and we go straight into price drop and say, beautiful. So now that you understand everything, it will be $10,000. Chances are the prospect is going to be like, okay, wait, that is expensive, but let me ask questions on this. How does that work? How does this work? And it starts pulling the prospect away from the straight line of getting the close. And so as soon as I finish pitching, I am going to exhaust all questions simply by saying, cool, that covers everything. Do you have any questions on anything we just touched on? Now, another key piece with this is to keep your answers to their questions short, sweet, and straight to the point. 1 sentence, 10 words. That is it. Meaning, for example, if I get to this point and I say, cool, that covers everything, what questions do you have? And maybe the prospect will say like, hey, Rafa, how long will it take for me to become $1 million per year gym? What you don't want to say is some long-winded answer that is just going to create more questions for the prospect. Meaning, let's imagine I say, well, for most people, it takes about a year. We did have one person where it took 3 months, but I do think based off where you are at currently, it should take about 6 months. Most likely the prospect is going to follow up with, wait, so what is the difference between the 1-year guy and the 3-month guy? And how come it is only going to take me 6 months? The next thing you know, you are walking backwards, asking more and more questions. And once again, it is taking the prospect away from the straight line of the sale. And so as soon as I pitch number 3, I am going to exhaust all questions and keep everything short, sweet, and straight to the point. So if a prospect asks me, hey, Rafa, how long will it take me to become $1 million per year gym? I am simply going to answer, listen, for most people, including yourself, it takes about 6 months. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Did that answer that question? Beautiful. What other questions do we have? So remember, if you are answering questions for a prospect, less is more. Stop giving such long-winded answers that just creates more questions and more concerns and talks yourself out of the sale. Instead, give short, sweet, straight to the point answers. Now, once you get your prospect to the point of saying like, hey man, do you have any other questions? And they say, no, Rafa, I have 0 questions left. You can move on to the next piece of closing, which is alignment. Now, the purpose of alignment is for 2 reasons. Number 1, it is to really slow the conversation down and have good pacing up to the point of taking payment. And the reason why this is important, I can't tell you how many closers I have seen do such a great job on a sales call and then lose the call and lose the deal in the last 10 minutes because they get overhyped, overexcited, overstimulated, and get a little bit weird when it comes to asking for money. All of a sudden, the prospect's red flags come up and they hang up and, never buy the product in the first place. And so you want to have good pacing. And that is the reason why we are not going to drop price right away. Instead, as soon as we finish pitching, we are going to act like we don't care and just be like, hey man, listen, that covers everything. What questions do you have on everything that we just touched on? Once all questions are covered, I usually say something like this for alignment. Beautiful. So just to be sure, this is most important, Mr. Prospect. Do you feel like everything that we touched on could get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? Remind the prospect why they are on the call in the first place, especially if you are selling something that is $10, $15, $20, $40,000. It is so easy for the prospect to forget their goal and the problem that we are trying to solve once we say that big of a ticket price. And so directly before we price drop, we want to get alignment and remind the prospect why they are on the call. And a keynote that I will say with this is alignment cannot be weak. Just like your transition before you pitch, you need to be direct and use the right wordage when you get alignment. Alignment is not asking the prospect, hey, so just to be sure, this is most important. Do you feel like this will help you? Alignment is not asking, do you feel like this will make sense? Alignment is being direct. Hey, Mr. Prospect, this is most important. You told me you want to reach X goal and solve X problem. Do you feel like what I touched on today could get you there? Yes or no? And so be direct when you get alignment. Now, once you get that green light from the prospect and they say, yeah, Rafa, I actually do feel like this will get me to the goal and the vision that I kind of have for my business, you could go into price drop. Now, a lot of you may have seen content already on price drop, whether it is from me or from other people. And Hormozy is really big on just say the price and shut up. I do not believe in that. I feel like it gets awkward. Let's remove the awkwardness. What I do when I price drop is value stack the price first and then drop the price and shut up. Meaning I am going to do a quick summary and restack the offer first and then say the $10,000 ticket price and stay quiet. So that looks a little something like this. Once I do alignment and they say, yes, I do feel like this will get me to XYZ goal, I'm going to say, beautiful. So for everything covered the entire year, getting you to that $10,000 per month goal, us meeting with you one-on-one every single week, the 5 calls that you will be able to come to, and us helping you set up that client acquisition system, it will be $10,000. Now, at this point, this is where I drop the price and I shut up. And 2 things will happen in this scenario. Either the prospect will be like, okay, and then we are going to assume the close. Or the prospect will give you an objection. And in that case, we are going to objection handle, then assume the close, right? So an example of that is me value stacking the product and say, cool, for everything included to get you to XYZ goal A, B, and C, it will be $10,000. And maybe the prospect says something like, it is kind of expensive. Okay, I am just going to assume the close and say beautiful. So next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in. Let's get you scheduled for your call tomorrow. I'll give you a breakdown of what you need to focus on for the next 24 hours, and then we will be good to go. Is that cool? And as long as they give me the thumbs up, I am going to take it straight into the close and taking payment. Now, sometimes if you assume the close, this is where the prospect may give you an objection. Once you tell them, awesome, next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in and marching forward. They may say, well, actually, this is something I need to think about. And in that case, you will objection handle, right? But I would say this is the second most important piece of your sales call. Making sure you have the right structure and the right pacing when you are closing somebody is so huge. Because listen, sometimes it is nerve-wracking to spend $5,000 or $10,000. If you get an ounce of commission breath in the last 10 minutes of this call, you will lose a deal. And so you need to follow this line by line. Number 1 is questions. And you want to exhaust all questions and keep your answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. Number 2 is you want to get alignment to slow the conversation down and remind the prospect why they are about to spend $40,000 or $10,000 or whatever it is. And then number 3 is we want to value stack the price drop. It makes it a lot more digestible to accept such a high ticket price. After we value stack the ticket drop, we stay silent. Once the prospect says, all right, well, $10,000, okay, we assume the close. Cool. Next steps are simple. Let's get you logged in and marching forward. Now leave a comment below if that made sense to you, if you have any questions on that, or if you would like me to dive deeper into this, which I could do on a separate video, and I will jump into objection handling next. All right, let's dive into it and break down objection handling. If you have seen any other sales trainers or salespeople on YouTube, I think 99% of people overcomplicate objection handling. They try to trick you into believing that you need to understand these question stacks and analogies and special stories that you are going to tell, or this neuro-linguistic programming that is going to mindfuck your prospect into buying. And it is just not true. To be quite frank with you, it is probably because they want you to buy whatever it is that you have from them and make you believe that they understand some special way to tap into people's psyche that you don't. When realistically, all objection handling is asking good questions in discovery to build rapport, to build yourself as an authority, and to find out where the prospect wants to go and what is stopping them from getting there. That way, when you get to the end of the call and they give you an objection, you could tell the prospect, hey, listen, I hear you, but you're wrong, and here is why. Basically saying like, hey man, based off what you told me, here is my bullet. You were wrong because your words told me differently earlier, and here is why. So again, instead of memorizing these, objection handling frameworks and question stacks or analogies, just build your skill set by mastering discovery and asking tactical questions that build rapport. That way, when an objection comes up, you could say, I hear you, but you are wrong, and here is why. Now, my two-step method for the Revolver method for objection handling is simple. Number one is we are going to ask 5 pre-handled questions, technically 6. And number 2, at the end of the sales call, if an objection comes up in the first place, ideally it shouldn't because we pre-handled them, you will ask 3 more questions before firing your bullet. So to dive deeper, your pre-handled questions load bullets. At the end of the call, once you receive the objection, you fire the bullet. And when it comes to loading your bullets, there are a couple important keys. Number 1 is to ask these 5 or technically 6 closing questions during discovery. And number 2 is these questions are not effective with a bad discovery. You need to find out where the prospect wants to go and what is stopping them from getting there, or else this will not work. And so that is why, if you remember me saying earlier in the call, having a good discovery is the most important piece of your sales call. Now, the pre-handled questions that I ask are super simple, and you probably remember me talking about this earlier on. But number 1 is timing. Number 2 is commitment. Number 3 is solution. Number 4 is partner. Number 5 is time available. And number 6 is finances if needed. Most offers that I have ever sold pre-qualify leads with finances before they speak with me on the sales call. So I never have to dive into this that much, but when I pre-handle these objections, it goes a little bit something like this. I always do it at the end of discovery. So first, I'm going to ask very good tactical questions that build rapport and build me as an authority to find out where the prospect wants to go and what is stopping them from getting there. And then at the end of discovery, I am going to wrap it up by asking these closing questions. And number 1 is timing. So I will literally ask the prospect, hey, Mr. Prospect, so how soon are you looking to solve this problem? And this is to prevent them saying at the end of the call, hey man, $10,000 is a lot. Let me come back to this a month or 2 from now. Now, as long as you do a good job in discovery and figure out how this problem is affecting their business or current life, they will always say, listen, I want to solve it as soon as possible. And then we will move on to number 2, which is commitment. Now, with commitment, we just want to prevent the, listen, this sounds cool, but I think I am going to focus on this instead. Or maybe you are selling something B2C and they say, listen, this business model sounds cool, but I am actually looking at e-commerce right now and I think I am just going to, check that out and commit to that instead. So instead of waiting until we receive that at the end of the call and then we are fighting an uphill battle after we drop price and we are basically fighting and scrambling to get the close. Let's get commitment during discovery simply by asking after timing. Okay, beautiful. So I am glad you want to fix this as soon as possible. Now let me know. We could definitely help you. But is this something that you are ready to commit to for yourself? And usually the way I will say it is like, hey, working with our team is a lot like hiring a personal trainer for the gym. We could write out your meal plan and tell you exactly what to do at the gym, but we still need you to commit to it yourself. Is this something that you are ready to commit to? Obviously, I am looking for a yes. If they say no, it is a red flag and they are not going to buy in the first place. Now from there, I am moving on to the solution. Once they tell me, yes, Rafa, hell yes, I am committed, I will say, awesome. And reason why I am asking that is because we could definitely help you reach that goal and solve that problem as long as we can. Would you be ready to move forward today? I'm not going to say tomorrow. I'm not going to say, are you ready to take a step forward at some point? I am going to say, hey, as long as we could get you there, would you be ready to move forward and buy today? Now, once I get that whoop, yeah, man, if you could get me to $10,000 a month and help me get out of my job, I would be ready to buy today. I will move on to question number 4, which is partner. You don't always need to ask this question. It just depends what you're selling, but sometimes you do want to pre-handle the partner objection. For example, if you are selling a fitness offer to moms, there is a safe bet that, sometimes the husband is involved in helping her pay for this thing. Our biggest example is B2B. 90% of the time, if you are selling a B2B offer, you need the business partner on the phone. And so at this point, this is where I will ask the partner objection. And then once they say, yes, I would be ready to move forward today, I am going to follow up with, beautiful. By the way, does anyone else need to be involved here to make a decision, like a business partner, husband, wife, and so forth? That way, I don't receive that objection at the end of the sales call. We are basically trying to plant seeds and pre-handle these things from coming up in the first place. And finally, we have number 5, which is time. Meaning, once they say, no, I can make this decision on my own, I'm going to say, by the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards a solution? And remember what I told you earlier, don't give them the time. Ask them the time. The last thing I'm going to say is, by the way, we need 10 hours a week from you. Is that doable? Because all you are doing is setting yourself up for a no. Instead, I will ask it open-ended. And by the way, how much time do you have to dedicate towards XYZ thing? And once they tell me 10 hours per week, I am going to say, beautiful. We are only looking for 1 hour per day. So it sounds like that is doable for you, correct? You guys, I have created this because I have received hundreds of objections that all revolve around these 6 things. Now, you may be saying like, hey, Rafa, what about finances? And that depends on your offer. If you're on a good offer, they are going to qualify finances for you. So you don't need to stress about that. But hey, maybe you are on an offer where, you do need to qualify for finances. Or maybe you are on an offer where your past 5 sales calls have all been unqualified people that can't afford what it is that you are buying. That is a perfect sign that you need to include the finance pre-handle as you are loading your bullets in discovery. Now, an honorable mention that I always like to include is the yes, no, or maybe frame. So if you remember, we have discovery, we have transition, and then we have pitching. The yes, no, or maybe frame, I keep it in between transition and pitching. I am honestly surprised. I have shared this with tons of people and how much this has helped other people with their sales calls with getting more yeses. I know it worked for me, but whenever I share it with other people and it works for them, I am like, that is interesting. So the yes, no, or maybe frame, the reason why you use it is because, hey, if you don't want to hear maybe, or I need to think about it, how about we just ask the prospect and let them know? I don't want to hear that at the end of the sales call. And so the way that I do that is directly after transition. Once I say, we could definitely help you with XYZ goal and solve X problem. Could I share how we are going to do that? And they tell me yes. That is when I use the yes, no, or maybe frame. I will say, awesome, Mr. Prospect. Well, listen, by the way, I know at the end of the call, there are a few things that you could say. Either Rafa, hell yes, let's do this. Or no, which I want you to know I am 100% okay with a no. The one I do want to avoid are those in-between answers. Let me talk with my dog about it. Let me think about it. So is it okay to keep it between a yes or a no? As long as you frame the question correctly, you will never have somebody that says, no, man, I can't give you a yes or no by the end of the call. Now, this isn't foolproof because, listen, you guys, sometimes you will tell them it is $20,000 and they will be like, God, I didn't know it was that expensive. And the next thing you know, they want to think about it still, but the whole point of this is to do our best to prevent every single objection from coming up in the first place. And I can't tell you how many times I have been on sales calls where I get to the end, I drop price, I say, let's move forward. And they say, listen, Rafa, I am usually the type that wants to think about things, but I know you told me that you want a yes or a no at the end of the call. So let's dive into it. Let's do it. All right, now we are moving on to step 2, which is, what do we do if we pre-handle every objection and we do it perfectly, yet an objection still comes up at the end of the call? So I broke this up into 2 steps for you. Step number 1 is, once an objection occurs, ask these 3 questions. And once you get the answers to those questions, go ahead and fire your bullet. Now, you may be saying like, Rafa, what is the bullet, right? The bullet is using their own language against them because you asked that question already to prevent the objection in the first place. So if somebody says, I really need to speak with my wife, you could say, listen, man, I asked you 20 minutes ago, you told me you didn't need to speak with the wife, so let me know what changed. Or if someone tells you, hey man, I love everything that you broke down, but I am not going to have enough time for this. You could say, hey, I hear you, but I asked you if you had 1 hour per day, like 10 minutes ago, and you said that was totally fine. You actually told me you had 10 hours per week. So 2 hours per day, Monday through Friday, that you could dedicate towards this. So what changed, right? So the 3 questions that you ask, it goes a little something like this. The reason why you ask question number 1 is because the first objection that somebody gives you is always a smokescreen, meaning it is not the real objection. And so you need to pierce that and uncover what the real objection is behind it. Meaning, I need to think about it is not the real objection. The objection is behind that. There is something that they need to think about or that they are afraid of that we need to find out. And so whenever you receive an objection, step number 1 is to get past the smoke screen. And you will do that by simply asking, okay, well, listen, man, that is fine. Thinking about it aside, do you feel like this could actually get you to XYZ goal and solve X problem? So again, we are going to remind the prospect why they are here on the call in the first place. Once they say yes, because we already got alignment earlier on when we were closing, we are going to follow up with why. Okay, so just so I know, why do you feel like this will help you so much? Just so I have a good understanding. Let's get the prospect to resell themselves on the path and the product that they are about to purchase. Yeah, so listen, Rafa, I really like everything you guys have to deliver. I saw the testimonials, I saw everything that you include, and I do feel like it will help me at the end of the day. And then I will move on to number 3, which is rebringing up the objection that they told me. I will say, okay, so listen, I am glad that you feel like it will help you. That is most important. So when you say you need to think about it, what is coming up for you just to see if I could help? This is when they will give you the real objection. Maybe they will say, listen, it is just really expensive. Or they will say, listen, I am just afraid to move forward. Or maybe I feel like I just don't have enough time to implement this stuff in the first place. So now we have the real objection and we could work with that. So again, whenever you receive an objection, we want to hit these 3 questions. Number 1 is to remind the prospect why they are on the call in the first place. Number 2 is we are going to ask them, why are they so convicted that this will help them reach XYZ goal and solve X problem? And then number 3 is we are going to rebring up the objection and ask them what is coming up. What do you mean by that? Just to see if I could help. And then from there, we are going to handle the real objection that they gave. Now, when it comes to firing your bullet and labeling the real problem and closing, but I do want to talk about these couple key things. Number 1 is to humanize your interaction. Don't be an asshole. Don't have commission breath. Don't, put the sales hat on. Number 2 is after you shoot your bullet, you sit in silence. First one to speak loses, right? So once they say like, hey man, listen, I don't think I could afford this. And you follow up with, well, listen, bro, you told me you had $30,000 saved and this is just a fraction of that. So, let me know where am I going wrong. You stay silent and the first one to speak loses. Number 3 is to relabel the problem and go for the close. So once they say, yeah, you are right, like I have the money, let's relabel their problem. Okay, so it seems like you have the money, let me know. Is it more so a case of like maybe you just kind of being afraid of spending $5,000, $10,000 on something? Yeah, exactly. That is what it is. And then we go for the close. Now that we have covered the full structure of a sales call and every single piece within the call, what to say and what to follow within your sales calls, let's dive into how to find a sales role. Now, before I do that, I do want to break down the different types of sales opportunities that you have, meaning the positions you could go into. That way, you fully understand what is the best fit for you. Now, realistically, in any high-ticket sales role, you really have 3 options for yourself. You could go in as an SDR, as a closer, or as a sales manager. Now, obviously, for you to become a sales manager, it is going to take a couple years of experience and quite frankly, some management experience to go and land a sales management role with 0 experience. Now, maybe you are watching this and you're like, hey, Rafa, I have a sales management role and I didn't have much experience. I could guarantee it is not a good sales management role, okay? Because if you are managing a good sales team, you are making upwards of $40,000 per month between your base salary plus revenue share of what the closers are earning on the sales floor. So yes, you heard me right. The typical pay structure for a sales manager usually is something like a $10,000 or $15,000 base salary, sometimes a little bit more, but usually around $10,000 or $15,000. And the rest of your income comes from revenue share on cash collected. Meaning, kind of the typical structure you will see is 5% revenue share of cash collected. So as a sales manager, if you have 4 closers closers and each of them collected $100,000 that month, that means the entire sales team collected $400,000 and you're getting 5% of that, which would be $20,000 in additional income on top of your base salary. Now, once you are on a really good offer, typically the sales team is collecting well over $1 million every single month. So you could see pretty quickly like what the line of progression looks like for you in sales. And hey, if you're managing a pretty big sales team of 6, 7, 8 people and the company is making over $1 million per month, you could very well get your income to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 per month just by managing your sales team. Now let's break down the difference of an SDR and a closer. That way you understand, one, the difference, but number two, the direction you should go. So the way I do look at sales is the purpose of selling isn't to be a sales guy for the rest of your life. It is to make as much money as humanly possible in a short period of time and build skill set. That way you could take the money and reinvest back into yourself to get out of sales. Now, most companies that you go to for remote sales don't have a BDR sales position. It is either SDR or closer. By the way, BDR stands for Business Development Representative, just so you know. Be willing to eat shit for just a couple of months. That way, you could build the skill set of sales before you get moved up to a closer. And listen, when I say eat shit, it is not too bad. You can be earning, anywhere from $5,000 to like $8,000 a month as an SDR in a sales team, which is pretty baseline for most sales roles. So you have those two options. Now, maybe you are asking like, Rafa, which direction should I go? I understand the two pathways, but what would you pick at the end of the day? I know damn well for myself, I never thought I would be a sales guy. And so if I didn't have a good experience with sales, who knows? I probably wouldn't be here talking about sales in the first place. I probably would have quit within a couple of weeks in. And so I would recommend for you, if you are brand new into sales, hey, give yourself a good experience, build a good resume, get good training. And at the end of the day, being an SDR builds the foundational skills that you need to close. But the funny thing with that is that most times what seems like the long route is actually the shortest path for you to reach your goals. So you may be thinking, hey, if I just skip setting entirely, I would actually speed run my way to making $20,000 per month as a closer. But I truly don't believe that. I think if anything, you are going to extend your pathway because you are going to be working for really bad companies compared to taking what seems like the long way. Go land a really good role at a good company as an SDR. If you put the work in, you will probably beat me and become a closer within 3 or 4 months. And by the time you get promoted, you will be at a good company that has earning potential. And you will also have the foundational skill set to crush it and close right away. I will tell you right now, the skills that I learned as a setter and a closer in my first offers is what allowed me to go to way better teams and become the top earning closer literally within 30 days. I mean, it was honestly pretty crazy. The skill set that I learned, especially as a setter, taught me grit and determination. It taught me the ins and outs of doing the dirty work and doing the extra stuff that it takes to become a top performing closer. If you are closing right now and you have earned $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 per month, I could guarantee that you will agree with me that a lot more goes into it besides shutting up and taking sales calls. It is the following up with no shows or reschedules and getting them back on your calendar and getting those deals closed that put you at those bigger numbers. And so if you are new to sales, always start as an SDR and progress your way into closing. If you have over a year of sales experience already, then you could go straight into closing. Now, the only thing I will tell you if you are going straight into closing is that you need to be prepared to do a mock call on your interview. Every single company that will be worth your time to start closing at where you could earn 10, 15, 20,000 right away. They usually have a 2-step interview process, meaning step 1 is just an introduction where the sales manager will ask you questions and get to know you and see if they like you. And then what they will say at the end of that 30-minute meeting is, beautiful, Rafa, let's book another meeting for Friday. Here is our sales script. Let's do a mock call on intro, discovery, and pitching. And so if you have never conducted a full sales call before, you do not want that to be your first time because you are going to look like an idiot and not land the job. And so for anybody who is going straight into closing and everybody that comes in with door-to-door experience or car sales experience, what I focus on is, okay, bro, you could go straight into closing, but we need to get at least 15 mock calls done before you start applying to jobs. Because if not, and the first time you ever do a mock call is when they give you that sales script, you are going to do a horrible job. and you won't get hired. Okay, so the next thing I want to touch on is how to break into sales and be able to commit to this full time. Because let's be real, when I first got into sales, as I adjust this, I had bills to pay, I had rent. And I wasn't a 19, 17-year-old kid with no responsibilities that could just quit everything and dive into sales and hope everything works out. And so what I did for you was created a framework that breaks down the exact pathway to take if you are looking at breaking a remote high-ticket sales full-time. So it starts at the top here with breaking into sales. And there are two types of people that are trying to break into sales and be able to do it full-time and make a full-time income with this. Number one is a person who is able to take risks. Meaning somebody who has at least 6 months of income saved up for any bills or emergencies that come up. I'll be real with you. I know for me, when I got into sales, I had a couple thousand saved. And so that did not apply to me. Now, the second type of person is somebody who needs to keep their 9 to 5, which is me, right? So we will touch on this because this is really simple to go over. If you are able to take the risk, if you have 6 months of income saved, and this is something that you are committed to, just take the risk and work for a well-established company. Meaning, hey, if you have that 6 months at least of income, if not more, go ahead and quit your job and commit full-time to sales. But make sure you go to a well-established company that is already making $200,000 per month cash collected for their sales team, and ideally a lot more. Now, if not, then you are someone who was like me. When I first got into sales, I needed to keep my 9 to 5. There was no way in hell that I was just going to hope things worked out with sales and put myself and my family at risk. And so I had to keep my 9 to 5. So I had two options. Number one is I could put my life on pause and continue working the job and save 4 to 6 months of living expenses and then quit my job and go all in. Or was option 2. Quite frankly, I would never do option 1. Okay, if you have this goal with remote sales, why are we going to put it off another 6 months? Like, just commit to it and figure it out now. And so option 2 was to go part-time with sales and then save my full-time job and work that on the side. Now, you may be asking, hey, Rafa, like, do sales roles ever allow you to go part-time? And they do. You just need to find the right one. And you also need to be good at speaking with your sales manager. Listen, 99% of the time, your sales manager that you are speaking with is a grown-ass adult. They have a family and they have kids. If the sales manager likes you and they already want to hire you because they already gave you the job offer, that is the key. Receive the job offer first and you let them know like a grown adult. Hey man, I have a lot of responsibilities. I am 1,000% committed. I just need 30 days. Let me grind this out. I will work 24 hours a day if I need to, but I want to make that first check first before I quit my job just so I don't put my family in a bad spot. You will never get a no. And that is exactly what I did. And that is exactly how I direct people in my group. From there, we have 2 tips. Once again, you want to work for a well-established company that is already making $200,000 per month. That way, you could transition out of your full-time job quickly. And so that, you will make money on the roll. And number 2 is to always do and say what is needed to land the interview. Listen, a lot of these sales roles and good companies are going to tell you that you need sales experience. That doesn't mean that if you don't have experience, you don't apply. You still should. But what you want to do is frame your past work experience and relate it to the sales role that you are applying to. Because as long as you could have a good conversation on an interview and sell yourself as to why you deserve the job, it doesn't matter about your sales experience. You want the sales manager to buy into you as a human being. And if they do, they will hire you. Now, this also goes for Loom videos. If anyone here, if you have ever applied to a sales role before, most companies don't ask for resumes anymore. They ask you to film a 60-second Loom video breaking down who you are, where you are from, your past experience, and why we should hire you in the first place. And so essentially what you will see once you apply to a company on their website maybe will be a prompt. It says, answer this question in a 30 to 60-second Loom video and paste the link here. And so just like on your resume, you also want to do and say what is needed in a Loom video to land that interview. That does not mean we lie and say that we have 10 years of sales experience when we are brand new into the space. It means that we are personable and frame our past life experience or work experience in a way that gets the sales manager to buy into us as a human being. Now, once again, the way that I am breaking this down is for the people that need to keep their 9 to 5 when breaking into sales. The best path to take take is to keep your full-time job, plus take a part-time remote sales role, do it for a month, get your prove it check, and then quit the job and go all in. Now, the 2 tips with that is that you want to work for a well-established company, and you also want to do and say what is needed to land the interview. Now, once you are in the interview, you need to logically explain why you need to keep your full-time job. And as long as you explain it in a good way, they will respect it. And number 2 is you need to sell yourself by saying things like, hey, I will outwork everyone. I have bought sales programs or communities, and by the way, I am willing to go full-time with this role. Just within the next 30 to 60 days, let me get that first full-time check and I will go all in. Remember, people will buy into you as a human being, and that is what you want. Now, finally, after your first prove it month, go all in. Now, remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. Believe it or not, there are better ways to find high-ticket sales jobs other than spamming copy and paste DMs on Instagram. I know there are far more effective ways to finding these jobs. After hearing the methods I share in this video, you will be asking yourself, why didn't I think of these methods before? And this won't just cover how to find the business owners, but also how to properly reach out to them. And if you just implement one of these strategies, I guarantee you will find a sales role within the next 2 weeks. Now, before we start applying to these roles, we must first create a list of different businesses that we should apply to. And honestly, there are a ton of places where you could find these business owners to sell for. But I am just going to share my favorite 2 right now just to simplify everything. Now, strategy number 1, Facebook ad library. The top dogs in the industry are spending a ton of money daily on ads. Let's say, for example, I want to work for a fitness offer. I would search up facebook.com/ads/library and add in the filter section fitness coaching. Within 30 seconds, I will have a list of 20 companies that are spending money on ads to scale their business. Now, add those companies to your list. You guys, very few people are actually tapping into this method. It is really as simple as going to the ad library and searching the niche that you are interested in selling in. And yes, you could search fitness mentorship, fitness coaching, Airbnb coaching, real estate mentorship. If there is a niche, there is somebody with a business selling something for it. Now, take those companies and once again, add them to your list. And in most cases, these companies in Facebook ad library are making so much money and spending so much money that if you go on their website, there is a page to go and apply as a sales rep. So make sure you dig a little bit. Now, before we continue, you do need to keep track of all the businesses you find plus the businesses you apply to. Reason being, if you are just throwing darts at the wall and hoping something will stick, you will lose opportunities. There are a lot of sales roles that are literally life-changing opportunities. So to make it easier for you, I am going to add a downloadable file somewhere in the description. It will be free. There is no paywall. Just so that you could track all these businesses that you find that you plan on applying to make it easier for you. Now, strategy number 2, find the top performing groups on School. School is Sam Oven's company. You may have heard of it. Ideally, what you could do is use the Discover Community section in School to find paid groups that offer a high-ticket product or service. And here's a side note, you guys. Make sure you pay attention whether the group says paid or free. You don't want to go contact and waste your time contacting the free groups. Let's look for the paid ones only. And the groups that say a low ticket price, like maybe $20 a month, it is really a 50-50 shot if they have a high ticket offer. It is still worth reaching out to them, but just keep that in mind. What you can do is cross-reference those low-ticket groups with Instagram just to see if they have some type of offer or funnel, or they are selling something that is more expensive. Remember, high ticket means the product is at least $2,000. For me, one of the best ways that I find out if a low-ticket group on School actually has a high-ticket offer is by looking at their Instagram. Seeing if they have a link that leads to a landing page, and if there is an area on that landing page where they could book a call, meaning a prospect who is interested in what they are selling. That always means that there is a sales rep on the other side of that call that is taking payment, closing the deal, and making a lot of money from the offer. Let's talk about outreach. So I always recommend when you apply to a company, let's say you applied through their website, search that company up on LinkedIn. And once you do that, you will get a list on LinkedIn of different people who are working for that company. On top of that, it will also tell you the different roles that they have in the company. Let's find the sales manager, let's find closers, setters on the team, and shoot them a DM on Instagram. And here is the exact script that you could use when you send them a DM. Hey, sales manager name. I just applied to X company and I am super excited to hear back from you and see what next steps look like. That is it. But you do want to cover all of your angles. So once again, any company that you apply to, let's say through their website, search that company up on LinkedIn. Get the list of different people who are working for that company and send the people in charge of sales a quick DM. Now let's talk about a separate form of outreach. How do we contact companies that we want to work for, but they don't have an application page on their website? AKA, how the hell do I do cold outreach? Now let me tell you guys a story. So you guys are obviously watching this video, and recently I have probably received 30 to 40 DMs of different people who are asking to video edit for me, write me scripts, help me with YouTube, help me with content, and so forth. And they all say the same thing. Hey Rafa, my name is such and such and I could help you with XYZ. Send me a DM and we could hop on a call. Basically, they are saying, hey, I have something to sell you, which is cool and I respect that, but it doesn't create any urgency for me to respond. Now, out of those 20 or 30 DMs I received, there was one guy who sent me something different. What he told me was, hey Rafa, I created this document for you of 15 different YouTube titles that you could use for your next video. If you like them, go ahead and use them and let me know what you think. I remember I thought to myself, hell yeah, that is cool and that is actually helpful. And I intuitively responded right away. I didn't even think about it. I ended up jumping with this guy on a call and having an hour-long conversation about YouTube. And after that, I was thinking backwards to how the hell could a sales rep contact a business via cold DM outreach to land a job? When you think about it, everybody is probably saying the same stuff, you guys. Hey, my name is Rafa. I am a setter. I could help you sell things for your company. Let me know if you guys are hiring. And that is just not going to work. So luckily for you, I created 2 different methods that you could use for doing cold DM outreach to land a sales role. Now, method number 1 is the work for free method. What you're going to do is send a DM to whatever company or influencer you want to work for and say this. Hey Rafa, I love what you do, and I have heard great things about your company and wanted to let you know that I would love to come into your company and work for free by setting all of your old leads that you have in your pipeline. Now, hear me out, you guys. No company will have you work for free. But even myself, who has been a sales manager before, would see that DM and say, I like that. This guy seems hungry, he seems motivated, and it seems like he is serious about what he wants to do. Let's bring him on for an interview. Smart, right? Now, method number 2 is even more untapped. It just takes a little bit more time. Now, hear me out, you guys, because at the end of the day, if you land a 10 out of 10 sales role, this is something that will change your life. So what you're going to do is find an online coach or an online business, an online mentorship that has something in their bio like DM me help to get started. What you're going to do is send a DM to the person saying that keyword. From there, they will start a conversation with you in the DMs to try and book you onto a call. That way, they could sell you into their business. Now, usually what they will do is send you a booking link, take that booking link and save it in your notes. Now, what I want you to do is go through the influencer or online business's Instagram following and followers and start doing some cold outreach. Think back to the conversation that they had with you when you DM'd them help and replicate that to try and set people for a call. Once you get 2 or 3 people to book a call for that influencer, send them another DM and let them know, hey, I just booked 3 calls for you. Here are their names. Let me know how the calls go. If you do that, they will bring you on the team. Why the hell wouldn't they? You just made them money. Now, once again, yes, it may take a couple extra minutes, maybe a day or 2 to get those 2 or 3 sets, but it will be worth it in the end. Listen, man, it is not all about, finding a sales role, but the way I put it is 50% of you making the income that you want with sales is based off the vehicle and the opportunity that you are in. So I want to make sure for anybody that is learning or training or trying to become the best sales rep possible with me, they have everything that they need to land a sales role, whether it is today or whether it is a year from now. Now remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. Now that you have your list of businesses to apply to, it is time to talk about how the hell do I apply? Outreach, building your resume, and applying on their website. So for your resume, it really takes less than 30 minutes to create one, and I just use some type of free resume builder online. I mean, all you got to do is Google free resume builder and something will pop up for you. It does improve your chances with getting hired. And if you apply to a really big company like Gym Launch, they will ask for a resume. So what I am going to do for you is show you the exact resume that you can use to get hired to legit companies with zero sales experience. That way you could just copy me, but reiterate it to the best of your ability. You should take your prior work history and just compare it to how it relates to sales. So for example, I worked in a restaurant as a server and a bartender. And I could have added as one of my bullet points, I clean tables and wash dishes. But instead, I added things like, I learned essential salesman skills such as public speaking and customer care. Or I became versed in upselling techniques which increased my overall sales per customer. All right, so now that we figured out how to build your resume, as I mentioned in the video before, I should have, 90% of companies these days don't even care about your resume when it comes to high ticket sales. Most of them judge you based off your application that you fill out. And the big thing is a Loom video that you film for the application. Now, of course, if you have some good experience or any type of sales experience, even if it is door-to-door or retail sales and you have a LinkedIn created already, it is, not going to hurt you to add it. So I would still add it as long as you have it. Whenever you get asked on an interview or a Loom video or an application, why are you interested in the company? The best answer to put is you showing conviction in the product and the offer that they have to sell. Okay, that is always the best answer. Sales managers always want to hire salespeople who already have belief in the product or service that we are selling. Listen, I could teach sales skills. I can't teach conviction. And conviction is the most important piece as a salesperson in order to succeed as a closer, right? You may have heard me say this before, but hey, confident closers need no structure. And if you have confidence in yourself and confidence in the product that you are selling, you have already won 60 to 70% of the battle. On the flip side, if you have the most perfect sales call structure and experience in the world, but you don't believe shit in the product that you are selling, it is very hard to close at a high level and close deals consistently every single day. So the best answer to put for something like, why are you interested in working with our company, is showing conviction in the offer, right? So something like, hey, I have done a ton of research on what you guys do. I am super convicted in selling in the stock market and I have seen the testimonials. I am super aligned with what it is that you guys have to offer and I am very convicted in the product that you have to sell. Right now, obviously, I summarized that and you could use something like ChatGPT to clean it up and make it sound more professional. But the high-level overview is whenever you get asked on an interview or a Loom video or an application, why do you want to work for us and why are you interested in working with our company? It is always best to share that you have a strong belief in the product, the service, you align with the vision, and you want to take it to the next level with them. Now we are looking at number 2. Where are you currently working and why are you looking to leave? The best answer to put for this is to never talk shit on your ex, right? I always think sales is very much related to dating. And maybe you have been on a date before with a girl or a guy or whatever it is, and they start talking shit on their ex and how they cheated and they are a piece of shit. I'm sorry for cussing, but the first thing that comes to mind for me is like, is it really your ex or was it you, right? What I always say, if they say, hey, why do you want to leave the company? I usually say, actually, I don't, But hey, this came across my desk and I took a lot of look into you guys. I do want to go to a place where I could continue growing and I feel like what you guys do here aligns with me more than the current company that I am working with. Put it this way. Girls and guys, when you are dating, they always want to be with the person who has a lot of options. And so the last thing I'm going to do is frame myself as somebody who is desperate or things are going horribly wrong with my company. If anything, I am going to tell them, actually, I am kind of happy here. I am not really looking to leave, but I love what you guys have going on. So I really want to hear it out and see if this is a better opportunity for me. Trust me, the sales manager will want you even more considering the fact that you have other options and you are not sitting here desperate for a sales role. Now let's move on to the next point. What excites you most about this opportunity? I would add the same, put something regarding conviction and how much you believe in the offer and the industry and what they have to sell and how you want to take the company to the moon and things along those terms. Conviction is the best thing to put. Now, sales experience, how many years of high ticket closing experience do you have? if you have experience, obviously add it. If you don't, take your past work experience and frame it to how it relates to sales, So if I have restaurant work, door-to-door, and retail sales experience, I am going to put that I have X amount of years in sales experience from various industries like retail sales, in-person sales, and door-to-door, right? I am going to frame my experience well and not put that I am brand new into the space and don't know shit about closing, right? Because that will be an automatic red flag for some companies, especially a team like this where closers are earning, a really good amount of money. So a saying that I always tell people on Loom videos, on interviews, on applications, make your bad sound really good. Don't make your bad sound horrible. Nobody wants to hire a piece of work. And obviously, if you're brand new to sales with literally nothing, you have never done anything that relates to sales at all, and you can't relate any past experience at all, which isn't many people, surprisingly. Even the young guys that I have worked with in the past that are 17 or 18 have worked at a gym before where they are selling gym memberships, and we frame that really well to sales, and they land a role easily. But if you have literally nothing, that is even more of a reason why you should go into an SDR opportunity that is completely entry level, right? If you have zero sales experience and you try to apply to this role right now for an account executive for this really big company, they are probably going to deny you. Now, describe the typical sales cycle that you have worked in. And obviously, this is a very established role. So they just want you to really break down, the sales cycle I worked with were always one call closes, 45-minute close calls. This is how it worked. This was the ticket price and so forth. Now, your proudest achievement, sales achievement to date, that is self-explanatory. You could talk about the very first deal that you closed. I think the best thing to put for this are client results that you have seen from the sales that you have made. And this doesn't mean you need to make it up, right? But sales managers always love somebody who is bought in for a bigger reason other than selling and making good money and commission checks. And so for me, if I were to put this an answer here, I wouldn't frame my biggest cash collected month and so forth. I would probably say, my proudest sales achievement was seeing the client results from the people that I closed and seeing how they changed their life through the product that I was selling. Now, again, I am speed running this. I am going to go over how to make a perfect Loom video right after this. What makes you an exceptional closer? The best thing to put for a question like this is grit and determination. And it goes back to something similar, is conviction. I could teach sales skills, I can't teach hunger and drive. And so the best thing to put on a question like this, like why should we hire you or what makes you an exceptional closer, is basically you explaining why you have so much drive and how you will outwork everybody else on the sales team. And again, I am giving you summaries. Of course, you want to make your answers sound a bit more professional. Thank goodness we have stuff like AI and ChatGPT because that could really shortcut the process for you. But I would definitely put for what makes me an exceptional closer, the fact that I am willing to outwork everybody on the team. I will take more calls than everybody. I will work 7 days a week. On top of that, I am always constantly learning and hungry to learn more. Now, as far as availability, even if do and say what is needed to get brought onto the interview once again, right? So even if you can't work full-time, I would mark full-time for something like this and then just explain your case on the interview. Meaning if you have a full-time job or a child and different things going on, say that stuff on an interview when you are speaking face-to-face with the sales manager and he is actually able to meet you as a human being. Because remember, people always make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. You never know. A lot of sales managers may say they don't want to hire somebody unless they go full-time. But then when they meet you and they hear your story and they see how hungry you are and they feel, hey, I actually feel like this guy will learn really quick and absolutely crush it on our team, they will be willing to make any exception to get you to go onto their team. Because if they hire the right person as a sales manager, you look good, right? And so sales managers are inclined to bring the best people, the hardest workers, the fastest learners, even if that means they have a full-time job on the side or something else going on. Because, hey, if you do well, they do well, everyone does well, and they look good and make more money as sales managers. So again, for something like availability on this, even if you can't do full-time, I would mark it as full-time and explain your case in the interview. Now, this is a bit of a random question that not many sales teams ask, but would you prefer a smaller team with higher upside or a larger structured team? For high ticket sales, I would recommend a smaller team because that is usually what you're going into. And small just means less than 100 sales reps, right? Like, obviously, if you go to Boeing as a salesperson, there may be 1,000-person sales team. If you do something like high ticket sales, at most, you may be a part of a 30-person sales team, which is still considered really small when you look at the global scheme of sales. So I would definitely mark a smaller team. Are you open to commission-only roles? They asking this question because they are commission-only. So obviously mark yes. And again, you guys, whenever you are looking at application questions, the way I always think about it is, what would a sales manager want to hear? So when I am typing out my answers, I always think backwards. What would sound good for the sales manager who is reading through my answers? So a perfect example of this is like the availability question. Hey, of course, if they are asking this question, it is because they want to see you mark full-time. And that is what is going to sound good to a sales manager. Therefore, I'm going to do and say what is needed on this application to get brought into an interview. Now, optional but highly recommended, upload a sales call recording. If you have one, upload a good one, a 1-1 where you close the deal. And if you don't have one, I would always recommend uploading a mock call. Right now, a mock call is simply just a role play. So a fake sales call that you do with a friend, a family member, and so forth over Zoom. You record it and then you edit it. That way, it looks like a real sales call. Again, that doesn't mean we lie and say it is a real sales call for some huge offer you were a part of. If they ask on the interview, tell them actually that was a mock call, but 99% of the time they won't ask. And if they are asking this question for you to upload a call recording, I would definitely do it because it is only going to help you at the end of the day. And so if you don't have a call recording, get a mock call filmed from top to bottom, intro, frame, discovery, transition, pitching, and closing, and then edit out any pieces like the beginning or the end where you could clearly tell it is a mock call. Now, lastly, paste a Loom video, a 1 to 3 minute Loom video explaining your sales style and your biggest influence. Now, this is the moneymaker. This is how you will get pulled into an interview. 99% of the time as a sales manager, I could tell you I don't even read through this stuff, okay? I just go straight to the Loom video and click on it and, make my decision if I should bring you in for an interview based off the Loom. And I could guarantee that is how most sales managers do it as well. They may glance at this stuff, maybe like the important questions like full-time and what does your sales experience look like. But they are pretty much going to skim through it because they have a ton of applications and then go straight to the Loom video, click on the Loom and watch that and make their decision from there. So that is why it is so important to have a killer Loom video. So you could say something like this. All right, team, what's going on? My name is Rafa Segovia, and I am applying for the closing role over at Super Agency. Now, a little bit of background on myself. I have been in sales for the past 4 years now. At this point, I got my start with sales working for Influencer X. I was a closer there and then transitioned to working for Jimmy Rodriguez at Grow Rich Accelerator. I was a top closer with Hustler Freddy. I collected a little over $2 million in the 2 years that I was with him. Then this past January, started working for Influencer Y, so he offers a real estate mentorship offer. It is very high ticket and, overall, just looking forward to potentially be working with you guys. I have heard great things about the team at Super Agency and I'm excited to hear what next steps will be. So talk soon. Right now, I am going to break down how to build a perfect Loom video here. But a couple key things you can notice is like, hey, number one, presentation does matter. Do you need a background to close deals? No, you could do it in front of a blank wall. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to a Loom video, they are going to judge you within the first 5 seconds of the call. So if you could find a way to get a nicer looking presentation for yourself for that Loom video, it is only going to help you. Some examples of this, I have filmed Loom videos at parks before. So yes, I brought my laptop to a park, I turned on my hotspot with my cell phone, I sat on a park bench with nice scenery and nice trees and greenery behind me and then filmed the Loom video there, So there are endless options and you could find a way to find a nice aesthetic background for yourself for your Loom video. But with Loom videos, yes, presentation does matter. So if you film that video looking like a mess, your background is a mess, it looks low quality, they are going to judge you and move on to the next applicant. I frame myself as a high quality closer, a high quality salesperson, and I look like I have been there and I have done that before. Now, when it comes to filming a Loom video, here is the perfect Loom video template. There are a couple key takeaways that I will break down with this. Number one is that skill set gaps can be filled through drive and hunger. right? So again, your skill set gap can be filled by explaining how hungry and how much of a drive you have to succeed and outwork everybody on the sales team. Now, number 2 is to make your bat sound really, really good. Nobody wants to hire a piece of work. The last thing I am going to say on the Loom video is, I am brand new into sales and I don't really know much about the space. But I feel like I will do well and I have heard great things about your company and I am serious about going this direction. I just made my bat sound bad. Instead, I am going to make my bat sound really good and say something like, listen, I have about 3 years of experience across various industries from retail sales to door-to-door and selling for my own business as well, right? So what I just did with that one line is make my bat sound good. I frame my experience well, and I am doing and saying what is needed to get pulled into that interview. Because I know if I meet with the sales manager face to face, I could talk my ass off and sell my ass off. That way I get him to buy into me emotionally and say, hey, listen, he doesn't have the most experience, but I think he will do really well. Let's give him the shot. Now, let's look at point number 3. Once again, people make decisions emotionally, then compensate logically. So you want to have good energy on your Loom video and smile and show determination because they will absorb that energy and make that emotional decision to where, hey, I like this guy. Let's bring him in for an interview and see what he is all about. Now, number 4 is lighting, presentation, and energy matters most for your Loom, right? So you want to have good lighting. You want to have good presentation. You want to look like the best version of yourself. And on top of that, you want to have good energy. No one wants to watch a Loom video of some boring guy that is, hello, very nice to meet you. My name is Rafa, and so forth. Excited to work with the company. I open up every Loom video by saying the same thing. What is going on, team? Very nice to meet you. My name is Rafa Segovia. I am based out of Malaga, Spain, and here is a little bit about myself. So right away, I am coming in with good energy at the top of that Loom video, and I am carrying that energy throughout the entire video. Now, number 5 is position yourself to be squared up with your camera and background needs to be clean and professional. So don't use a cell phone and position yourself to be squared up with the camera. Show from your waist up and be positioned square. That way you could still speak with your hands, right? And reason being is it frames you as being more confident. If I was filming YouTube videos for you guys like this or slouching or, at a weird angle or position, you would subconsciously absorb that I am not confident in the words that I am saying. Because I position myself to be waist up where you could see my hands, where you could see me emphasize the things that I am saying, automatically people feel like, okay, this guy kind of knows what he is talking about. So these are 5 key takeaways that I always include in your Loom video. Now, other important notes that I would add in is before recording yourself, ask yourself, am I showing up the best version of me? Do I look good? Do I feel good? Do I smell good? That way you show up and play good. Now, number 2 is titling your Loom. You always want to title it company name, your name. So here's an example. Closer accelerator, Rafa. Number 4 is to remove filler words, and likes, and you knows. You know that. And I just said it right now, but that automatically frames you as someone who lacks confidence. So just like your sales calls, you want to remove as many filler words as possible. Because the more eloquent that you speak, and sales is all just talking at the end of the day, the better you sound, the more confident you sound, and the more people buy into you. Number 5 is don't talk yourself out of a sale. And so this is similar to, when I was breaking down the one call close framework and I said, when somebody asks you questions, say less is more. Don't talk yourself out of a sale. It is the same thing in the Loom videos and same thing in your interviews. You do not want to overshare information and create more questions and talk yourself out of the sale. Number 6, smile. Now, creating a Loom, this is the exact framework that I always follow. Number 1 is introduction, who you are and where you are from. Number 2 is company research. So I always show conviction in the company that you have done research with their offer and letting them know I did a ton of research and I just love what you have going on. Super convicted in what you guys have to do. Number 3 is I dive into relevant experience, meaning I pre-handle the objection of like, hey, does this guy have any experience in the first place? I frame any previous work experience to how it relates to sales. I make my bat sound great, and I emphasize my drive and my hunger when speaking about relevant experience. I am going to give an example of me saying this exact thing right now. Now, number 4 is to answer the prompt if given, right? So some people may just say, introduce yourself, who you are in your past sales experience. Other companies like this one here, they give you a prompt. Explain your sales style and your biggest influence. And so on this fourth section, this is where you're going to answer the prompt. And then number 5 is assume the close by saying something like, I am super excited to work with your team and I look forward to meeting with you, right? So always assume that they are going to bring you into an interview in the first place. I am not going to end it with, hopefully you guys like me and bring me on for an interview. Instead, I'm going to say, listen, super excited to meet you guys on the next stage and we will chat soon, right? So here is an example of this introduction. What is going on, team? My name is Rafa Segovia. I am from Malaga, Spain. I am super excited to potentially work with you guys. I have done a ton of research into XYZ company and I really believe in the mission and what you guys have going on. Now, as far as my past experience, I have about 6 years of sales experience. I got my start by working at TEFL Institute and then started closing for a fintech named Avery, where I became the top cash collected sales rep ever. And with that, let's go ahead and dive into the question that you guys asked me. Now, what you asked is explain my selling style and my biggest influence. I will start with my biggest influence first. Quite frankly, I would say my biggest influence is my father. My father taught me, he had me at 22, right? So he taught me how to work hard and have insane drive and hunger to force success no matter what it is that I tried. And that is something that I have carried with me from starting business to now being in sales. Now with that, my selling style is A, B, C, X, Y, Z. And this is how I sell. And I am a big advocate for listening and making sure that we could actually help the prospect that we speak with. But that is it for my answer. I am super excited to be working with your team, and I'm really looking forward to meeting you guys on the next stage of the interview. Chat soon. Boom. And that is a Loom video. Right now, obviously, I riffed this. I would have written out an actual answer and really put some thought into my selling style before recording this Loom, but I wanted to break it down for you guys. And one thing you will notice too when I broke down, who is my biggest influence is I said more of like an emotional statement, right? I want them to buy into me as a human being from my energy, from my smile, from the way I talk with my hands to the answers that I give. So I didn't give some blanket answer like, Alex Hormozy is my biggest influence, even though he is a big influence for me. Instead, I said something very real and something real to my heart. And I saw the guy go from having nothing and me literally growing up with him, finding success in his life through hard work and determination. And so I am going to tell that story instead because I want the sales manager to buy into me and say, I like this guy, I like Rafa, let's bring him in for the next stage. But that is it. That is how you make a killer Loom. Now, finally, what we will touch on since I stopped screen sharing is the importance of following up with your applications. Once you apply to a sales role, usually you will get like some type of automatic text or automatic email from their team, right? Just letting you know that we received your application and we will respond back to you in the next couple days. Now, I always follow up with those applications the following day and every single day for the next week. And it is the same thing on interviews. If I interview on a Monday, I am following up by the next day via email or text message, depending on the contact source that I have. And I am doing it every single day for the next week. Now, that doesn't mean we need to be annoying and be like very pressury, as in like, hey, you told me make a decision by Thursday. What is going on? I am just doing a soft follow-up. I am reminding the sales manager that they are top of mind, that this is something that I am serious about, and doing follow-up like any great salesperson would. Funny thing I will say is I know multiple sales teams that literally will not hire you unless you follow up with your interview, which is kind of funny, but it is because they want to see if you have like those small sales skills and if you are really hungry for the sales role. And so if you do an interview or you submit an application, follow up every single day. Just like sales, we are looking for a fuck yes or fuck no. So if I have a prospect on a close call and I need to follow up with them, I am going to follow up until they literally tell me, Rafa, no. And it is the same thing with my interviews or applications. Until they tell me, we revoke you, we are not accepting you. I am going to continue following up until they do. And again, I could give you guys like some type of script for follow-up if you want it, but it is really simple. I just send an email the following day after an application or an interview and just say, hey, really looking forward to working with your team. I submitted my application. Let me know if you received it and what next steps look like. I am always assuming the next step, right? And if I do an interview, it is the same thing. I will tell them, hey, Daniel, it was lovely meeting with you yesterday. I did more research into the company. I am super convicted with you guys. Seriously, really excited to be working with your team here in the next week. I assume the close. All right, now you have an interview booked. How do we prepare for that actual interview? Now, what I will say with this is, remember, you usually have about the first 5 seconds of meeting somebody, let's say the first 30 seconds of meeting somebody to actually make an impression, right? And so the reason why I tell you this is you want to show up to your interview like you would any interview for a big job or something that you really want to land. Clean, professional, and presentable, right? So again, like I said earlier, you don't need a fancy background to close deals. I closed my first deals in my kitchen, sitting up against a blank wall with a light on my face. And that was enough. You could close deals with that because what matters more is what you say and not how you look. Now, you still want to be clean and presentable when you close deals and look like the best version of yourself. But having a background is a 1%er. It is only good to get a background as you start making money and you could afford it. But on an interview, it does matter because you only have the first 30 seconds to make an impression on the person who is interviewing you. And so you want to stack everything in your favor that you can. So if that means that you take the interview from your living room where the background looks nice and clean and aesthetic, then do that. Do and say what is needed to land that role. So your presentation does matter along with the words that you say. So again, before you take your interview, stand in the mirror, check out how you look on Zoom, position it well, and make sure you are showing up the best version of yourself. And maybe you may think like, Rafa, this seems like a lot like, the Loom video and I gotta find the background and look nice. But listen, if you find a sales role that helps you make life-changing money and be able to work from home and travel the world. Man, I have friends that are closers living in Colombia, in Thailand, in Brazil, and they completely changed their life by going this direction and getting into sales. And in that case, it becomes worth it to put a little bit of extra effort. So put some effort in like you care. Now with that, before your interview, make sure you do some research into the company beforehand. If you use my method to find a sales role, chances are you built up a list of 20 different roles and you probably forgot what each role has to offer and their VSL and their website and so forth. Now, the last thing you want to do when you get on an interview is pretty much not know what the hell it is that you are interviewing for. That is a complete red flag and you won't get hired right away. If you are showing signs of, them asking you, why is it that you want to work for your company? And you follow up with like, well, could you remind me what is it that you guys are selling? That is going to look horrible. So do your research before the interview and understand who it is and what you are selling. My best way to recommend for you to have a good understanding is to just watch the VSL, which is the video sales letter for the company that you are applying to. So let's say you are applying to Gym Launch. If we search up Gym Launch right now in their website, there is going to be a video at the very top. And that is called their VSL. Their VSL is a video that pre-sales clients to go ahead and book a call. It basically breaks down, this is who we are, this is what we will do, this is how we will help you. If you are interested, book that call. And so I always recommend the quickest way to get a good understanding of what a company is all about is to look at their website and just watch their VSL. It is 15 to 20 minutes long. It will give you a full A to Z input as if you were a client coming in ready to buy the thing. Now, on your interview, a lot of people have asked me before, like, what is it that sales managers look for in somebody that they hire? And I will tell you this, the number one thing that I look for and sales managers look for when they are hiring closers or setters is grit and confidence. Grit meaning, are you willing to work hard? And confidence meaning, are you confident in having a conversation with me today? Listen, if I have somebody who gets on an interview and they are stumbling all over the place and stuttering and we could clearly tell they are nervous, I get it. Sometimes you get nervous for an interview, but this is sales. Your job is to literally speak with people every single day. And so I need to see signs in that initial interview that you know how to clearly communicate and articulate yourself well, right? So get rid of the nerves before your actual interview. Do some push-ups, hit the gym, make sure you had a good day up until your interview so you show up the best version of yourself and you don't have all of those nerves. Now, another keynote that I would add on for you interviewing is not talking yourself out of the sale. Just like closing, just like filming a Loom video, saying less is more. And the last thing you want to do is over-explain yourself in an interview and create more questions that the sales manager didn't even have. And so a good example of that is them asking like, hey, why is it that you want to leave your current company? Over-explaining and oversharing is doing something like, well, things aren't really going right. The lead flow is going horrible. And I don't really get along with my sales manager, but I like the company. I've learned a lot and I close at 30%. But I just feel like the company is falling apart. And that is a great way of oversharing and creating more questions for the sales manager. They are probably going to follow up with something like, what is it that you don't like about your sales manager? Just to see if you talk shit on the company that you are working with. Instead, I am going to keep my answers short, sweet, and straight to the point. Not only does this not create more questions, but it frames you as being a hell of a lot more confident in what it is that you are saying. So if they ask me, why do you want to leave your past company? I am just going to say, actually, I don't, but I really like what you guys have going on. So I just wanted to see, what this opportunity looked like. Short, sweet, confident, straight to the point. Now, if you are brand new into sales, never lie and make up experience that you don't have on your interviews. Instead, be transparent, right? Once again, sales managers and everybody makes decisions emotionally. And so I would rather be straight up on an interview and be like, hey, listen, I know you are about to ask about my experience. I don't have a ton of sales experience, but listen, I have done a ton of research. I have been reading sales books, going through YouTube courses. I am a part of Cole Gordon's program, and I am super hungry, and I know I would crush it with your team, right? Rely on your hunger and your drive. You could get very far in an interview with sales just by showing how hungry you are and how much you believe in the company and the product that they are selling. Now, what I am about to cover right now are the questions that you need to ask in your interview, because that is extremely important. So if you have the grit and the determination and there is a team that you really want to get hired to, you will find a way to get in contact with the person in charge of hiring and get on their team. You just got to get creative with it. You need to apply, you need to book calls and search the whole team in charge up on LinkedIn. And then they start contacting everybody on the actual team. And then eventually someone says, hey, yeah, hell yeah, I will connect you with the sales manager right now. You seem really hungry, right? So like anything, whether it is sales or whether it is starting a business, you need to have hunger and drive behind you, or else you won't succeed. Now remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. Now let's jump into what questions do I ask in a high-ticket sales interview to determine if a role is a good fit for you or not. Okay, now let's be real here. In any industry, bad jobs do exist. There is such a thing as a role that you do not want to accept. And that is why I created this list of questions. And nobody has time, you guys, to go work for a company and spend 6, 7, 8 weeks working for them just to figure out, well, shit, this isn't what I expected. And now I need to go out and find a new role. But on top of that, I just wasted 6 to 8 weeks of my life working for this company. So once again, that is why I created these questions. And I can't stress enough how important it is to ask really good questions in an interview. So we will go ahead and jump into it. Starting off, what questions do I ask in an interview? Let's start with this, you guys. All of these questions you ask at the end of interview number 1. So for people who don't know, let's say you have a 30-minute interview scheduled for a sales role, whether it is setter or closer. The first 3/4 of the interview will be the sales manager or the person in charge of interviewing asking you questions. Hey, what is your sales experience, for example? Or, what do you like to do on your free time? What is your best character trait? What is your worst character trait? By the way, you guys, if it would be helpful for you to create a video on questions that sales managers ask on an interview, let me know. Send me a message, post it in the comments, and I could create that for you. But first, 3/4 of the interview will be the sales manager asking you questions. At the end of the interview is when the sales manager will say, beautiful, Rafa, I don't have any other questions to ask. Now let me know, man. Do you have any questions for me? And that is your chance to attack, or not attack, but go ahead and start asking these questions. And I will let you know a couple things. You have 3 goals with asking interview questions. Number 1 is to find out if the company is a good fit for you, right? That way you could get the adequate information that you need to make a decision before accepting the role for a new sales role. Now, number 2 is to show your expertise in your respective field, okay? People who know sales ask really good sales-related questions. And whether you are new to sales or whether you're a sales veteran, if you ask good questions on an interview, the sales manager will automatically know, damn, this guy knows his stuff and he is a good fit for the company, okay? In fact, I have done a lot of interviews as a closer looking for a role, I have also hosted a lot of interviews as a sales manager for closers and setters. Typically, the guys who ask me the best questions at the end of the interview are the people that I will bring onto the team because it just checks off a box for me in my head that they know their shit, quite frankly. So that is goal number 2, is to show your expertise in your respective field. And goal number 3 is to come from a place of experience and curiosity and not neediness. You want to come from a place of, hey, I am here to vet you guys and make sure you are a good fit for me as much as you are here to see if I am a good fit for your company. And that is why you ask these questions. That is the 3 goals. Now, side note, you guys do your own research on any company before you do the interview. You don't want to ask dumb questions, okay? If you get to the end of an interview and you ask, hey, could you give me a breakdown of what your company does and what you guys offer? As a sales manager, what I think is, God, man, you set up an interview, you booked a call, we held a 45-minute conversation, and you don't even know who we are and what we do. It is a bad look, okay? So you want to do all your research you can on a company before your first interview. Search their website, watch every video you can on their website about who they are and what they do. Watch their VSL, which is their video sales letter, and so forth. So get all that info you need. But once again, 3 goals with asking interview questions to find out if a company is a good fit for you, to show your expertise in your respective field, to come from a place of experience and curiosity. I created these questions by doing a shit ton of interviews. Not only that, but also giving it to people in our premium community and then them coming back to me and saying, hey, I had an interview yesterday and the sales manager said, God, man, you asked really good questions. People don't usually ask this stuff. Starting off, you guys with all these questions, you want to warm them up with easy ones, right? And the reason why you do that is because you don't want to come left field with a super hard-hitting question that they feel uncomfortable asking or answering. An example of that, if they say, awesome, Rafa, I don't have any other questions to ask. Do you have any questions for me? And first thing you ask is, how much money is your sales team making? It could be taken in the wrong manner, you know? So you want to warm them up with easy questions, but this still gives you really good information on the company. So I will read them off to you. Number 1 is, how big is a sales team? How many closers do you have? How many setters do you have? And you want to make notes of it. I will even take notes throughout the interview. I will keep a piece of paper, hold a pen. Awesome. 5 closers, 7 setters. I will write that down. Question 2, what is the sales team daily meeting time and what is the training structure look like? Number 3, what does the setting process look like? This is a really good question to ask. Are you guys cold calling? Am I warm calling? Am I DM setting? What does that look like? Number 4 is, how do closers get leads? Is it through ads? Is it all organic? Do you guys have a webinar funnel? Is it a mixture of all 3? And so forth. Now, usually if you are setting, you don't always have to ask this question, but you can. Number 4 is, this is important as well. What does growth potential look like? Okay, so hey, if I am a setter and I want to become a closer, what does that growth potential look like? Number 4 is, what do you look for to promote an SDR to a closer or vice versa? What do you look for to promote a closer into a sales manager? Not only do you want to ask, hey, what does growth potential look like? You want to ask, what do you need to see from me? That way, I am ready to move up to that next role, right? Obviously, every single SDR in the world most times want to become a closer. Every single closer in the world wants to become a sales manager, and the sales manager knows that ahead of time. So they will have answers for you. So you want to ask, what does growth potential look like? And what do you look for to promote me into that next role? Now, after this is the good stuff. This is when you ask the harder hitting questions, quote unquote. But the way I labeled it are questions that influence my decision. So this is really important. All these questions, the answers that I get are the answers that I use to make a decision if I should move forward with the company or not. So number 1 is, what is your company's current monthly revenue? How much are you guys making a month? The reason why that is important, you guys, let's say you are looking for a closing role and they tell you, hey, we are making $500,000 per month and there are 4 closers on the team. You could do quick math to say, okay, the average closer is probably collecting $120,000 per month. If I am getting 10% of that, that means I am making $12K per month. Okay, so what does current monthly revenue look like? Number 2 is, what is the company's goal for monthly revenue over the coming months? Another way you could ask that question is, hey, what is your guys' goal monthly revenue at the end of the year? You want to work for a company that is shooting for the moon. Everyone wants to work with a company that is growing. So you could do the math, like how much the closers were making. If they tell you they have 4 closers and they're collecting $1 million a month, that's a green flag right there. 4 closers divided by $1 million a month. They were making good money, Number 3 is, what is the pay structure? Is this base or commission only, or is it a mixture of both? Do I get a base salary plus commission, or is it only commission? I will let you guys know. If I am looking for a closing role, I like the commission-only roles because I could bet on myself and I know I will make a lot more money. Now, if I am looking for a setting role, typically what I like is a small base with commission just to protect yourself as a setter. Another way that you could get paid is, hey, we pay you per set, plus we pay you commission per close as an SDR. But there is a lot of SDR rules that straight commission only set to close, meaning, hey, you get no base. Pretty much what happens if you set 10 leads and 5 of them close, you get paid X amount for those 5 close. And that is still a really good offer as long as you are working for a good company. And that is why you ask these questions, to make sure it is a good company. So what is the pay structure would be number 3. Number 4 is, what does the top setter make on the team or the top closer? Number 5, what does the bottom setter make on the team, or what does the bottom closer make on the team? Depends what you are interviewing for, right? So if I am interviewing for a setting role, I am asking, what does the top setter make and what does the bottom setter make? And vice versa. If I am doing the closing role, what does the top closer make and what does the bottom closer make? Now, my last question, this is a great question to ask sales managers. You will hit them hard with this one. And they will sit there and they will be like, damn, good question. Let me think. And that question is, what makes the top setter a higher performer compared to the bottom setter in your own words? So what is it? Is it the work ethic? Is it a skill set and so forth, And it just gives you good context of, hey, if I want to come on the closing team, if that is what I am interviewing for and I want to be the top performing closer, now you have the information you need that makes the top performer the best. Is it because he is working, 7 days a week? Is it because he has a lot higher of a skill set? And what does that look like? So these are the answers that will influence my decision. I want something that is making good monthly revenue. It depends. If they are doing $200,000 a month, but they have 10 closers, that is not something that is ideal. If they are doing $200,000 a month and they have 2 closers or 3 closers, that is a good role. Or vice versa, if they are doing $100,000 a month and they only have 1 closer, but they are looking to get a second and continue growing, it is still a good opportunity to take. It is doing that math in your head. So you want something with higher monthly revenue, typically over 150,000 is the goal. Now, as far as their goal with monthly revenue, you just want to make sure that they are serious about growing the company over the coming months. Because if the company grows, your income grows as a sales rep. Now, we touched on pay structure. And these are just really good questions to get a good idea of your OTE. If I know the top closer is making 30,000 and the bottom closer is making 10,000, I could safely say, hey, I am not the worst person, so I will come in and make 15 to 20,000 a month, and that is why I asked that question. Now, lastly, I always do this, and that is to get proof, okay? Unfortunately, same thing in any industry in the world. Some people lie about growth potential, the money that you can make, and so forth. So I will literally ask for proof of the income that the closers are making or the setters. Ask them to prove how much monthly revenue they are making. And I do always ask this, so I am kind of lying, but I ask it at different times. If I trust what they are saying. Sometimes I won't ask this at the end of the interview and I will wait till I get accepted onto the role. Then I will ask the question, But there has been times where I have taken an interview and I get to the very end. And I ask this question basically, hey, show me proof, show me pay stubs of the closers from the past 3 months. Here is the key. You have to ask that question logically and nicely. You need to give a reason why you're asking that question because it is, something that some people could see is intruding. At the end of the day, though, you guys, if you go through 2 interviews and they have you do a role play, they ask you all these questions, you spend all this time, you give to them, and they are not willing to give to you to show that they are a good fit for you, it is a red flag, So the way I ask this question is, lastly, I want to be upfront, man. Obviously, with any commission-based role, Rafa, there is a lot of risk to switch over to a new company. Listen, man, I am currently closing for X name. I am currently setting for X name. You could even say, hey, listen, man, I currently have a full-time job as a bartender, and this is how I pay my bills for my family. If I accept this role, man, I am going to leave my job and commit to you guys fully. I am all in. But the thing is, there is some risk with that, with being a commission-based role. Let's be real here. So is it okay for you to show me proof of how much the setters have been making the past 3 months? You told me they are all making $7,000 a month. I trust you, man. But, just based off, wanting to protect myself and my family, is it okay for you to show me proof? If they don't want to show you proof, it is a red flag, And that is how you ask it nicely. I obviously made that a little bit wordy, but the way I would say it, you guys, is, awesome, Daniel. I don't have many other questions, man. Last thing, bro, I really don't want you to take this the wrong way. Listen, with any commission-based role, there is a little bit of risk. You know that, man, I have a family, I have bills to pay. I am working a full-time job right now, but I really want to break into the online space. And another example, I am setting for X company right now, and it is a great company. And if I move to you guys, I am quitting that role and I am going all in. That is the type of person I am. But there is some risk with that. So are you open to showing me proof of what the setters have made the past 3 months? Just like that? They will show you pay stubs. They will show you leaderboards and so forth. And once again, you guys, you have to ask. It is part of closing the way you ask questions. You could say, hey, how much money do you make? Or you could say, hey man, just so I have an idea of, where you are at with things, and if real estate is something that you are ready to jump into right away, what are you working with? How much are you making right now? Two totally different ways of asking questions. And it is the same thing with asking this last question for proof. You want to attach a reason why you are asking that question, and you want to say it nicely at the end of the day. Hey Rafa, listen man, with any commission-based role, there is some risk here. I am going to be leaving my current offer as a closer to commit to you guys. I am an all-in type of guy. I really do believe in the company and the vision that you guys have. But with that, like I said, it is commission-based. There is some risk with it. Are you open to show me pay stubs of what the closures have made the past 3 months and get them to show you those pay stubs? If they don't want to, it is a red flag. I am telling you. So that is it, you guys. Hopefully that was helpful for you. And finally, as we get towards the end of this free program, this free course, which I hate the sound of courses, so I will say program, let's dive into the keys that you need to follow to be an elite salesperson. Now, the first thing that I will say is any elite salesperson tracks their sales call metrics. If you don't know where you are going, you don't know what to get better at. And so key metrics that I always track as a closer in specific, but even a setter as well, is my close percent and my cash collected per call. And that is because I want to know at all times what is my percentage that I am closing at and how is it that I can improve. And number 2 is my cash collected per call. So let's figure out how to collect more cash on each call, right? And so we go over and we practice how to utilize financing options, the best way to pitch it, and so forth. And so it is extremely important as an elite sales rep to track your call metrics. That way, any given month, you could look back and say, did I improve this month? How was my close rate? What is my cash collected per call? And what is it that I could get better at? That way, I could make more money. Now, think of it like a famous athlete. I could bet you money if you look at whoever is the top basketball player in the space, they probably know their points per game, their averages, their field goal percentage, if you were to ask them the question right away. So if you want to be an elite top 1% sales rep, what makes you think that you don't need to do the same? Now, with that as well, not only is it important to track your metrics, but it is also important to really understand the goals that you have every single month on your sales goals. One exercise that I do with every salesperson I work with is reverse engineering their goals. We will take a look at number 1. How much is it that you want to be making every single month on your offer? And then we will reverse engineer their goals into how much cash do they need to be collecting every single day in order to reach that commission goal. So let's imagine a closer named Jimmy and he's on a $7,000 offer. Okay, man, listen, you get paid 10% commission of every single call that you take and every single deal that you close. Therefore, if you want to make $30,000 in commission, you need to collect $300,000 for the company in a given month. Now, next, let's go ahead and divide that by the total amount of work days. But hey, let's just break it up into a 5-day work week, for example's sake. So typically there are 23 work days in any given month. And if you divide $300,000 in cash collected by 23 work days, I believe it is like $13.5K that he needs to collect Monday through Friday every single day in order to make $30,000 in commission. And if we we continue reverse engineering it, he is closing at a 30% close rate right now, which obviously we want to get that to 40%. But if he continues with that 30% close rate, that means he needs to take 8 live calls per day in order to close 2 deals that pay in full at $7,000 to go ahead and make $14,000 cash collected each day. And as long as he closes 2 deals every single day, Monday through Friday, he will hit his $30,000 in commission check. And so this goes back to a saying that I have heard from numerous people, but if you don't know where you want to go, then you are just walking in the dark. And that is a dangerous thing to have as a salesperson, because sales is a monotonous sport. You know, it is something that you need to show up and do the same thing and the same kind of repetitive type of motions. It is like you are playing chess in your head every single day on every single call. And so you really want to understand where you are trying to end up at the end of the month. That way you never get in the point where you have a sales slump. And so I would encourage you as a salesperson, whether you're a setter or a closer, go ahead and reverse engineer your goals. Now think of another closer. Her name is Joanna. She is setting for a real estate offer, and her goal is to make $12,000 per month in commission. Now she is pretty lucky. She is earning 10% in commission as a setter at a company that is making like $700,000 per month. Once again, it is like a real estate investing offer. And so we reverse engineered her goals all the way to the point of understanding how many sets per day do you need to make in order to close 1 deal per day, which is what she needs to do in order to hit $12,000 in commission. And so, you know, if you want to make $12,000 per month based off the numbers in your commission, you need to close 1 deal per day as a setter. Therefore, Joanna, all we need from you is to set 3 people every single day. That is it. If you set 3 people per day on your current metrics, you will make $12,000 this month. Is that possible for you to do? And she'd be like, hell yeah, 3 sets per day, that is not a lot. You could get that done in 3 hours. And now she fully understands the direction that she needs to take, and she sees, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, another piece that I will touch on with becoming an elite salesperson is understanding how to play the game at your company. There is a game that you need to play to be in people's favor and continue moving up at any company, whether it is sales or whether it is something different. At the end of the day, you want to position yourself as being irreplaceable. And listen, this is an unfortunate truth on any company, but a lot of times you could get a lot further based off the relationships that you have built rather than your performance. You know, on the flip side, yes, your performance does matter as a salesperson, but you also want to do your best to build a relationship with the people in charge of promoting you, because again, people make decisions emotionally and then they compensate logically. If you are a setter and there is a closing position that opens up, your sales manager will probably be more willing to promote you if they like you and you have a good relationship. And then once they promote you, they will also compensate logically and say, listen, I really like Rafa, let's give him the shot. Plus, on top of that, he is doing really well as a setter. And so you need to play the game correctly. And the way that you do that is being active in Slack, shouting out other salespeople's wins when they close the deal, and congratulating them in your global Slack channel. Asking to do additional one-on-ones with your sales management team, or on top of that, taking initiative. You know, one thing that I have learned the past couple of years is you want to assume the role that you want to gain. Meaning, if I want to become a sales manager at the company that I am working with, I am going to take on the responsibilities of a sales manager without them promoting me. That way, as soon as the position opens up, it is going to become a no-brainer for them. They are pretty much going to say like, hey, Rafa is pretty much already like doing extra meetings with all the closers and training them and going over objection handling and helping people improve. Might as well move him up as a sales manager. And so assume the role that you already want. You have to play the game at any company that you are with, because it is unfortunate in life, and I am sure you have seen people like this, you will get a lot further with the relationships you build sometimes rather than your performance. You don't want to be the closer that just shuts up and closes. And you don't want to be the setter that just shuts up and sets, because guess what? If you are, they will just keep you closing and keep you setting. And so you have to play the game. Now, when it comes to the daily inputs of elite sales reps, it revolves around 3 things. Number 1 is taking sales calls, obviously. And this means the calls that get automatically booked into your calendar. Number 2 is following up with leads. meaning any leads that you haven't closed that are still on the fence and wanting to make a decision, making sure we are consistent with our follow-up. And then number 3 is sourcing new leads. Now, what that looks like is, listen, fat, lazy salespeople, all they do is just wait for their next call to get booked into their calendar. Meaning, hey, if no calls get booked into the calendar or it is a slow day or a slow week, they are taking the day off and not doing shit. You don't want to be a fat, lazy salesperson. There are always inputs that you could be doing on a daily basis that is going to help you make more money and generate more sales. And so the 2 things that revolve around with that is number 1, sticking with your follow-up, and number 2 is dialing and sourcing your own leads. Now, this doesn't mean that we got to cold call random people on Yelp, but hey, you probably have a CRM with thousands and thousands of leads where you could spend 30 or 45 minutes calling to set yourself appointments. Now, this isn't the most fun thing in the world. So I have developed a way where I could set appointments for myself and do it with the least amount of time and least amount of effort. And that is by dialing the no-show and canceled call lead lists. Chances are, if you are on a sales role, your CRM has a lead list of people who have no-showed their closing appointments, or maybe they just canceled their call and didn't show up in the first place. Those are always the highest intent leads to dial, because most times when you dial them and you say, hey, you had an appointment, I don't know if it got canceled or what happened. Do you remember that? They say, oh yeah, dude, I just had something come up, but I am definitely still interested in speaking with you guys. And you could have a 5-minute conversation and reset the appointment to your own calendar. And so I can't tell you how much money I have made doing this just by whenever I have a no-show on my calendar, or if I have an hour free time slot, me dialing my no-show and canceled call lead lists. So don't be a fat, lazy salesperson. You know, at the end of the day, if you have a packed calendar of 12 calls, I could guarantee 20% of them aren't going to show up. If you have some brain space and brain power, how you're going to make more money is by sticking with your follow-up with old leads that you have spoken with. And number 2 is sourcing new leads for your calendar. Remember, as a closer, as a setter, as a salesperson, you eat what you kill. And so, once again, don't be a fat, lazy salesperson. Now, what I will wrap this up with is 2 things. Understanding when to leave your sales role. And number 2 is how to utilize your experience to land a better sales role in the future. Now, when it comes to leaving your sales role, I always look at 3 things. Am I learning? Am I earning? And is there an ability to grow? Meaning, if I have questions, if I should walk away from my sales role, the first thing that I will ask myself is there an ability to earn a good income? And when I look at that, I am not looking just at myself. I am looking at all the other salespeople on the team and asking myself, hey, are these salespeople earning? If you are on a team where nobody is making money at all, chances are your earning ability is now capped. And if my earning ability is capped, most times I am going to walk away from the sales role right away. Now, number 2 is learning, meaning is there an ability to continue learning? It is important as a salesperson that you are in a place that cultivates your growth. And so not only do you want to be earning the income that you want, and this doesn't mean maybe the 40, 50,000 per month, but at least earning a really good livable income. But on top of that, you want to be in a place where you are constantly learning and evolving and growing and getting better at sales, because sales is something that you will never fully master. There will always be something new that you could get better at. So is your sales team cultivating you? Are they doing call reviews? Are they doing mock calls? Are they teaching you how to get better with objection handling? If you feel like your learning ability is capped, chances are it is time to leave your role. And the way I look at this, by the way, is I look at these 3 things. The next one is ability to grow. If 2 of the boxes don't check off, I always leave the role, right? But the most important piece for me, especially with having bills to pay and whatnot, is my ability to earn. Now, the last piece is there an ability to grow into something bigger? But more importantly, am I cultivating and having these conversations with the management team? That way, they know that I want to grow. And it goes back to what I said earlier. If you are just the closer that shuts up and closes, guess what? No one is going to talk to you about growth opportunities, and they are not going to move you up to the next position. And it is the same thing as a setter. So ability to grow doesn't mean that your sales manager is calling you on a random Tuesday and saying, hey man, this is what your growth path looks like. It means you are asking these questions on one-on-one interviews, on team meetings, and letting the sales management team know, hey, I want to grow to a closer. What does my timeline look like? What do you want to see from me? Is there certain metrics that you want to hit? And so forth. If you are a setter and you want to go to a closer and you are sparking and having these conversations and they pretty much tell you, hey, I don't know when we will move you up to a closer. Our team is pretty capped out right now. Your ability to grow is capped and you need to find a new position. And it is the same thing if you are a closer that wants to grow to a sales manager. Cultivate and have those conversations. And if there is no ability to grow, then that box isn't checked off. So whenever I am thinking about leaving a sales role, I am looking at my ability to earn, my ability to learn, and my ability to grow. Now, finally is how do we leverage your sales role to land a bigger, better position? And that is pretty simple. Number one is you want to try your best to go on a top tier sales team right away. And that is why if you are new to sales, it is better to start off as a setter at a 10 out of 10 company rather than starting off as a closer at a horrible dog shit company. Now, once you land a good remote sales role, you are already a couple steps ahead of everybody else. And as you grow and apply to new roles, you will be able to just continue leveraging the experience that you have to land bigger, better opportunities. But in order to get there, you need to get your foot in the door on step one. And so it is always best to go to the best company possible because it is only going to be easier to leverage that name to go onto a bigger, better opportunity. Now, everything that you need to land a good sales role, to become a top 1% closer, and to close deals right away on any sales role that you land has been handed to you on a silver platter with this video. And you could absolutely go implement this yourself. But if you want to get there as fast as possible so you could start earning big money with remote sales and start hitting $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 in commission, then check out the link in the description. Now remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. Most people never reach that elite level of closing for one specific reason. They treat sales like it is just a bag of tactics instead of a true skill set. They chase after scripts or little fragments of what they have seen people doing on social media. They are just memorizing lines and looking for quick fixes. And they try to take shortcuts around the parts that actually matter, the emotional intelligence, the biopsychology, and the questions that actually move the needle. These things allow you to have depth. It gives you a real understanding of what it truly means to shift someone's decision. This course is the exact opposite of that because everything I'm going to teach you here is what I call anti-sales. What you're about to go through is not a collection of tricks and tactics. It is the complete skill set that I have developed over the past decade. It is all structured in the exact order that you need to become a world-class closer. Not a script reader, not a performer, but someone who can actually guide a decision. You will guide a difficult decision with confidence and clarity. I can assure you, you won't need to watch any more sales videos after watching this course. This will allow you to reach a level that most people never even scratch the surface of. The insights I am showing you here are essentially compressing my years of experience into a tiny video. And in turn, that will allow you to compress potentially years of wasted time into months of action and focused skills. That could be the difference between staying trapped, earning the same amount of money year after year, or it could be building the kind of freedom that allows you to work less and earn more. So please take it seriously, take notes, and go deep. This is the start of you becoming the kind of closer that people will love to buy from. Let's begin. I remember sitting with a closer who approached me for a one-on-one session. He was stuck at around the $4,000 or $5,000 a month mark. He was wanting to move into remote high-ticket sales and hit those $10,000 to $20,000 months. So I asked him a pretty straightforward question. And I said, the prospects that you deal with now, what is their most common pain? And he said, it is that they want to earn more money. Which I was like, yeah, but what is actually behind that? And he didn't know. He went quiet. That is when I realized that most closers and most salespeople do not learn this. The pattern is always the same. Average closers and average salespeople collect surface level problems and surface level desires. Elite closers facilitate real change and have impactful conversations. I am going to give you an overview of the exact checklist or toolkit or weapons or resources that I believe you need. These are what you need to include to have an impactful discovery. Some of these bleed into each other a little bit, but this is sort of my mental framework that allows me to hold a frame during a call. And I know that if I hit every single one of these marks, there is no chance that person isn't buying. The top closers in the world do not just listen to the first response, they try to figure out what the prospect isn't saying. What is behind that first statement? They look for the regret or the identity behind that statement. And that is what this video is all about. It is not about interrogating a prospect and just reeling off a big long list of questions. It is about learning to actually take someone from a surface level problem to that emotional clarity. You want them to have the belief that they need to make a change. And your solution, which is the pitch that comes next, is the most obvious solution to fix what they are going through. It is there to help get them to where they want to go. Once you can understand this, everything changes. Your close rate, how much you enjoy sales calls, how prospects respond to you, literally everything. So what I have noticed with closers that are stuck between 3,000, 4,000, even all the way up to 10,000 a month, most of the time they are completely stuck at the surface level. They ask good questions. They have a good script that they follow. Their initial question is usually right on the money, but they accept that surface level response. Now, what do I mean by a surface level response? That could be, I just want to make more money. It could be, I need more customers for my business. It could be, I want to leave Spain. It could be, I want to change my job. Or it could be, I want to develop a new skill. They take that surface level response as the real driving force behind the reason why they are on the call. And it almost never is. There is always more emotion behind that initial statement. And ultimately, once we pull that out of the prospect, that impact and that emotion is what is going to actually drive the decision. The consequence of that is that the pitch from there falls completely flat. There is no emotional depth and you do not actually fully understand why the prospect is on the call. When I have been reviewing closers calls, 80% of the time, the main problem is that they just do not go deep enough. They are way too surface level. And a lot of salespeople out there, specifically lower level salespeople, have a discovery process that is way more data driven. For instance, let's say you work for a marketing company. You might just be asking about what return on ad spend they get or how long they have been using XYZ agency for. Or you might ask how much they are spending on ads. It is just a data driven discovery. Ultimately, you could collect all that information on a form before the call. The closing call could just be deep rooted in emotion and actually facilitating that change. If you just use data on a discovery process, you will get a response like, I just want to improve my return on ad spend. But if your discovery process is emotional, you will get a response like, I am exhausted and I do not know what to do next. You might hear, I am worried about my business. One of those is going to move the needle much harder than the other. And I bet you can guess which one it is. A good stress test for this is when a prospect gives you a response, think to yourself, is this what is keeping them awake at 2 or 3 a.m.? Is this what is running through their head when they are lying awake at night? Or is it something a little bit deeper than this? Surface problems or surface desires are often just the tip of the iceberg. It is what is beneath that keeps people up at night. And that is what plays on someone's mind. A contrasting example of this would be surface level, like, I just want to make more money. A deep dive into that pain point will uncover that earning more money allows him to be the sort of provider that he has always wanted to be. It allows him to be the sort of man that he has always wanted to be and be able to provide the sort of life he wants for his family and his children. It also means having the time freedom to actually spend it with them. So what most closers do is they have these surface level responses. Then they dive straight into the pitch or start telling them about the pitch halfway through the discovery process. It just breaks up the entire call and causes huge sales resistance. It does not facilitate any sort of impactful change whilst you are on the call. Usually you will get a response like, I need to go and think about it, or I am going to call a few other people and see what they can offer me. You won't know how to handle it because you do not really have any substance whatsoever. So what I'm going to give you in this video is a checklist. This can be used as a guide. By no means is this everything you possibly need to conduct a perfect discovery, but it gives you an amazing introduction. It gives you all the tools so you can pretty much take it away and implement it straight away. I promise you it is going to change a lot. The way you need to view this checklist is almost like a reminder sheet. You need to do a deep dive and understand how to actually articulate these sort of questions. You need to learn how to foster these emotional states in the prospect. But once you know that, this can act as your general framework. When you are on a call, you can take a glance at it. You can think, have I touched on this? Have I touched on that? You can ask yourself, have I created enough impact in this area? So without further ado, let's dive into it and look at the first aspect. The first element is current situation. What this really means is the facts behind the situation. Quite simply, just the facts. That is all we are looking for right now, because we cannot sell to people if we do not know the facts around the current situation. This completely depends on your offer. All you need to do to understand the current situation is ask yourself what facts you need. What do you need to know as a closer to have a full picture of this individual? Not the pains, not the desires, just the facts. So often that can be what they do for work or how long have they done it for. Maybe you need to know, are they married? Or if you are selling B2B, there might be some facts that you need around the business. But ultimately, these are the mundane details. Do they commute to work? How many hours do they work? Energy levels, that sort of thing. These are just the facts, because without the facts, you cannot sell anything. If you do not get a clear enough picture of someone's current situation, sometimes you can trip up. You can make assumptions because it is very easy to just categorize all your prospects into the same identity. So you need to gather the facts to begin with. The second element is going to be your anchor through the entire call. Now, this is where people start to trip up. This is where people start to accept surface level answers. What we are looking for here is a very clear desired state and a desired outcome. What do they actually want to achieve by using your service or by learning the skill that you teach? Maybe it is the fitness program that you offer. Maybe it is the business solution or the training, whatever. What do they ultimately want to achieve? What is the outcome that they are looking for? But the answer to that question is always going to be surface level. How do we push deeper from that? And that is using things like the staircase method. This is where we break down and dig deep into that desired state and outcome. So let's say if someone says, I want to make more money. Why is making more money so important to you right now? How much money? Why that number? How would that change things for you? Who else does this affect? How would it affect them? When you have actually achieved all that, how does that actually change things for you? Imagine you are earning that sort of money and you are providing that sort of life. I guess personally, it is these sorts of questions. These structured probing questions will give you the real impact behind that desired state and outcome. This is what acts as our anchor throughout the entire call, because every other question feeds into what they actually want out of their life. And we can also connect this desired state and this desired outcome to their identity. This is their aspirational identity. So asking questions like, when you are living that life, who do you become? Or ask, who do we unlock? Or what is different about how you see yourself? This is going to plant some seeds for the identity-based closing and challenging later in the call. And the key here with desired state is a question that you have to ask. How long have you wanted that for? Understanding how long they have wanted that desired state is going to give us so much ammunition. It helps us deal with the limitations later in the call. And then there is element 3. Have we created enough pain during the discovery process around the prospect's current situation? Because without any current pain in their current situation, the chances of them making a decision are minimized. They need to move away from where they are. Now again, most closers trip up here and they accept surface level responses. They hear, I need to make more money, or I do not earn enough money. Rather than digging deeper into that, you need to ask why. Why do you not earn enough money? What do you mean by not enough? Who else is this affecting? What are you unable to do with the amount of money that you are earning right now? And how long has this been going on for? This is again layered probing questions, which is building our case. There are a lot of signs once you hit real pain. When people are just starting out as closers, they struggle with this a little bit. They struggle because they never push it far enough. You will know when you push it too far. And honestly, it is better to push it too far than not push it at all. A lot of closers trip up here because they do not know when they have actually found real pain. Now, most closers and salespeople, when they are just starting out, do not push far enough. I would prefer you to push too far rather than not far enough. You will realize when you have hit real pain through body language and through the tonality of the prospect. Maybe they look away, maybe they look down, or maybe they take a long pause before answering with a sigh. You will feel the weight of it. It is at that point that you should feel comfortable to move on. It all comes down to emotion and impact. Now, there is the fourth element. There are two types here, but they feed into each other. For high ego prospects, people who feel like life is pretty good or they can do things on their own. Have you installed enough doubt in their mind? Have you planted a seed of doubt? It is productive doubt. Asking questions like, you seem like a really sharp guy. What has stopped you from solving this already? Or if you were able to figure this out on your own, wouldn't you have already sorted it out by now? Now, on the other side of this, there are some prospects who might be in a low belief state. They might not really believe in themselves, and we want to foster that belief for them. We want to encourage them. So we need to show them through the sales process that they are more capable than they think. So show them that they have made hard decisions in the past. Ask how that panned out. Are they in a place now where they feel like they can trust themselves? Can they be empowered to make a decision? The reason why this matters is that overconfident prospects need to see that there is a gap, but underconfident prospects need to see their capability. If you do not do this, both are going to crop up as objections later in the call. They will be much harder to deal with. Essentially, through this process, both need to realize that they need help. They need to realize they are ready to receive it and that they are ready to take action. Now, on to the fifth element. This is potentially one of the most important elements of the call, and that is limitations. These are behavioral limitations that prospects have placed on themselves. These are often future objections in disguise. This is where we start to uncover why the prospect isn't at the place that they actually want to be. Why aren't they at that strong desired state or that strong desired outcome? Why aren't they there already? What stopped them? Have they had help in the past already? Why did the help that they had in the past not work out? Or if they did not have help in the past, why have they not sought help? Now look at all of the reasons behind why previous programs did not work. Look at the reasons that they did not get help, or the reasons that they have not achieved what they want out of life yet. These are often going to be external excuses to begin with. We need to take them away from being an external excuse. Things like, I didn't have time, I didn't have the knowledge, or I didn't have the money. These are all excuses. We need to move them to internal limitations. We need to get them to admit that it is fear. Maybe they have been too comfortable. Maybe they have been procrastinating and putting things off and kidding themselves. We need to pull that limitation out and help them to overcome it here and now. We do that by showing them the next point. This is the cost of inaction. So what happens if they continue to hold on to this limitation? What if they hold on to this fear of failure and this inability to move forward? What if they keep holding on to that? What if they do not actually make a change? What happens then? We need there to be some future pain here. Future pain is a massive needle mover. This is where we are ultimately holding up that mirror. We are showing the prospect that they have gotten their way up until now. Their behaviors, their actions, their decisions, and their mindset are the reasons why they aren't where they want to be. And if they continue holding on to it, what is that future going to look like? Paint a picture, because there is only one thing people run away from more than current pain. It is the avoidance of future pain. And through this cost of inaction, we are showing these limitations and how they have affected their life. We are attempting to show them the cost of staying where they are. The cost of their future situation is far greater than the cost of our service. Now, the other aspect of the call is about identity. Have we used identity throughout the call to make that shift? Because often people fall back to the habits and the beliefs of the identity that they build themselves around. But often for people to make a big change and a big decision, they need to step into a new identity. We do that through our language and through our questionnaire. People basically buy services based on who they want to become. So a great way to do this is to separate the past self of the prospect. This is the version of them that hasn't got what they want up until now. It is the behaviors and actions of that version of them versus the aspirational identity. This is the version of them that they foresee themselves being in future. This is the version of them that has the level of success that they are looking for. We are looking at the bridge between those two versions of the prospect. What is that gap that they need to cross in order to actually become that person? And once we separate that identity, we can dig into it further. We can say, the version of you that is already at $20,000 a month, what beliefs does he have? What sort of actions does he take? And when we look at the version of you that you want to become, is he the sort of person that lets fear get in his way? Does he let fear control him and control his decisions and make him hesitant? We do this for a reason. If the prospect can see themselves as someone who takes action and someone who does not hesitate, they will step into that identity. Ultimately, that will move them forward to a decision. The eighth element is urgency. Now, a lot of closers trip up here. They believe urgency comes from fake deadlines and telling the prospect they have only got a certain amount of spaces. That is not true. Real urgency is backed by emotion. There is internal urgency. This is when they feel as though they need to change for themselves on the inside. So asking questions like, how long have you wanted this for? What is any different that you would actually step outside your comfort zone and make a change now? Or was there something that happened recently that allowed you to make that shift? Did you realize you had to make the change now rather than keep delaying things? Or there is external urgency. We get this through probing. Maybe they have got a baby on the way. Maybe they have got a sick parent they need to take care of. Maybe they are encroaching on a certain birthday that they thought they would be at a different place in life. We need to be uncovering the urgency, because if not, then it makes it a lot easier for a prospect to just say, I will go away and think about it. And the ninth element of a successful discovery call is ownership. Has the prospect ultimately owned their situation, or are they still blaming external circumstances? And most importantly, are they owning the fact that they are in control? They need to realize they control getting to that desired outcome or state. You can ask a question as simple as, who controls whether this changes or whether you stay where you are? Getting them to say, I do, means they cannot blame external circumstances anymore. And the 10th element is a pretty simple one here. Have we uncovered if there is a support structure in place? What do I mean by a support structure? This could be a partner or it could be a parent. But ultimately, is there another influence in this decision? Are they supportive of it, or how do we get them to be supportive? Through this, we are looking to prevent objections. We want to stop as many partner objections later in the call as humanly possible. And element 11 is the final one. This is not really a question, but more of a feeling. Have you created a perception shift through the call? A successful sales call means actually being that facilitator of change. Do they see the situation differently than when they started the call? Do they view the problem differently? Do they have a new level of ownership around the problem? Do they have a new realization that they do need to make a change? Maybe they realize they have been in the way up until now. Have you moved them from just being problem aware to consequence aware? That perception shift is what is going to allow them to feel like they actually need to change now. And now on to some bonuses and things that you need to include. These are like the glue that holds these frameworks together. It enables you to have a successful conversation. The first bonus is reactive questioning and looping. This is why most scripts fail. What scripts usually do is just stack long questions. It is like long question, long question, long question. Reactive questioning is different. If a prospect says, I need more leads, you respond with, why do you feel like you need more leads? It is much more reactive. And this is not something you can script because you are reacting to the language that the prospect uses. If you are just using a script, that is more like an interview. It is more like a box-ticking exercise, not a conversation. You can only have a real conversation if you are listening to what a prospect says. You need to dig into the words that they use and the statements that they make. That is impossible to script, and that is how to have a really valuable conversation. And then it comes down to looping. A prospect might say something like, I am exhausted, and an elite closer will just go, exhausted? And the prospect will say, yeah, I am absolutely drained. I literally get no sleep. I am working all the time. I have even got my laptop open when my partner is asleep next to me. I literally feel like I am running on empty all the time and I cannot even really communicate with people. You have just got all of that depth from just repeating back a word. You just used a certain body language and tone. By doing this, we are actively listening. We are being genuinely curious about the language that the prospect is using. That enables us to formulate the most reactive question that we can find. We do not need to use long words for this. We do not need to formulate a perfect question. That is not how impactful conversations work. Often we are just listening and reacting to what the prospects say. But we know we have got this internal checklist in our mind. We might have it up on a screen next to where the call is as as a guide. Ultimately, we are having a real conversation. But in the back of our mind, there is a structure to it. That is how elite closers perform. Now, a big thing here is, when do you actually know when you have finished a discovery process? At what point do you start annoying the prospect by asking too many questions? How do you know when it is actually done? I do not have a real answer for you here because it is different depending on the conversation that you have. But the biggest thing I can give you is that the energy will shift. It will shift from the prospect just being interested to wanting a change. It will take them from a surface level problem to asking about a real solution. They are bought in on you and they are waiting for you to present the solution. They really want it and they are ready for this change. More than anything, it is a feeling. And you get that by not relying on a screen. You get it by actually interacting with the person across from you. You realize that this person actually wants a change. The best move here is to show them this solution. That is ultimately what is going to guide them to taking action and making a change. Now, the bigger picture here is the overall meta lesson of a good discovery. A good discovery process is not about you. It is not about the smartest questions that you can formulate on ChatGPT. It is not about controlling the call. The discovery is mainly about you being that leader. You are that facilitator of change. You are holding up that honest mirror for the prospect to look themselves in the eye. They need to see what has been holding them back. They need to see what happens further down the line if they do not make a change. That is your job. It is helping the prospect see what they have been avoiding. You are guiding them to the change that they actually want in their life. It leads to the result and the desired outcome that they have been wanting for a long time. You can keep this open when you are on a sales call. It is going to be a constant reminder. Listen to your calls back. Ask yourself, did I hit all of those notes there, or was there still room for improvements? We can also look for clues in the objections. What objections came up, what holes in my discovery caused that objection. Because closers who actually master discovery do not just make more money. They help way more people get to where they want to go. That is the difference between pushing someone over the line and guiding them over the line. But that is also the difference between $5,000 a month and $50,000 a month. It is the difference between helping 5 people achieve something and helping 50 people achieve something. You have absolute clarity and certainty. You are that trusted advisor who is detached from the sale. In some cases, you are actually changing people's lives. This checklist changed my entire approach to calls. Your prospects are lying to you, not maliciously, but they are giving you surface level objections and problems while the real pain stays buried. The reason you cannot actually get to the truth is not your questions. It is not your script, it is your tonality. So, over the next 15 minutes or so, I will show you how to use tonality in the right way. You can pull out the real pain, the real problems, and the real objections. It is about finding what is behind what the prospect has been telling you up until now. Here is what I have learned in high-ticket sales. It is not about what you say, it is how you say it. Look, most salespeople think it is all about crafting the perfect question or the perfect response. They might say, oh, what is your biggest challenge? Or they ask, what stops you from hitting your current goals? They might ask, what is the most important thing for you right now? These are rigid sorts of questions, but here is the very big problem. If you ask even the most perfect question in the world with the wrong tone, you will get garbage answers every single time. You will get responses like, I do not know. Or they might just say, oh, I just want to earn more money. They might say, we are actually doing okay, we are just seeing what is out there. Or we are just looking for more information. Do any of these responses sound familiar to you? That is because the prospects feel that you are just another salesperson running through a script. Or even worse, they think you do not actually care about the problems. They think you are just looking to get a sale out of them. As soon as a prospect feels that, their brain will just put up a wall. But if you actually master tonality, you will not believe some of the responses that you will get from people. They will open up and tell you things that they have never even told another human being before. Never mind another salesperson. There was quite literally a study in the 1960s by a guy called Albert Mehrabian. I think that is how you pronounce his name, though I could be butchering it. It was based around communication. They found that 93% of communication is nonverbal. That means only 7% of what you say, literally the words, actually matters. The rest has nothing to do with it. It is all to do with tonality and body language. Obviously, if we are selling over Zoom, body language might not come in as much as it would in real life. That is why we make sure our appearance, our camera setting, and our microphone are all on point. That is like the digital version of body language. But that means you are relying on your tonality even more. Most salespeople are basically fighting with their arm tied behind their back. They are ignoring the 70, 80, or even 90% of what really matters when it comes to closing someone. That is your tonality. So let me break down for you the top 4 tonalities that I train all my top closers in. These separate them from every other salesperson out there. Tonality 1 is concerned. This is when you want them to see the consequences of not changing, instead of saying, what happens if you don't change this? Try something like this. Have you given it any thought as to what happens if you don't make a change? Did you hear that shift? This is not me being pushy. This is me being like a doctor who is genuinely concerned about your health if you do nothing. When a prospect hears that tone, they will feel like you genuinely care about their problems, not because you want to make a sale, but because you know where they are heading. Okay, time to look at tonality number 2. Now, this is for the discovery section of the call. This is when you want to gain information from a prospect and you want them to open up, but you do not want them to feel like they are being interrogated. So instead of saying, how long have you been doing that for? You could say, okay, how long have you been doing it that way for? The second example invites them to share more. The first feels like you are building a case against them. Curiosity creates safety, and safety is what will get you the truth. So the third one we are going to look at is certainty. This is for transitions or for the pitch section of the call. You might say, based on everything you have told me, I know we can help you. Would you like me to explain how we can help? Or you might ask, where do you want to go from here? And that is not arrogance. That is certainty. And certainty is what people are actually buying. They do not want someone who is just pretty sure they can help. They want someone who is certain they can fix the problems for them. Now, the fourth is the biggest and potentially also the most challenging. And it literally is challenging. Now we use the challenging tone when we want someone to see what their patterns are. We want to challenge them supportively to break them. Let's say we have got a tricky prospect during the objection handling stage of the call. They say, I always make decisions this way. This is when we would bring this tone into action. And we might want to say, okay, well, if you have always made decisions that way, but you aren't where you want to be right now. Okay, let's use an example. Let's say we are in the objection handling part of the call. A prospect has said to us, I always make decisions this way. I just want time to think about it. This is when we might enact this challenging tone. We might say, okay, well, if you have always made decisions this way, but you aren't where you want to be. Would it be fair to say you might need to change how you approach your decision-making process to get to where you need to go? You know, we are not attacking them when it comes to challenging. We are just holding up a mirror to try and help them see where they are going wrong. We want to help them get to where they want to go. Most prospects have never actually had someone challenge them from a place of their best interest. When you do that, and when you do it right, often that is the wake-up call that they have been waiting for. So these are the 4 tonalities. We have just invented the 4 C's while we are here on this video. Concerned, curious, certain, and challenging. Now let me show you the technique that gets prospects to tell you something that they have never told another salesperson. They have never said this in their entire life. This is for when you have tried everything. You might have hit every single note on the sales call up until now, but they come to the price and you still get slapped around the face with, I need to think about it. Here's what most salespeople do wrong. They say, come on, John, we have been on the phone for an hour now. What do you really need to think about? Guess what? That is just going to trigger the defenses even more. Instead, try something like this. John, can I ask you something? This is just between you and me. It is off the record. What is really behind you putting more time and distance between where you are right now and getting the life that you actually want? Do you feel that shift? So let me break down here basically what has happened. The first thing we are going to do is ask for permission. We ask for permission, so we are not just bulldozing them with our opinion or a question. They are basically inviting us to offer a suggestion. Second, we said something like between you and me. This is just going to create a bit of intimacy between you and the prospect. It is sort of like that friend approach, like you are putting your arm around their shoulder. You are just trying to help them person to person. Thirdly is that pause before the final question. This is called verbal pacing, and it is going to create some tension. And fourth, we use the phrase, what is really behind? Not what is there left to think about. We ask, what is really behind it? That ultimately implies that there is something deeper than the surface level. It invites them to tell you. And here is the magic. Deliver this with real concern using a tone that shows you actually care about solving the problem. I promise you, it is almost impossible for them to not open up. And now, let me show you how to use tonality to dig deeper into a prospect's pain. Because ultimately, prospects do not buy solutions to problems. They buy relief from pain, and most of their pain is emotional, it is not logical. People make decisions based on emotion and they justify it with logic. So let's say you are on a sales call and a prospect says to you, we have been struggling to hit our revenue targets. This is what most salespeople would say. Okay, what has been your biggest challenge to hit them so far? That is basically just a logical discovery. It is boring and it does not move anyone. Instead, maybe try something like this. That must be really stressful for you. How long has this been going on for? And what does that mean for your team? And I guess, what has this been like for you over the past few months? Do you see what I am doing there? I am not just finding out what the problem is. I am finding out what the emotional impact behind that problem actually carries to the prospect. Because when someone finds the real cost, the emotional cost behind a problem, that is when they will stop shopping around and they will actually start buying. To round things off, let me give you 3 advanced patterns that I teach all my top closers. Okay, let's look at pattern 1, the empathy bridge. So when a prospect shares something emotional with you, let's say they say, well, I am just tired of being let down by agencies. We do not want to dive in straight away and try and solve it. You do not want to say, well, this is why we are different, blah, blah, blah. The right response is to sit with it and pause. You say, that must be tough. How many times has this happened so far? This empathy bridge allows the prospect to feel heard before you just try to fix them. It happens before you just try to pitch. Okay, let's look at number 2, the assumption challenge. So often prospects can say really limiting statements that we know are not true. A prospect might say something like, I have literally tried everything. Instead of jumping to it and saying, I doubt your heart, otherwise you would be exactly where you need to go. That is wrong. That is the wrong sort of challenge. We might want to challenge in a friendly way and say, everything? Really? Tell me everything you have tried so far. This is going to invite them to prove the point, and it is also going to prove that they haven't tried anything in a way that is not going to cause conflict. Now, this is a slightly different one. Number 3 is the future pace anchor. This is when you want them to slow down and really feel the impact of what you are saying. So let's say we are painting what the solution actually looks like to the prospect. We might say, imagine, John, in 6 months' time, you have finally fixed this problem. You're back up to earning $20,000 a month. You can take your family away on that holiday that you have been planning. I guess, how would that change things for you? What is different day to day? Who else would this change things for? This slower pace allows them to actually visualize the outcome. And once they can actually visualize it and see it and feel it, that is when they will buy it. Now, before we wrap things up, let me show you the 3 biggest mistakes that closers make. These are mistakes sales reps use that are ultimately killing their deals. So the first mistake is matching a prospect's energy when they are negative. If they are frustrated, stressed, or angry, you are just going to become part of the problem. Instead, stay calm and grounded. It is going to be your energy and your tonality that brings them back to center. Mistake number 2 is using the same tonality for every question. I hear salespeople who sound excited about absolutely everything, or they sound curious about everything, concerned about everything, or challenge prospects on everything. Your tone should match the purpose of your question. Discovery is curious, pain exploration, and sometimes objections are going to be concerned, and your pitch and closing are confident and certain. Now, I have saved the best for last. The third and final mistake, and it is the worst, is when people fake tonalities. Now, what do I mean by this? People can smell an inauthentic tone a mile away. If you do not actually genuinely care and you're just putting on some crazy pretend tonality, the prospect is going to be able to tell. The best way to deliver any of these tonalities is to actually embody that feeling. If someone has a problem and it is very obvious, be concerned for them, care about them, be genuinely curious about someone's current situation and how long they have been doing something. Just being curious will serve you so well as a sales rep. And when it is very obvious that someone is just in their own way, they are just delaying things. You can be challenging in that friendly way because you are trying to help them win. And when a prospect feels that, that will make the biggest difference. The best tonality ultimately just comes from actually giving a damn. Look, here's the bottom line. You could have the best scripts in the world. You could have the best questions. You could have the best pitch and the best objection handling word tracks. But if you do not have the tonality to match, none of it matters. If it does not create trust, safety, and emotional connection, it is pointless. Prospects do not buy your solution. They buy how that solution makes them feel. If you master tonality, you will stop getting surface level responses. You will get the real truth and the real pain behind why they are on the call to begin with. And ultimately, that is what closes deals. That is when you can turn 3K months into 20K months. And sales can start becoming a career, not just a job. If you want to actually master high-ticket sales and gain a remote position, listen up. You want a job that gives you complete freedom of time, location, and finances. Just book a call with me using the link in the description or drop me a DM on Instagram and we can have a chat. When most closers get stuck at $3,000 to $7,000 a month, it is rarely because they cannot sell. It is usually because maybe they pitch too early or they hone in on a surface level pain point and miss the whole big picture. Then they deliver a perfectly memorized pitch. Maybe it is a presentation and the prospect just feels like it is a cookie cutter response. Most of it is actually irrelevant to what they have gone through on the call. And when that happens, the buyer obviously does not feel understood because you have just given them a template response. That means they will disengage. In most cases, you're going to miss so many sales from this approach. A great pitch is not a presentation. It is not a perfectly crafted response or a list of features. It is not you showing how clever you are or how amazing your business is. It is actually more of a mirror. You are going to be actually mirroring the prospect's pains and desires. You mirror everything they have told you throughout the whole call. If the pitch does not feel as though it is designed for them, it will fail. It needs to be bespoke for their problems or it is not going to land. People do not say yes to completely generic offers. They say yes to offers when it feels as though it solves the problem that they have been facing. They buy when it is actually going to get them to the desired outcome. And in this video, I am going to break down how you can structure a pitch that actually delivers and gets sales. It is a pitch that mirrors a prospect's desires, their pains, and their emotional depth. Ultimately, it takes the prospect on this journey. It takes them from where they are now to getting the actual result that they want, building trust along the way. This is where a lot of closers fall apart, and this is what separates the average from the elite. So to begin with, I want to establish the actual stakes behind pitching. Like, what is at stake online right now? Everyone is so invested in the discovery process and the objection handling process, but the pitch still matters. It really matters. Even if you have the perfect discovery and perfect objection handling, the pitch must build clarity, certainty, and trust. If not, it is going to be very hard for you to close a sale. So let's look at some of the common mistakes that people make. The first is that often closers pitch way too early. Or they start pitching as they are going through the discovery. This is a mistake that I see all the time. Feel free to watch your own calls back and make sure that you are not doing this. The prospect might raise a particular problem or something that they want, which is included in your offer. So what happens is you will tell them early. Ideally, the sections should be very separate. Your discovery process should all be about the prospect. It should not be about your offer. You should not be mentioning anything about your offer, your pitch, or your service for at least the first 20 minutes of the call. And then when the discovery process is finished, that is the point you move in with the pitch. Another big mistake that I see with a lot of pitches out there is they unload on irrelevant benefits to the prospect. The prospect is on a call because they want you to take them from A to Z. Quite simply, it is about moving away from a certain pain that they have been facing or towards a desire that they have been seeking. During your pitch, do not start telling them about awards that you have won. Do not mention some irrelevant detail inside your program or your service that they do not really care about. Prospects care about getting to where they want to go and they want to feel safe on that journey. So ideally, we do not need to dump features onto prospects. Realistically, I think pitches can be 5 to 10 minutes most of the time. You can deliver a killer pitch in 5 to 10 minutes. As humans, our attention span is not too good. So 5 to 10 minutes of a well-crafted pitch is all you need. You do not need to unload features and benefits. You do not need a 20-page presentation to close a sale. Ultimately, what actually closes a sale is emotional resonance. It is not logistical details. Prospects do not really care that much about the logistics. They often just care about how that pitch makes them feel. They want clarity, confidence, and trust that you are actually going to get them the result that they came looking for. So now it comes on to the specifics around your offer. Obviously, it massively depends on what offer you're on with how you pitch. I am going to try and give you an overall summary of something that I believe could fit pretty much every single offer. I will do this without going into too many details. I'm going to try and give you a broad spectrum of what should pretty much always be included. So the first thing is, I would not have a long presentation like a slideshow that you click through. I think it is outdated. I think that it removes that emotional connection between you and the prospect. All of a sudden, it has gone from a real powerful conversation where the prospect feels they need to make a change. Then it switches to, oh, and check out my pre-recorded presentation. It sort of does not really align. So with pitches, I like to make them as personal as possible. I want every single prospect to feel as though this was made for them. And we are directly attributing the benefits of the service or product to what the prospect told us earlier in the call. I am going to go through this in more detail. But that is an overarching theme to keep the pitch personal. If your pitch feels generic, strip it back. Try to make it as personal as possible. What I like to do for my offer is I have literally a Google Doc and it just contains 2 pages. My pitch might last for 10 minutes. This allows the prospect to have something to look at and follow along. Otherwise, it can be a little bit too many words and they cannot grab onto everything. They cannot remember everything if they do not have something to look at. It does not need to be in depth. It is literally bullet points on my end, but it is well presented. I have put the branding onto the piece of paper with the right font and a banner with some images. It is simple, but it allows the information I am sharing to actually land better. I also like to keep a link handy to one side, usually on a separate tab. It is there to run through a couple of testimonials if asked. Or if you are on Trustpilot, having that link handy is always going to be useful. You can flick through them all and be like, look how many amazing reviews and results we have got. Now, in terms of when I share the price of the service, I like to do it directly after the discovery or around halfway through the pitch. I do not really like to wait all the way until the end. Sometimes it feels as though you have to restart the pitch again. Once you tell someone the price, often that fight or flight response comes in and they forget everything you have said anyway. They will just ask a lot of questions that you have already answered. If you stack the price at the beginning or in the middle, it is almost like you are explaining why something is that price. So it builds value into the price. It is better than the price coming at the end and you having to re-explain it. Okay, now onto the first framework of the video, the made for me principle. As I mentioned earlier, pitching must feel personalized. It has to feel as though this pitch was made specifically for the prospect's desired outcome. It must address the problems that they are facing, the pain they are going through, and the urgency they are feeling. It should be reverted back to through the pitch. There are so many different ways you can do this. It can be as simple as saying, you mentioned earlier you were struggling with X, Y, and Z. You are not going to have to struggle with that anymore because of X, Y, Z solution. It is as simple as that. Just reverting back to what the prospect said and including it with whatever statement you are going to say next makes it feel way more personalized. So ultimately, you are going to be using the insights that you have gained through the discovery. You use them to preface any statements that you are going to be making. We want to try and mirror the emotional language that the prospects use through the discovery. So maybe someone has said that they have been struggling for a long time now. It is like saying, I know you mentioned you have been struggling for a while with that particular issue. Well, we actually solved that this way by doing this, this, and this. We want to try to avoid these long generic statements or listing off all these features that no one actually cares about. Take an honest view of your pitch and your pitch deck. Think to yourself, does anyone actually care about that? What do my prospects really care about? When they come onto the call and I am having a conversation with them, what are the main things that they want? Let's just pitch that. What are the main things that everyone struggles with? Let's include that and let's solve all of those problems. It is pretty easy. It is like asking, what are the 5 main things that all of my customers struggle with? Okay, let's include that in the pitch. And what are the top 3 desired outcomes that most prospects want? That is your pitch. Done. Just focus on the big movers. People do not need to know the award that you won last week. People do not need to know how quick your yada 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 is, right? You just do not need to go into the specifics. Obviously, prospects need to feel safe. They need to feel like you are capable and you have the infrastructure in place. But that could be done in under a minute. And that brings me on to framework 2, which is the big idea headline. This loops back into what we have gone through already. I like to start the pitch with a real outcome-driven, emotionally charged promise to tie in the end result. Prospects are here because of the end result. That is all. So there are many different ways we can do that. We could just say something along the lines of, how this works is we are looking to take you from X to Y in the next 90 days. We do this by equipping you with X, Y, and Z skill set. Simple. There does not need to be any technical details here whatsoever. This is purely based on the transformation. What we are aiming to do with this is to evoke a response from the prospect. We want them to feel that they are going to be that person in the next 60 days, 30 days, or 90 days. And we want to deliver it with absolute certainty. That is what makes a big difference in a pitch, your tonality. How certain are you when delivering it? Are you reading it like you're reading a shopping list? You need to be delivering your pitch like you are the most certain person that you can get this prospect the result they actually want. We also need to be delivering it with absolute clarity as well. Let's not be jumbling over our words. Our pitch is when we step into the version of us that is the absolute expert in our field. And we need to be instilling that confidence into our prospects. We need to connect through this statement who they are right now and who they want to become. We need to explain how we are going to get them there and in how long. It is as simple as that. That is how we want to begin every pitch. Now, on to the third framework, which is transformation mapping. Now, depending on your offer, you will structure this in different ways. This is essentially just chunking down your service into memorable steps. And these steps should ultimately lead to the desired outcome that the prospect is looking for. So we just want to break the offer down into 2, 3, or 4 steps. It is like step 1, you are going to be going through the training. You are going to learn X, Y, Z. The way that we are going to deliver this is through X, Y, Z. There are 100 hours of videos and we hold your hand every single step of the way. Step 2 is the coaching. You are going to have a direct coach who is going to be holding your hand through this entire process. You are going to be working one-on-one with him. He is going to ensure that you actually get that result and you can actually apply all that training in the real world. And you know when you mentioned earlier that you had really been struggling with setting up that particular thing? Well, he is going to help you with that directly. He is going to do all of that for you. Literally just take that away from you. But he will also show you how you can do it yourself so you can have a repeatable process that you can stick to. This is just off the top of my head, but this is what it sounds like. And then from there, it is like the third step is accountability. The way that we do that is this or that. Remember when you said earlier you need this? Well, this is how we solve this. And finally, the fourth step is actually simple. But again, ideally, we want to try and tie each step into a pain or a desire that they mentioned earlier in the discovery. Try to use the actual language that they used. But this is all about showing the process to take them from where they are right now to actually getting the result. They get the result they want in the time frame that they want. Ideally, in this section, we are focusing on change. How do we actually facilitate that transformation and that change that they are looking for? Now, the fourth framework is where a lot of people get lost. This is where a lot of people make a lot of mistakes. So this is the logic layer. Most people make the whole pitch logic, and that does not really do it for prospects. Ideally, it is about showing them the change, showing them the transformation. You get them to paint that ideal scenario in their mind. And the logic just backs it up. The logic is just that final padlock. It is the final bit of security that allows everything to fall into place. But the pitch is ultimately built on emotion, and then it is secured with this logical layer. So this is where we are just going to introduce the structure and the certainty. So the prospect believes, actually, I can 100% trust these guys. They have got it all figured out. This is where we are explaining things like onboarding. How in depth is the onboarding process? Also, support is massive here. People love having support. No matter what service it is, what sort of support are you offering them in terms of customer service? How quickly are you going to respond to them? Who are they going to be dealing with? How often are they going to be dealing with them? But also timelines, strict timelines of when things start and when things end, and then ultimately the delivery of your service and what that looks like and how efficient is it. This is where you make the actual service delivery bulletproof with no drama. A great way you can do this is to transcribe all your calls or listen to your calls back. Try to figure out what are the most common questions and objections. Figure out where they come from. It is this logical layer where we can explain them away. So for instance, a lot of people might be asking at the end, what time are all the sessions? Just include that in your pitch. So then you do not have to answer an additional question at the end. Or there might be some deeper concerns where people are saying that they are not really that confident. Well, that might be a sign that you might need to double down on the support aspect of the program, so people actually get that feeling of confidence. And finally, once you have done that, this is where you actually start to tie them down into a decision. I always focus on the prospect making a decision. Forget about the investment for now. Even if they bring it up, let's focus on the decision. Focus on the decision to actually make a change or make a commitment, because that is the powerful part. Actually committing to that change. Money is the easy part. So we ask a question after we finished our bit, something along the lines of, do you actually feel like this can get you to XYZ desired outcome? 9 times out of 10, they will say yes. But listen out for yeah versus yeah. They are two very different things. If someone goes, yeah, it is like, okay, why do you feel like it can? Let them sell themselves back and verbalize why they believe it can get them to their desired outcome. If someone says, yeah, address it head on. I sense a bit of hesitation there. Where's that coming from? Because guess what? That is not going away. If you sweep that under the rug and do not address it, it is not just going to disappear. It is going to come up later as an objection. So we might as well deal with it now. And once we have tied them down into that decision and that belief that what we offer can get them to where they want to go, the rest is up to the close and maybe a bit of objection handling, but providing you hit all those notes, then there should be no need to handle objections. Okay, 2 bonuses within pitches. These are things that I like to include. The first is a story transfer. People remember stories. They remember if you tell them a story about a previous customer that you had that maybe reminds them of themselves. Let's discuss that. And maybe you solved a problem recently that was similar to a problem that the prospect is facing. Tell them how it went and how that person is feeling right now. The truth is more sticky in story. And when you tell a story, people feel as though they are borrowing that transformation from someone else. And it helps them to visualize it and feel it. The second bonus is engagement questions. We also do not want our pitch to just be us speaking into the void for 10 or 15 minutes. We need to be keeping the prospect engaged through a variety of different questions. I'm sure you can research thousands, but it is pretty straightforward. Say you have just finished speaking for a minute. Ask, how does that sound in terms of what you're looking for? Yeah, sounds great. What areas specifically stand out to you? Oh, okay, great. So, you mentioned earlier, and we are straight back into the pitch, but it feels more like a conversation rather than just us unloading this pre-rehearsed script. And this act, as well as not just keeping engagement, it also keeps attention. So after we mention maybe a feature or a service that we offer, ask something simple. Would you see that helping you? And this is going to keep the prospect engaged. If they are more engaged, it means they are absorbing more information and ultimately they are going to be more likely to close. Listen, a great pitch is almost never about the product. It is never about how many modules you have. It is not about how many coaching calls you have a week or how advanced your techniques are. A great pitch, quite simply, is allowing the prospect to feel as though the problems are actually going to go away. They feel they are going to reach their desired outcome that they are looking for. And they feel that you actually understand what they are going through. Because most people enter sales calls because they are in a state of uncertainty. They feel a bit lost with a particular problem. They might feel a little bit lost in terms of where they want to go and they want help. If you can be that absolutely certain individual that knows you can help the prospect, you build trust. Have that contagious certainty where you are that certain and they then feel certain in you. They trust you, and if they trust you, they will buy. A great pitch is soaked in certainty and authority. And as you will know by now, you nail that through your tone and your pacing. You have literally got to be the most certain authority figure on the planet. You have to believe that what you offer will get the prospect where they want to go. People need a leader, and you can be that leader on a sales call. That is why elite closers close at such high rates. They do not rely on slick lines and lists of features and memorized scripts. They rely on emotional precision. They rely on repeating back to the prospect the exact words that they want to hear. You get that through listening. You get that through having a killer discovery process. You get that through having a full understanding of your service and your offering. Just deliver on a plate essentially exactly what the prospect is looking for. Build trust within it. That is what speaks to the human experience, and in my opinion, that is what delivers a perfect pitch. All right, welcome to what might be the most important sales training that you will ever watch. This is a full masterclass on objection handling. It is not surface level at all. There are a lot of online programs out there that potentially you pay tens of thousands of dollars for just to get access to this stuff. This is not scripts that you are going to memorize. This is the deep work, the psychology, the patterns, the frameworks. This is ultimately what separates closers that are stuck at $3,000 a month to the closers that are doing $20,000 or $30,000 a month. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, the way that most sales coaches handle objections is completely wrong. Most people who are in sales handle objections completely wrong. So here is what we are going to be covering over the next hour. The things to avoid when it comes to objection handling. The 4 different types of objections. My exact framework that I use. Like I said, I used to charge thousands of dollars just to give this system to people. Deep dives into common objections, how to handle it, how to handle things like I need to think about it, the language patterns you need to look out for, the mindset behind it, quite literally everything you could possibly need. This is not a quick tip video. This is not something that you need to scroll through and try to pick certain things. It is essentially everything that I know when it comes to objections. So if you are serious about becoming a master of objection handling, then at least take some notes. Pull up a Word document, get a pen and paper, because this is going to be literally everything that you need. So let's start all the way over here, because the best place to start is the foundations. So before we get into how to actually handle objections, we need to talk about why the way that you might be doing it right now might not be working. It might not be working as well as you would like it to be, because most sales training teaches you to memorize these quick lines. When someone says this, you say this. When they say that, you say that. And it makes sense, right? You want to be prepared. You want to have answers ready. But real conversations do not flow like that. When someone says, I need to think about it, they are not reading from a script internally. They are feeling something. But if you do not handle that the right way, they can tell. If you are just thinking, oh, I will just use this script for this section, they can tell usually to begin with. Like, how many times have you heard sales coaches say things like, oh, is that the symptom or the cause? If something is expensive, is that the symptom of the call though? It is like all people have to do is spend a bit of time on social media now. They probably see every single high ticket closer do that same objection handling remark. And that is going to actually do the opposite effect, because they just know you're trying to handle their objections. You are going to lose rapport with them. It feels robotic, not authentic, like you are not actually listening, which you are not. You are just waiting for your turn to talk. I used to do this as well, so it is not just you. I would be on a call and I would have a list of different objections. So when I would get into the objection part of the call, I would have tabs. I need to think about it. Partner, I need 24 hours. And I click on it and it works sometimes. I am not saying it does not work. I am just saying there are better ways to do it. And often the difference between a $10,000 a month closer and a $20,000 a month closer is small details like this. This is what actually makes a difference, because it allows you to close more people. Those higher level prospects that a scripted line isn't going to work on, they are going to go, no, I just want to think about it. And you are going to try some quick line with them. And they are going to go, yeah, I am still going to think about it. And you are like, I could have got that person. That is where this comes into play. It is that extra 10 or 20% close rate that makes the big difference. Because if you are not addressing what is actually going on in their head and just reciting lines, then it is not going to go super smooth. The big shift for me happened when I stopped trying to handle objections. I started trying to understand them. See, objections are not people saying no. They are like clues. It is basically the prospect telling you what is holding them back. But you need to know how to listen. So in this masterclass, I am not going to give you scripts. I am giving you something better. It is like an internal framework for you to understand what is really behind every objection. It is about how to guide people past their own limitations. This is what separates great closers from good ones. And by the end of this video, if you apply everything that we have gone through, you will be better at handling objections than 99.9% of salespeople out there. So let's look at the psychology behind objections here. The truth is, most objections aren't real. I know that sounds weird, but stick with me. When someone says, I need to think about it, they are not actually saying they need more time to process information. When they are saying it is too expensive, they are not always saying they cannot afford it. They could be saying a multitude of other things. They might be saying, I feel uncomfortable right now. I feel scared. I do not feel safe making this decision. But here is why this matters. If you try to deal with that surface level objection, you will lose the deal. Humans ultimately make decisions emotionally, then justify them logically. This is not new information. Every sales trainer probably tells you this, but most people do not actually understand what that means in practice. It means someone gives you a logical objection like, I do not have the money, or I do not have time. They might say, I need to speak to my partner. They are not giving you the real reason to begin with. Okay? The real reason is always emotional. Objections are windows into internal conflict. Often, if people are on high-ticket sales calls, they usually bought into whatever you are selling to an extent. They have sat with you over an hour. They have gone through a sales call. They have probably gone through a lot of things before they got on the call. But then it has come to the price, and these limitations start creeping in. So this is just an illustration of essentially what that process looks like. Through our discovery section, we are going to know where they are. We are going to know where they want to be. We are going to know what the gap is holding them back. So when we get into objections, you are not here to overcome them. You are here to help resolve the internal conflict by shifting the belief that created the objection. You are the guide. So your job isn't to convince them. It is to help them see what is really holding them back. And once they see it, once they articulate it, you can give them a different lens to look through it. And you can allow them to move past it. And often it looks like this. You have got the surface objection, which is what they say. Now, this is where most closers trip up. They just try and handle the surface objection. And it goes bad. Like sometimes you will capture people with some quick lines. But ideally, you need to be asking the right questions. Understand, okay, what is the actual concern here? Let's get that. But then there is a layer below that. It is the underlying belief behind their concern. And if we handle that, we are in an even stronger position. And a layer below that is who they believe they are. If we can handle that aspect of it, that is where you can really crush objections. So there are essentially 4 layers of objections, and the first layer is the smoke screen, or what I like to call the filter. This is usually the reflective protective responses. Again, we do not handle smoke screens, we do not handle filters. This is things like, can you send me the info over email, or I will get back to you tomorrow, or I need to think about it. Then we get onto the logical wrapper. This is where the rational sounding reasons come into play. And often this is just logic as armor for what is really going on. But this is where we will start to get some distinction between what this potential objection is. Is it like fear-based or is it logistical-based? So we need to ask better questions here. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. But before I show you how to do it, I need you to understand it. So the logical wrapper often is people saying things like when they have a money objection. They are worrying that if they spend money on this and it does not work, they feel irresponsible. They believe that resources are scarce and they must protect the money. They might feel like they are not able to manage this on top of everything else. They may feel like they need permission from a partner. So your role in this section is to isolate ultimately whether it is logical or whether it is fear-based and get to it. We need to get to the root, and if it is not logistical, because we deal with logistical objections differently, often it is fear. And that is basically the emotional truth behind the objection. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of change. Your role here is to essentially position that fear. You need to drag it out the hat like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You need to get it up and look at it. Look it in the eye, because that is not them. Let's view it as a separate entity and view it as something that is happening to them, and then let them choose. Let them choose if they want to continue listening to fear, because it is ultimately what will hold them back. And the layer below fear is the identity foundation. This is the core beliefs of who they believe they are. Our identity is our deepest operating system. So this is things like people who believe they do not make decisions like this. They believe this is too much money for them and what they have spent for the rest of their life. They do not identify with being that sort of person. So our job in this section is to help them see. The decision they are avoiding is actually the decision that their future self would make. The identity that they want would make this decision right now. If they are already earning $100,000 a month, then a $5,000 investment isn't a lot if it gets them further along. So it is allowing them to step into it. So this is a good way to look at identity, and it is a good way to also improve the way that you make decisions. Most people think that it goes like this. When I have the resources, I will do the thing and that will make me successful. But in reality, it works backwards. And this is not common knowledge. This is something that I have discovered way later in my entrepreneurial journey. You, to begin with, have to be the person. Do what that person would do, essentially, before you are that person. And that is what brings the result. Like you have got to do it backwards, because if you do it the normal way, you will never have the resources because you never do the thing. So you will never be successful. So you will never have the resources. And it is just this cyclical nature. You have got to do it in reverse. Like example, most people believe when they have the spare money, they will invest into sales coaching. That will make them better at sales and that will lead to consistent 20K months. But the fact is, to get to 20,000 months, you have to act like you are that person already. Be resourceful enough to find the capital to invest in the coaching, and that allows you to become that person. Your role in objection handling is helping them to be the decision maker before they have all the answers. So there are 4 kinds of objections, and let's break them down. The first is smokescreens. Like I mentioned earlier, these are reflective exits disguised as reasons. But how can you spot them? This is important. They are vague, they are flimsy, there is no reason given, they just want to leave the decision. So examples there for you. How do we handle this? How do we handle a smokescreen? We need to pierce through it immediately. We need to create safety, normalize, and ultimately dig for what is real. The second kind of objection is logistical objections. These are real-world constraints. Okay, I will give you an example. Someone really wants to buy whatever you are selling and they do not have the card. They literally do not have it. How are you going to sell to them? But there are ways we can deal with that logically to still get the sale. We can still get some form of commitment, some decision, but leave the logistical stuff until later. But these are usually very specific. The prospect delivers them calmly. They usually say, no, I really want to go ahead with this. It is just X, Y, Z. I am traveling for 3 weeks. I am in 2 other programs. I have left my card at home. I am transferring it from my savings. These are all real logistical objections. How we handle them is acknowledging that that is the reality. And then we need to test their commitment through various questioning. I'm going to show you this later in the masterclass. But we want to test it by saying things like, if XYZ wasn't a factor, just so I am clear, are we like 100% in on this? Yes. Cool. Then thirdly, explore creative solutions. How can we get this done? If someone does not have the card right now, do they have Apple Pay? If someone needs to transfer from savings, can we get a deposit from whatever is in the current account right now, even if it is $50? These are the creative solutions to how we can actually get some commitment. We get some decision, but leave the logistical stuff until later. The third type of objection is fear-based. So often these are disguised as logistical objections, but they are not. How do we spot them? Hesitation in voice, emotional language. It is usually about themselves, not the offer. It is usually vague, or they change reasons multiple times. They might say, I have tried before, these things do not work for me. What if I invest and it does not work? I am a bit worried. These sort of things. How do we handle it? Normalize the fear. Separate them from the fear. Make fear the villain in the room. Reframe the belief. Help them be the guide and then empower them. This is the difference between closing someone and overcoming objections. It is helping someone make a decision that they feel happy to make. It is the empowerment. And fourth is hybrid. This is objections with both logistical and fear-based components. So sometimes money can be logistical and fear at the same time. So can partner, so can timing. But how we handle it is by isolating the two of them. We handle them separately. So like for instance, if it was like a money objection, we could use a phrase like this. Is it that you literally cannot afford it right now? Or is it more that you're just a bit unsure if you should? We need to address the root. So there are the 4 different kinds of objections. I hope you have taken a note of those because these are going to be really important as we go through. Okay, now we are going to look at my framework. This is what I have previously charged thousands of dollars to teach sales teams. I use this to implement offers and train salespeople. I am literally giving it away for free because I want to help as many people get started in this. This is the CARE framework. It works for any objection, any industry, any offer, and here is how it breaks down. C stands for clarify. A stands for ask and isolate. R stands for reframe. E stands for empower with action. So let me walk you through each step in detail. As we go through, I'm going to give you real examples, language patterns, and frameworks that you can literally start using today. Okay, let's look at C, clarify. So the purpose of this aspect is to lower the threat response and try to start discovering what is real. The purpose behind this is to get people to feel safe. Because when you have started asking people for 5,000, 10,000, or 20,000, their fear response goes super high. And we want to get them out of that survival brain and into their rational thinking brain. We need them back into the emotion because if you do not, you are just going to keep getting smoke screens. They are going to keep saying, I just want to think about it. I just want to think about it. We need to lower that guard here. We need to disarm them completely. There are a few things we do in the clarifying section, but mainly the clarify stands for clarifying their belief in the solution. So we want them to answer the most important thing. Do they believe what we have gone through over the past hour will actually get them to the outcome that they want? If the answer is yes, we are onto something. Because if they say yeah, that means they believe it is real. They believe we can help them, but there is something holding them back. This is what we are going to figure out. But the most important question here is when they have said yes, I do believe it can help me, we want to ask why. Why do you feel like this can help you? Because this will get them out of that survival brain and get them back into rational thinking. So we want to remove the sales pressure here as well as much as possible. We want to step into that trusted advisor frame. I want you to think in objections like you are a big brother or a big sister. You are helping someone to make a difficult decision. Investing in yourself is not easy, especially if it is the first time. We are going to normalize the objection in this section as well. Like, yeah, that is not uncommon. Most of our clients feel that exact way before joining our program. We need to create permission to be straight up with them, because in order for us to help them, can we be honest? Can we have an honest discussion? And that is clarify. So throughout that section, hopefully we are going to gain a lowered guard. We are going to get them back into their rational brain, get them out of survival mode, get them to confirm they believe in the solution and explain the reasons why they believe in the solution. We want all of those things before we move on to the next stage, which is going to be ask and isolate. This is where we are going to ask various different questions to ultimately get to the root of the objection. Because in the previous one, we have only often got the surface layer to begin with. Whether they have said it is too expensive, whether they said I need to think about it, whether they said they need to speak to my partner, doesn't matter. We are still going to keep going to the root. Most people do not even understand what the real objection is. They are just giving you whatever their mind is clinging on to. It is usually like 80% of the time fear response, right? They are just like, oh, need to think about it. Yeah, need 24 hours. A lot of money, shut down. Your job is to help them discover what it potentially is holding them back. And again, be that guide. So there are different isolation techniques we can use, just quite simply asking why. Why is that? What is beneath that? If we solve that problem, would that mean that we would be going ahead? Like, for example, a chain here is like, I just need to think about it. It is like, what do you feel like you need to actually go over just so I can see if I can help? They reply, just to see if it is the right time. Our response would be, what makes you feel like it might not be? Boom, the objection is going to come out. This is the sort of questioning that we are going to go down. I am going to give you lots of examples on this later, but I need to understand why you are doing things before just going and doing them. That is probably most people's issues already, because they are just reading a script. They do not even know why they are doing certain things. This is also the section where we start to figure out whether it is logistical or emotional, because we are going to handle them differently, right? We are going to handle them completely different. Ultimately, your job in this section is to get them to ask questions that force them to articulate what is really going on. And once they say it out loud, then you can address it. But if you do not isolate the real objection, you are just going to be swinging your hands around like you're trying to fight a ghost. You are going to be solving the wrong problem. We need to figure out exactly what it is. Is it logistical? Is it emotional? Because it is only then we can move on to the next stage, which is reframe. This is the most powerful part of the framework. This is where you help people to see their situation differently, their beliefs differently, their identity differently. This is where deals close. But here's the principle. You're not trying to convince them. You are helping them see what is actually true. I'm going to give you the different reframe principles. I'm going to give you a lot of examples down here, but let me explain why. To begin with, we are not going to be providing new information here. We're going to be providing them a new lens through which to say the same situation. Reframes work because we may expose limiting beliefs as optional. Do they really need this fear in their life? Like, what happens if they continue holding on to this fear? Are they going to progress any further than where they are right now? What has fear bringing up these limiting beliefs and saying over the past year, while XYZ limiting belief has been holding you back? While this has been holding you back from achieving XYZ outcome, what do you feel like you have potentially left on the table? We are getting them to look at things through a different lens, creating cognitive dissonance with the current pattern of behavior and offering an alternative interpretation that ultimately serves them better. Now, I am going to show you the different ways to reframe, but before we do that, I am going to show you the final step. And this is powerful here because we want people, when they are buying, to be in an empowered, excited state. We want them to embody the version of themselves that is capable of deciding. Ultimately, this decision making is an identity act. When someone makes a big decision, they are not just choosing action. They are choosing what sort of person they want to be. We are helping them step into the decision. We are not pushing them. You are calling them forward into the version of themselves that is capable of deciding. And I am going to give you a really big key here. You want to tie them into the decision, not the investment. Obviously, the investment is an element of it. But when we are tying them into this empowerment stage, we are not talking about the investment. We are talking about the decision to move forwards. We are talking about the decision to unlock the skills that are going to lead to their XYZ outcome desire. It is not about the money. It is ultimately about them choosing their future from this point on. Using back their language, using back their reasons that they have brought up early in the call, their words, and inviting them to step into the identity that ultimately makes this decision. So let's take a step back and let's look at the different ways how we can reframe objections. This is some key reframes. Now, these are not scripts. These are actual psychological constructs of essentially changing the way someone looks at something. These are not scripts. These are not word tracks. I am giving you real psychological frameworks that actually change people's decisions. The first is aspirational identity framing. So when are we going to use this? This is when we can see that a prospect is making a decision from where they are right now instead of where they want to be, instead of the version of themselves who they have told us throughout the call they want to become. But they are still making a decision based around who they are right now. So we are going to show them the contrast between who they are right now and who they need to become and bring that to light. An example of doing this would be saying something like, which version of you is ultimately making this decision? The one that has been stuck for the past 5 years, or the one that is actually living the life that you have described? We are ultimately challenging who they are here. And it is very hard to move forward in life if you always make the decision based on the person you are right now. You need to make decisions based around the person you want to become. And this is a belief you should hold as a closer. This comes down to congruence and acting like the person you are advising people to become. It is a hell of a lot easier if you are also that person. And we're going to challenge them from a state of believing where they are the current patterns and behaviors to, I can actually choose who I become through making the right decisions. The second way of handling and reframing objections is fear exposure. This is where we are going to separate fear from them and make it the villain in the room. We are not attacking them. We are not saying you are scared. We are saying this is fear. Hello, Mr. Fear. Let's handle this together because that right there is holding you back from your dreams. So are you going to keep letting it? Separate it. People believe that fear is protecting them, but we are actually showing them that the fear is holding them back from the version they want to become. Different ways we can do this. Just understand it and then let the handling come out of you naturally. That is how the best people at handling objections handle them. Not with fancy word tracks, with real understanding. Just handle objections by speaking ultimately like words that are theirs, not scripted. And you will know which one to apply to which people. The third is agency reclaiming. This is to be used when people are outsourcing their decision or hiding behind delays or time objections. Ultimately, ownership is power. When they defer decisions to partners or when they defer decisions to time, saying they do not have time, they are ultimately saying they do not trust themselves. So we want to basically push the belief onto them that they can make big decisions and they need to trust themselves. We are essentially challenging them from a place of where they believe they need external validation to make decisions. We are installing a new belief, which is you are capable, you're empowered, you can do this on your own, you do not need permission. The fourth is a belief collapse. Now, we are going to use this when they have a fixed belief around themselves that is ultimately limiting them. Beliefs aren't facts. They are stories that we have repeated and repeated and repeated until they feel true. So we are helping them see that it is optional. An example of this is people who say, I always take 24 hours to think about a decision, right? That is a belief. Why do you do that? What is the belief behind that? That more time equals a better decision. But is that actually true? Has that actually served you, that belief, throughout your life? Because we are a construct of our decisions, right? So if we are a construct of our decisions. Are you exactly where you want to be? No. So maybe you might need to change the way you make decisions, because if you want to get to a different place, you might need to change the way you approach decisions. That is a quick example off the top of my head. That is a belief collapse. The fifth is stagnation cost reframe, or cost of inaction or consequence reframe. This is when they are focused so much on the risk of action versus the risk of inaction. The risk of inaction is far greater, as we know. By not making a decision, you are making a decision to stay where you are. That is another belief that you need to essentially own and have as a closer. You need to be the sort of person that takes massive action. Because how do you expect to help people guide them through decisions if you do not do this stuff yourself? Understand and put the belief into the prospect. Ask things like, what is the price of doing nothing? What is that worth to you? If we speak in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and you are in the same place as now, how does that sit with you, etc., etc.? A sixth way to handle objections is using mirror framing. After we have had a really strong discovery process, we have pulled out the limiting belief, the desire, and what is holding them back. We have pulled out the pain of the current situation. We have smashed it, okay? And then they say, then you think about it. It is like, huh? What? Ultimately, they are contradicting themselves with what they said earlier in the conversation. And we want to repeat back their own words to them to essentially create cognitive dissonance. Earlier, you mentioned X, Y, and Z. Help me to understand why you are now hesitating if you believe that this can get you to where you want to go. Remember, if we have clarified their belief in the solution, let's say someone has been stuck for a year. They are not earning the money they would like. They know they are holding themselves back by not taking action. This is a very common info product customer profile. We get to the price, we tell them it is $5,000. They say they need to think about it. We say, before you go, do you actually believe this can get you to where I want to go? We are clarifying back 2 stages. Yes, I do. Why? Because of this, that, or the other thing. Okay, fine. Isolate the objection, and then we would use a mirror frame there. Earlier, you mentioned that you have been stuck for a year. The reason that you aren't where you want to be is because of your lack of action. Help me to understand why things have changed in the past half an hour since going through this. And finally, an option is resource to resourcefulness. This is when people are so focused on what they have instead of what they can create. We need to shift people from a scarcity mindset where they feel as though resources are limited. We shift them to an abundance mindset where resources are unlimited, which is true. Again, another belief that you have to have as a closer. You need to act this way as if you can pull resources out of thin air. Because guess what? The richest people in the world all believe that, and they are the ones who can do that. Because you are your beliefs. Essentially, your life is a reflection of your beliefs. You need to, as a closer, not be in a scarcity mindset. You need to be in an abundance mindset. We need to move a prospect into that headspace. A great way to do this is through story. I will give you some great examples of how to do that. But we can show them that if they stay focused on what they have in their hand for the rest of their life, they are going to stay stuck. Okay, so now let's take a bit of a deep dive into my objection belief matrix. I am going to show you what it looks like when these objections essentially are real. So we are going to look at the objection to begin with, then the surface meaning, then the actual meaning. Then we look at the underlying beliefs, then the identity behind it, any distinctions we have to make, and what we need to address. This is essentially like a guide of how to handle every single flipping objection that has ever existed. So let's say I need to think about it. Probably the most common objection you will ever get in high-ticket sales. What is the surface meaning here? That they need time to process. That is not the real meaning though. Often it is, I am scared and I need an escape route. I'm going to tell you something right now. People who say, I need to think about it. If you had 100 calls and 100 people said, I need to think about it, 2 of them would get back to you. And for whatever reason, closers keep letting people off the hook. As a sales manager, as a sales agency owner, as a sales trainer, I would prefer you to burn that lead and keep digging. Keep guiding the prospect to a decision you know is good for them. Bring out the fear, challenge them, and help them. This is better than just letting them get back to you because you are doing your clients a disservice. You're doing yourself a disservice because they won't get back to you. Squeeze every last drop out of the lemon. The beliefs behind that is that careful deliberation equals a smart decision. Or if they delay, they believe that they need to protect themselves from a mistake. The identity behind that is that I am someone who thinks things through carefully. I am someone who needs certainty before acting. But as we know, you can never get certainty on anything without doing it. So how do we address it? We address it by giving them different ways to look at these beliefs and this identity. There are thousands of ways how we can do that. But just as an example, is this real strategic thinking or is this fear avoidance? Has this pattern, such as careful deliberation equals smart decisions, actually served them? The identity, if they are someone who thinks things through carefully, has that actually served them? Thinking everything through carefully, if they think about it, are they exactly where they want to be due to the decision-making process? Often the answer will be no. Or which version of them delays versus takes action? The one they want to be or the one that stays stuck? Let's separate the identities. Again, there are thousands of different ways you can verbalize a challenge. Is verbalize a word? I do not know. There are thousands of ways you can put into words challenging these beliefs and this identity. Second one, as an example, it is too expensive or I cannot afford it. Surface meaning could mean I do not have the money or I do not see the value, right? What are the potential actual meanings behind it? I do not believe I am worth this investment. I am scared to commit. I am scared to commit resources to something that might not work. Or I do not trust myself to make this work. Underlying beliefs behind that meaning is money is scarce and must be protected. Spending this makes me irresponsible if it fails. Fear of failure. Some people may believe they do not deserve to invest at this level. That like crosses over into identity and that resources come from having them in your hand, not creating them. Identity behind it, I am not someone who affords these sort of things, or I am not the kind of person that makes big investments on the spot. Now, there is a critical distinction here between essentially having the money and being scared or literally not having the money. This is when we come back to what I said earlier, where we are separating fear-based objections and logistical-based objections. So, if they cannot afford it, they literally do not have access to the funds. That is logistical. There are creative ways and how we can help them, right? But if they won't afford it and they have it, then it is actually not a money objection at all. It is going to be a fear-based objection. So how do we address it to begin with? Do they literally not have it, or are they looking for more certainty before they allocate it? Are they thinking resource-based or resourcefulness-based? Like, what is the identity of someone who makes investments like this? Is that the sort of person they want to become? So this is how I structure in objections and actually understanding them by breaking it down. I have got pretty much every single objection you could think of on here. I am not going to go through them all like this because I have got other ways of showing you, but this is how I basically have full understanding of every objection and why it looks a certain way. That is all there. You should always understand why people have certain objections, not just take them for what they have said. Now, before moving on to handling particular objections like time, money, partner, and all the common ones that people struggle with, I am going to give you a bit of sauce here around using objections as a secondary discovery. So you have gone through the discovery to begin with. They have got to end the discovery. You are thinking, I have nailed this call. This person is definitely going to go ahead. They are ready to make a decision. They are ready to make a change. You have absolutely smashed it out of the park. Then you go through the pitch. They are starting to think, oh God, there is a payment coming now. You told them the payment. You are expecting them to buy on the phone. Everything has gone out the window. They forgot everything you have discussed. They are stressed out of their mind. This is when we are going to use it. It is also like a mindset thing for you guys as well. Instead of thinking of objections as this process that should be over in 5 minutes, let's use the objection process after you have offered the price. This is a secondary discovery. Do not worry about going over the same ground here. You should be keeping notes always. And this is where we are going to essentially go through what we have already gone through. Let's just bring it back into the picture a little bit because that emotional feeling that you got at the end of the discovery fades. All their logical and protective instincts will start flaring up and we want to get them out of that state. Second discovery brings that emotion back and starts to create weight in the decision. So what you're going to do is loop back to what they have already said earlier and anchor them in their why. Why do they want this outcome? Why is it so important to them? Let's emotionalize the decision and let's future pace the outcome. Time frame the cost of delay. So some key questions to ask here to bring people back into this second discovery state. I know there is no crystal ball of certainty here, but do you believe what we have gone through can actually get you to XYZ outcome so you can XYZ important meaning to them personally? Yeah, I do. Why? Why is that? We are getting them to buy into the belief to begin with. Then let's reconnect with that. How important is it for you to achieve that? What would that mean for you? Who else would that change things for? What difference would it make to your life? We are reconnecting them into that emotion. We are taking them out of price-based thinking now and into results-based thinking. So, let's say they are hesitating. Let's look at some of the biggest reasons why you would actually do this. Why would it change things for you if we actually did this and you succeeded? What would be the biggest reasons, do you think? And we are future pacing them here to solve the problems. And at what point does not making a decision here stop you from achieving X, Y, Z? And then time frame based questions. At what point does this just become a conversation that you have had a nice hour out of both our days? You go away feeling probably disappointed that you haven't gone ahead to me actually helping you get the result that you want. Like, not just another nice conversation where nothing changes. When do you feel like you're ready to do that? That is an example of how we would conduct a second discovery. Instead of rushing and going for the close, going for the jugular, we are going to loop back around to the things that are actually important to them. We get them to feel it. Now, let's look at how to handle some of the most common objections, and I am going to pace through this. I am going to go through it quick. So let's get a pen and paper out and work with me here. So, time objections. This is an identity armor. They believe they are a careful decision maker. They believe this rule makes them smart, but it is actually a pattern that is keeping them stuck. The belief is that time, being careful around decisions, equals intelligence. And it doesn't. The most successful people on the planet are masters at making quick decisions when an opportunity arises. That is why they are in the position they are in. That is why people like Elon Musk is where he is, because he is an elite decision maker. He can make good quality decisions based on information that is presented to him like that. They believe this rule has protected them before. They believe that if they wait, the fear will disappear. They believe if they wait, that it makes them more responsible. They believe that if they wait, they will have more clarity. They will have more certainty. These things are not true. So how do we interrupt that? If they have one of these beliefs and they feel like it is a big commitment and taking 24 hours has helped them, well, it is still going to be a big commitment in 24 hours. What is going to change in 24 hours? You are still going to have the same amount of information you have right now. We are going to take the pressure off. Like, I can give you the next year if you want, but what is that actually going to give you? And how do you know these rules and these beliefs that you have in your mind aren't the thing that have kept you stuck? Because we are ultimately a construct of our beliefs. And if you believe these things, then often that is the reason why you are where you are, good or bad. And then identity frame we can use here. Which perspective are you using here? Which lens are you looking at this decision from? The one that has gotten you to where you are right now, or the one that is going to get you to where you want to go? What version of you puts yourself in a better position? The one who delays for another week or another month or another year? Or the one who realizes you have been delaying for long enough and this is the time when you make a decision? This is not a quick decision. This is something you have already been deciding. You have already been having this conversation. You have already been doing research before this call. This call is just where you make the decision to actually unlock the life that you want. So we're going to use their words against them. So for instance, if they have mentioned they have been stuck for X amount of time. So you would say, earlier you mentioned you have been stuck for X amount of time. How much time are you willing to keep being stuck before you actually step up and solve this? Now let's look at how this objection would go. A prospect might say, I need 24 hours to think about it. It is always how I make big decisions. We would say, can I ask though, what is going to change in 24 hours? You are still going to have the same amount of information as you have right now. They will say, I just need to process it. I just need to digest it. And we are going to say, when you say process it, what specifically do you need to process just so I can see if I can help? I do not know. It is just how I do things. I hear you, but can I share a perspective? Has approaching opportunities with this decision process got you to exactly where you want to be? Not exactly, no. Okay, so would it make sense to keep using that decision-making process if you want to get to a new outcome? Simple, right? I am going to preface this for all these objections. These are essentially reframes. This is after we have gone through C and A. We do not just want to dive in with these lines, because often if we haven't clarified their belief in the solution, got them to repeat back why, and then isolated it, we might handle the wrong thing. We should always isolate the objection to begin with. Okay, now let's look at money objections. These are things like, I cannot afford it, it is too expensive. Our philosophy here as a closer should be that money is an unlimited resource that can be made anywhere. The problem is not the lack of resources, but the willingness to be resourceful. These should all be your philosophies. As I mentioned, as closers, we are not like making some trickery philosophy to get someone to buy so we get commission. These are the philosophies of successful people. This is what successful people believe. They believe money is an unlimited resource. Time is not an unlimited resource. It is very, very limited. Understanding that more time does not help decisions, it actually makes them worse. And the more you delay decisions, the longer you stay stuck exactly where you are. That is why most people aren't successful, because they do not take any action on anything. They just think about it forever. The reason I am where I am from nothing is because I take massive action. I failed my way to success. Ultimately, I take huge action. If something presents itself as an opportunity, I start it that day. Obviously, I do research. I do a bit of due diligence. But there is only so much research and due diligence you can do with anything. All you have to do is do it and find out. If you have been looking at doing high-ticket sales, and you are watching this video, and this is the millionth high-ticket sales YouTube video you have watched, and you haven't invested in mentorship, you still haven't got a role, you are still in a 9-to-5, what the hell are you doing? Take massive action, get started. If it is not with me and you think I am an idiot, that is fine, but still take massive action, because on the other end of it, in 2 months' time, you can be massively successful. You can have a remote position paying multiple 6 figures a year, but you need to take action today. Rant over. So there are some core questions we're going to ask here. If people have a money objection, is it better to just delay and do nothing until you can afford it and you have got it in your hand? Or is it better to look at potential ways how you can look at this so you can move forward? This is like a cost of inaction versus results-based thinking. Have you thought about what it could cost you by not solving this, by staying where you are? Is there a cost to you for doing that, for actually staying where you are? The pattern here is what has held us back in the past is often the same thing that holds us back in the future. So unfortunately, if you are constantly focused on the resources that you have at hand, you never have enough money. You do not have enough money to invest in your business or invest in your skills because you are in a job which does not pay you very well and you do not have any skills. You will never be able to generate the funds to do those two things ever in your life. So you will stay exactly where you are. Does that make sense to everyone? Like an extreme example. If you have got a job at McDonald's, you are paid minimum wage. To realistically set up like any decent business, you have got to invest money or you have got to invest time. But you work 5 or 6 days a week. You have not really got enough time to set up a business. You also have no skills. So looking at the resources that you have at hand and saying, I cannot afford this, but you also do not have the time investment available to set up a successful business. You will stay exactly where you are. You might get a better job. All right, go and get a better job. You still do not have the time. You still likely won't have the money. You will probably just get a slightly bigger house or a slightly better car and be in the exact same position and get lifestyle inflation. You need to actually invest in yourself and take the action of the person you want to become that person. So we look at resourcefulness, okay? When I settled my first business, I took out a ginormous loan. I did not have the money. I took out a giant loan to do it. And that enabled me, to be honest, it did not go that well for a long while, but it enabled me to get started. It all comes down to the perspective people are willing to use. If they make decisions from the perspective that got them here, that is all they will ever see. But if they make decisions from the place they want to be, that is when you will notice a real difference. So the choice they have is it more important for you to focus on the lack of resources or your willingness to become resourceful? Is your priority to become resourceful so you can actually accomplish XYZ outcome? A good frame here is like, which version of you is in a more empowered position? The version of you that just basically sells yourself on what you can't do and lets it dictate your decision? Or the version of you that has that much certainty in themselves? Is it the version that is open to looking at potential ways to move this forward so you can actually achieve this goal? Another frame is showing them that there is a cost. Like there is a cost to buying this investment right now, to investing in your business. That is a cost. That is a real material cost. But there is also a cost to not solving this. There is also a cost of you staying at your job for another year. Which one feels better to you? the cost right now or the cost of staying stuck, which is better, which is worse, and is achieving actually worth it to you? Is getting a little bit uncomfortable worth it so you can be much more comfortable in future? Because a lot of people, they will be like, oh no, that is literally all my savings. How long has it taken you to save that up? A couple of years? Is it worth it for you to be uncomfortable for the next couple of months and not have that safety net? Is it worth it for you to be 10 times more comfortable, never have to worry about savings again, but to be in that state of discomfort for a little while? Is that worth it to you? Or do you want to stay where you are? Because that is your choice. Okay, moving on to partner objections. So the core philosophy here that we have to own as a closer is that the position someone is in, the position you are in, the position I am in, is a complete construct of the decisions that they made. So with partner objections, we want them to essentially change it themselves. We want them to take complete ownership of their own decisions. We need to set identities for them to fall into. Like for men, we want them to fall into like a leadership frame. We want them to feel like leaders and empowered bosses. Like not people who go and ask their wife for permission. We want them to fall into that leadership frame. So asking questions like, which version of you strikes you as more of a leader in this situation? The version of you that seeks that last bit of certainty from your wife for a decision that feels uncomfortable? Or the version of you that becomes decisive and courageous for his family and walks in and says, I have made a decision to give you the life you deserve despite potentially your emotions getting the better of you? For females, we want to give them a frame of empowerment. Now, approach this carefully, but with confidence. But let's focus on empowering them. If you look at the life that you want and the life you want to accomplish, which version of you is more empowered? The version of you that understands fear sometimes gets in the way and puts obstacles between you, but takes control regardless? Or the version of you that allows it to take over and sabotage what we both know that you can achieve? Now, with partner objections, they can sometimes be logistical, sometimes be fear-based. Through questioning, we need to realize what they are as well. Like logistical is they share a bank account. Fear-based is I just want to ask permission, right? Big difference. So if their objection is like, listen, it is just a respect thing. We want to be like, okay, but your partner has respected you this whole time while you haven't been able to achieve X, Y, Z outcome. Why would they all of a sudden not respect you if you were to take the steps to achieve it? Why would they not respect that decision automatically? Because they have been respecting you not making the decision and staying where you are. Do you like that? It is good. And the follow-up is ultimately, whose responsibility is it to get up at 5 a.m. and attend these meetings? The one that is going to go through all of the work. The one that is going to meet the mentor 3 times a week. Who actually holds that responsibility daily? I do. So in turn, who takes the responsibility to take the first step? I do. So that is basically the responsibility frame that we have there. That is the best way to handle partner objections. Shopping around, tricky one that I have been working on for a little while now to do research, see how people are dealing with it, and I have come up with one that I have seen someone do. I think it is a great way, and it is where you flip the tables essentially. What a lot of people do when they get like, I am shopping around, is they try to compete. Who is it you are speaking to? Well, do they do this? I have heard that about them, blah, 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 blah. You want to do like the complete opposite of that. We do not want to just explain all the features we can do because it is not about convincing them. That is not why they are shopping around. They are shopping around because they are deferring responsibility. They are looking for someone who can basically do more of the thing for them. Ultimately, we do not want to go into comparison mode. We do not want to sound desperate. We do not want to position them in power. We want them to buy the belief back into themselves. So you can flip the script and ask them, why do you feel like you're someone who could actually succeed with what we can offer? Like, why should we let you do this? They will then sell themselves because I am a hard worker, because I have done this, da 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 da. Follow up, because remember, we have already clarified the belief in the solution earlier at the clarify section. So if you believe you can succeed with this and you are that sort of person, what would shopping around actually give you that you do not already have here? And they will be like, I do not know. See who can do the best for me. Or there you are. You're allowing your future to be dependent on someone else rather than taking ownership and actually having the courage to pick an opportunity and make it work. Shopping around is ultimately an avoidance of responsibility. You are looking for someone to make this easier for you. And the truth is, your success doesn't come from finding the perfect program. It comes from your commitment to whatever you choose. We are getting them to buy in on themselves. So we are handing responsibility back to them. We are telling them that ultimately the success comes from their commitment, not from finding the perfect program. What difference is it if someone is $200 more expensive or $200 cheaper? If someone has got a couple of extra calls per month, it does not really make that much difference. What actually makes a difference is their commitment. Ultimately, the truth is no program works for anyone who is not willing to put in the work. The question isn't which program surfaces best. It is, am I willing to actually commit to this? Fear recognition questions. I am scared. What if this does not work? It is a big decision. Label the fear. Like we said earlier, we want to isolate the fear from the prospect. It needs to be separate. Asking questions like, what does fear like to do? Does it make sense for you to listen to fear? Who is speaking right now? Is it you or is it fear? Why is fear speaking to you? Is it worth overcoming this fear so you can actually achieve this goal? Version comparison. This feeds into identity. What version of you puts yourself in a better position? The one who delays for another week or another month because of fear? Or the one that realizes they delayed enough and just tells themselves, if not now, then when? Alternative version of this. Let's look at the version of you 5 months from now that is making $10,000 a month, has retired his parents, whatever. Does he or she allow fear to control and dictate his decisions and stay in the same position? Or does he take control of fear, use it as fuel, and actually make the hard decision despite on how uncomfortable it feels? We used this one earlier. I have already gone through this. Is achieving XYZ goal worth you getting uncomfortable now so you can be more comfortable in the future? Applies to fear and money. Pattern recognition. If we have done a successful discovery process, we have already identified what the limiting belief is. So what are the chances that we achieve this goal? If you keep allowing this limiting belief, usually fear or hesitation, to keep showing up, what are the chances of having financial freedom if we keep avoiding risks and keep playing safe all our life? What are the chances? Okay, this is how we deal with fear. Again, I have given you like a bit of an example down there that you can have a look at. And the final most common one, research objections. Two-step process here. People are saying they want to do more research. You have got to go through a process of essentially asking and isolating. Again, we need to dig for what they are researching. What is behind you wanting to go away and do more research than you have already done? Often, really, as a high-ticket closer, you shouldn't be on calls with people that do not even know who you are. They should have had information before they are on the call with you. They should be following whoever you are selling for. They should have had information packed. That is because you are a closer. You are meant to close the deal, not give information. So this stands for if people are already saying they want to go and think about it. So we might want to ask a question like, sure, what is behind you wanting to go away and do more research than you have already done? Or what is really behind you wanting to go away and put time and distance between you and what you want to accomplish? Now, sometimes they might stand their ground and just say, listen, I want to do more research. We will say, well, when you say more research, are you looking for reasons to do it or not to do it? Because whatever you're looking for, you will find. Usually they will say reasons to do it, but you are forcing a choice here. Forward, backward, not neutral anymore. They cannot hide like, oh, I am just gathering information. Gathering information does nothing. So if they say they are looking for reasons not to do it, it sort of causes it does not sound right. It is like, why are you looking for reasons not to do it if you want to achieve something? So they are always pretty much going to say reasons to do it. So you have sort of got this micro commitment here. They are aligned with why they are here, and it gives you power to enter that second discovery. Look back to what I said earlier to the second discovery. Let's look at some of the biggest reasons why you actually want to do this. Why would that be important for you? Who would that change things for? Getting them back to that emotional place, that emotional state. All right, let's put it all together. The process. Step 1, listen for the pattern. What are they actually saying beneath the words? Is it a smoke screen? Do we need to dig deeper? Is it logistical? We need to isolate it. Is it fear? Is it logistical? Whatever. If it is fear-based, let's find out what kind of fear it is and let's reframe it. If there is an identity issue, let's bridge the gap between who they are and who they want to be. Step 2, let's create safety. Lower the threat response so they can think think clearly. Normalize their feelings, remove sales pressure. Position yourself as a helper, not a salesperson. Step 3, let's clarify the truth. Do you believe this can work for you and why? Then we are going to isolate the real objection. Keep digging until you find the root. If that wasn't a factor XYZ, would you be ready? What else is coming up for you? We need to be testing at every layer. Is this the objection? Is it really? Move on. Step 5, reframe the belief. Change how they see the situation. Challenge their limiting beliefs, offering a new perspective. Use metaphors, questions, stories, contrasts. Connect them to the desired outcome. Step 6, bridge the identity. Help them see the decision that their future self would make. And finally, empower the decision. So important. Call them to action. Call them to a decision. Reflect their vision. Allow them to step into that version of them. If you actually empower someone to make a decision, guess what is not going to happen? People canceling the card and asking for a refund because they feel empowered. And that counts for a lot. If you are selling something high volume and you have got people doing chargebacks and cancellations, that will really hurt your pocket long term. We want people to buy and stay bought. No one ever asks for refunds when they have bought from me ever, because they feel good about the decision and they get a service that they actually want. Okay, now we are on to key phrases that reveal beliefs. These enable us to recognize patterns. If people say things like, I always do XYZ, like, I always take 24 hours to make a decision. That is showing us that they have a fixed identity. They have got rigid patterns. It reveals they are using identity as armor. Watch out for it. We need to be watching out for all of these things. People say things like, I really need to make a change. I need to speak to my partner. The permission seeking reveals a lack of agency. They are outsourcing the decision. There is I need to, which is future tense. I am doing is a big difference. People say, what if? What if I fail? What if it does not work? Fear catastrophizing reveals they need certainty. What if this happens? What if X happens? We do not know. We do not know until you do it. That is the choice we have here. Do it or stay stuck. People say, I am not the sort of person that makes decisions on the first call. Or, I am not the sort of person that invests this sort of money. Again, it is an identity limitation. Minimizing language. I just want to scale my business. Downplaying importance, creating an escape route. What do you mean by you just want to scale? See the language that is used there. You just want to scale your business. Quite a big task. Maybe non-commitment language reveals avoiding decision ownership. Key language things to look out for. Now, bringing me on to potentially the most important thing here, the mindset you need to maintain and hold behind objections. And let's go through it. This is what I found has really helped me to handle objections well. It all comes down to mindset. It takes you out of that box of, I am a closer, I am going to close people, yada, yada, yada. By having a different mindset, you close more sales. Two different kinds of ways you can approach objections. Rigid thinking, fluid thinking. The real skill is fluidity. Rigid thinking is, if they say this, then I am going to say that. And then if they say this, I will say that. Here is my script for this objection. I need perfect words. You do not need perfect words. You do not. You need the intention behind the words to be on point. And you need to have a well-constructed understanding of where they are. Really listen and just have the right words. That does not need to be this pre-rehearsed story about bears walking through the woods or whatever people are using now. Fluid thinking, and these are really good things to have up when you are on a sales call. What belief is creating this objection? Is this fear, logic, or identity? How do I help them see this differently? What question would create more insight right now? Better ways of looking at objections instead of what can I look at to help handle this? Let's see objections as gifts, not challenges. They reveal exactly where the prospect needs help mentally, not delivery-wise. We are starting to see, okay, this could be what is actually held them back from achieving this already. Questions over statements. This applies to all sales calls anyway. Show, don't tell. If you can show them through questioning and allow them to answer their own questions, they will close themselves, because that allows them to discover the truth rather than you just telling them, which people do not like. People do not like being told. Objections are about the way you think. It is often about your beliefs as well as a closer. If you have never invested in yourself, if you do not take massive action, if you run every decision behind your mom or your girlfriend, it is going to be pretty tricky for for you to then advise other people to do it. You have to be that person in order to advise other people to do it. Congruence. Again, have that way of thinking, have those beliefs yourself. And it is so much easier to handle objections. You are not memorizing responses. You are learning to think like a psychologist who understands what belief created this objection. What is the gap between who they are and where they want to be? And what is that? How can I help it? What reframe would shift that belief? What identity are they operating from here? Who they are right now, who they want to become, what would empower them to decide from their future self. Secondly, the goal in Objections is not to close, but it is to serve. Don't cringe. As closers, we should view ourselves as facilitators of change. We should view ourselves as helping individuals in business get to what they want. We help them get out of their own way because we know what we are selling is the right thing for them. They are just in their own way. When you genuinely care about helping people and overcoming their own limitations, you create authentic rapport. You give yourself permission to be direct. You help them make decisions that serve their future. The big mindset shift, if you can take one thing away from this video, you are not convincing them for your benefit. You are the guide helping them to navigate past their own limitations. Again, congruence. I have mentioned it quite a few times through this video. Are you the sort of person who has also invested in themselves? Are you holding yourself to the same standards you hold your prospect to? How can you expect to convince someone to invest $10,000 if you have never done the same? Hard, because you would essentially be lying, right? What is congruence? Do your thoughts, your words, and your actions align? And finally, detach from the close. I have not actually wrote that down here, but it just came to me. Don't think about the close. Don't think about the commission. Don't think about the sale. This is hard. This is harder to learn than any of this. Just being completely detached, being genuinely not bothered whether they buy or not, but wanting to help them will serve you so well. So that is essentially my brain on objections. I really took my time to put this together. This is my gift to you. And I feel as though if you master this, so you can go through it, you can learn it, you can master it. You can never let a deal slip through your fingers ever again. If you want to be a congruent individual who can help people to overcome their own limitations, then you need to overcome your own. Because if you want to become a master in high-ticket sales and become an elite closer, a 0.01% closer, you often have to have someone looking over your shoulder and helping you. I have many people guiding me through life, through entrepreneurship, and I have invested heavily into mentorship. So gain that congruence, invest in yourself, and become the person that you are guiding your prospects to become. Now remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. This is the exact process, literally everything you need to know. The thing about most people nowadays, when they are looking for remote high-ticket sales positions, is they are going about it completely the wrong way. They are sending out generic CVs. They are sending generic DMs to founders and creators, and they are wondering why they are not getting the result that they are looking for. Whilst on the other hand, there are people with no experience landing 5K, 10K, or 20K a month roles. They land these roles because they understand one thing. To land a role, it is not about being the best closer. It is not about having the most experience. It is about being the best at being noticed. So over this next video, I am going to break down the exact lead sources you need to know. You need to become an expert of these. I will cover the exact messages you need to be sending to get responses. I will cover what you should be doing if you have got no experience. And I will cover the vetting questions that you should ask offers. So ultimately, you are not wasting time on garbage. Stick with me because by the end of the video, I'm going to give you my go heavy approach. That pretty much guarantees you should have a remote high-ticket sales job in the next 30 to 60 days if you stick to everything I am going to give you in this video. Because this multi-channel approach means it is essentially impossible for people to ignore you. So if you're stuck in a 9-to-5, if you're only on 3 to 5K a month, you want to get out of your local market, you want to travel, you want a remote sales position, this is the roadmap for you. But before I dive into the actual process, let me explain something. Most people who try to land a remote high-ticket sales position fail to land one. They fail because they approach it like it is a traditional job. They go on Indeed, they see an opportunity, and they just click apply. They send a CV across and hope for the best. There are 5 500 other applicants. That just makes you a number on a screen, and they wait and they wait. Ultimately, you are invisible. You are just the same as everyone else. Guess what? A lot of people want remote sales positions right now. That makes them highly competitive. That in turn makes them pretty difficult to get if you are just going to go down that normal approach. If you are just going to send a generic CV out to people, a generic DM, you are pretty much never going to land one if you have that approach. And that is even if you have got sales experience. You could have 10 years of sales experience, but if that is the way you are approaching it, you are going to really struggle. And even worse than this, the best opportunities very rarely get flooded. Imagine this. You are a founder and your business is doing $200,000 or $300,000 a month. You are well established within the info product space, for instance, and you need a new closer. Do you think you are going to waste time going through 500 applications? It takes a long time to post a job on Indeed. Do you think you are going to do that? Or do you think you are going to check with your network first? Maybe check with one of your existing closers and say, do you know any other closers that are to the same level as you? That is what happens 99% of the time. That is the game. And once you understand this, everything changes. So here is what we are going to do instead. Instead of waiting to be picked, instead of becoming a generic number and just being added to the pile, we are going to make it so it is impossible for people to ignore you. We are going to essentially build a closer brand around you. We are going to prove that you can sell even if you have never closed a deal in your life. We will deploy a multi-channel outreach system that puts you in front of the right people at the right time. Now, before we go further, I want to get on a level with you. The likelihood is if you follow this step by step and you land a role, if you do not have the skill set, you will last a few days. If you have a mediocre skill set, then you will have a mediocre paycheck. So you can get the best role in the world. I could give you a role tomorrow where there are closers earning 30, 40, or 50,000 a month. But if you just slot your average skill set into that offer, you will still only earn 3, 4, or 5,000 a month, because that is ultimately where your skill level is at. So throughout this training, I am going to point out the way to actually get these roles, but also the skills that you also need to master. So once you have landed them, you can actually succeed. You can hit those 10, 20, 30, or 50,000 a month that you are actually looking for. Okay? So if you want a remote high-ticket sales job, you need to know where to look. Not generic job boards, not LinkedIn. I am talking about the places where the real opportunity lives. These are the exact sources that both myself and my mentees have used to land roles every single month. I am going to go through 7 key resources throughout this video. Stick around till the end because the last few are some of the most impactful if you use them right. The first that we are going to look at is YouTube coaches. Here is why YouTube is full of coaches and course creators who are scaling up fast. They are getting views, they are building audiences, they have all got offers, and most of them need closers badly, but they are not posting job ads. Most of these people are content creators and trying to scale. A lot of them are actually taking sales calls themselves. So if you reach out and position yourself as a solution to that problem, taking them away from sales calls that are taken up all the time, then it is going to allow you to stand out. And this is a really quiet market as well. So what you need to do is go to YouTube, type in various sentences that essentially are applicable to coaching. So you could type in like how to start a fitness business, or how to start an e-commerce store, how to get your first property in real estate, how to become a life coach. All these like how-to businesses, but you have to get in the mind of your coach, right? So if someone is a fitness coach, you could also be like how to gain 2 kilos of muscle, or how to beat your last high rocks time. If you are a business coach, how to set up Facebook ads. The list could go on. You could do this literally all day long. But if you type these in, you will find these creators. Sort them by recently uploaded, so you're not looking at things from 3 or 4 years ago. Because ultimately you want creators who are gaining traction and haven't fully scaled up yet. So they are in this sweet spot where they need help, but they haven't got like millions of followers right now. You are ideally looking for people with 1,000 to 50,000 views per video. They have got an active comment section, and ultimately they have got links in the description. This is links to like their Instagram or a school community or a Discord community. These are signals that there is something behind the scenes. They are not just a YouTube creator. They have got something going on, some sort of paid service. So what I want you to do is create a very simple spreadsheet. In one column should be creator name, then the channel link, then their Instagram handle, then maybe the email if you can find it, and then some notes. Whatever you need to know just to give you a bit of a reminder. and then you need to reach out. Now, I am going to show you the exact outreach system in a minute, but for now, just know YouTube coaches are one of the fastest ways to land your first role because they are actively scaling and they will always need closers. So we want to create this spreadsheet and let's add them to it. And we can be doing this search process every single day. An hour a day might generate you 10, 20, or 30 qualified leads who you can reach out to. And like I said, I am going to go through the outreach system in a second, but let's look at the lead sources to begin with. Your second source is going to be Instagram. Now, Instagram is overused and it is used wrong. Even me, with not a great deal of followers whilst I am recording this video, I probably get 20 messages a week from setters and closers. But how they position themselves is absolutely terrible. I am yet to see a good application. I have never seen one. So if you play this right, it is one of the most effective channels. But you need to be dialed in with everything. Number one, don't do it from your personal profile. There is a picture of you drunk out of your mind at some party or on a holiday with your grandma for whatever reason. That is not what someone wants to see when hiring a closer. Let's just build a fresh account. It does not need followers. It does not need to be viral. You do not need to create content like a day in the life. This needs to be like your landing page. This is almost like your digital social media CV. So we want a polished headshot to begin with. We want a simple bio, high ticket closer. Maybe say how much experience you have got, if you have any, or how much revenue you have generated. Really simple, keep it professional. Then let's have a couple of posts on there that are relevant that position you as a closer. So a great thing would be like a mock call breakdown. Let's put one of your mock calls on there. Screenshot of some of your results if you have already got experience. Maybe some of your philosophies around sales, what training you have undergone, and maybe a couple of posts to show what sort of person you are. So if you are really into fitness, you are really disciplined, let that come through your profile. Again, these do not need to be viral posts. You do not need to worry about it. This is just to present you as this professional individual. Now, here is the actual DM sequence that works. The first thing you need to do is get familiar with sending Loom videos, video messages to people. If you are just sending words, you will never ever break through. And if you do break through, it is probably to someone who isn't getting a lot of DMs. They have got time to click on your profile and reply. If you send a video application with a message that is enticing and actually encourages them to look at it, your chances are going to be so much higher. And it also shows that you are different than other people. And it shows how much effort you have put in. So all of a sudden, people are getting 20 or 30 messages a week of people trying to be the closer. And then all of a sudden, you come along with a video well presented. You look amazing on camera, and maybe it is not the right time for them right now even. But guess what? When it is, who is going to be at the forefront of their thoughts? You. So this is just a quick video that you need to record. And you can say, "Hi John, I have been following your content. I love what you are building. I am a high ticket closer. I think I could really help scale your offer. I would love to chat how I could potentially support your team. Here's a quick intro about me, how I work, what trainings I have had, and how many deals I have closed." Keep it under 2 minutes. Just be genuine. Don't pitch hard. You can also send them a mock call recording to show how you maybe handle objections. And if they are interested, make sure you have got your player card to hand, which is like a one-page resume, but we will go through that more later. Now, once you have sent the first message, it is important to be following up. If you just send one message, again, coaches' DMs are often flooded. Also, there are appointment setters that live in there. So in order for you to jump to the top of the pile, you need to be sending follow-up messages day 1, day 2, day 3. But let's make these follow-up messages relevant. Show that you are engaged with the content. But I am going to let you in on a little secret here. And I do not know how ethical of an approach this is, but it definitely works. And it works a lot better than just sending a Loom video, just sending a DM. And it is a bit sneaky. So with a lot of coaches, they will have a keyword in their bio that means you are interested in whatever product or service they have to offer. So it might be something like start or DM me the word go. So you're going to engage in a conversation as if you were an interested prospect. Just have a conversation. You do not need to explicitly say you're interested. You could just fill it out and put go. I love your content. I love what you do. Could you tell me a bit more about your coaching? How long have you been doing that for? It looks like you are doing really well. Starting this conversation and then at the end say, are you in need of another closer by any chance? I have been doing X, Y, and Z. Here is a Loom video. Now, some people aren't going to receive this that well, and you might get a couple of people blocking you, but who cares, right? But from the odd coach that you do get through to directly, it is a great way to stand out. It means you have actually cut through maybe an AI appointment setter. You have maybe even cut through the initial appointment setter, and the actual coach has taken over the DMs. And you have said, if you need a high ticket closer, I am here. Do it in a friendly way. Make sure it is not rude. That is a great way to sneak through the barrier. Now, here is the third lead source, and this is for people with experience only. This is a bit more of a traditional approach, but still it is overlooked. Now, there is a group of companies out there right now which are sales agencies. And what they do is they position themselves for coaches and creators and businesses and provide a group of sales reps. So they are always needing good sales reps. It is a bit tricky to get into these if you do not have any experience. I have seen it done though, even with zero experience. So it is possible, but the chances are you are going to be in a much better position if you do have some experience. Now, an extra tip here, do not just apply through the website, obviously send an application through the website anyway, but take the name, paste it into LinkedIn, and find people who work there and message every single one of them. All of a sudden, your chances have gone from 1 out of 10 to 3 out of 10. Just small things like this to get your foot in the door. It differentiates you from all the other people that are coming forward. It shows interest, it shows tenacity, which are really valuable qualities when it comes to hiring a closer. Now, onto the fourth lead source, which is school communities. And we can use school communities in two different ways. The first is to actually find closer communities. Literally just go to the search bar, type in high ticket closer, remote sales, sales training, closing. Join these active groups. Some of them have small fees. They are like $50 a month, $100 a month. Engage with a network. Comment on posts, DM people. Actually build a network of other closers. And a bit of insider information for you here. The more active you are in these communities, the more comments you send in, the more people you DM in. It works like a real networking group. So if you build a relationship with someone and they have got a role, they will come to you directly. And you can also post your availability on there saying that you're looking for your next opportunity. If anyone needs support, please DM me. Simple, direct, effective. Now, onto the second play when it comes to school. This is a similar approach to YouTube, but we are going to try and find coaches on school. And this is what most people miss. They are looking at the same opportunity every other closer is. But school isn't just for closer communities. It is full of loads of different niches where coaches are ultimately building their audience, right? So the system is the first step. We need to be searching for these niche communities. Things like fitness coaching, business coaching, real estate, e-commerce, health and fitness, sales, marketing. The list goes on. The niches, pretty much everyone on a school community will have some form of a high-ticket coaching program. So you could apply to 90% of them, and most of them are going to be relevant. The second step is to try and find who the community owner is. This is usually going to be the coach or the creator, and they are building this audience, which means they likely have an offer. Now, start engaging with the community first, especially if it is free. Join in there, comment on a few posts, show that you understand the niche, and build some familiarity. And then the fourth step is to actually add them to your Excel sheet again and find them on every platform. Fill out the columns and reach out to them directly. Just say, I have been active in your community. I love what you are building. I am a high-ticket closer who specializes in your niche. Would you be open to a quick chat how I can support your sales? Now, most coaches in these niche communities are actively growing their business, but they haven't thought about hiring a closer yet. Some of them are still on sales calls themselves. So even if they are not ready now, it is the same principle. You are at the top of their mind when they are. So we want to look for communities that are at the right size, where the owner is actively posting about their offer, the launches, and the goals. And by doing that, they are signaling that they need help. This is a goldmine because you are direct. You are not competing with 100 other closers. You are approaching coaches who haven't actually posted a job yet. Now, this is the fifth lead source, and I am not going to go too in depth on these because it is pretty obvious. LinkedIn is great. Some of the opportunities on there are absolutely fantastic, but they are competitive. It is as simple as that. I saw an opportunity on there for Tony Robbins and Grant Cardone literally last week. So there is some unbelievable opportunities out there, right? But you have got to be at the top of the pile, and you do that through what I am going to go through later in this video. You can still land them. But it is always good to have this multi-channel approach. With Upwork and with LinkedIn, it is very important to have your professional profile. Number one, if you are a high-ticket closer, let's have that in your headline as a starting point. Let's not have that you are still a dog trainer trainer, or whatever the hell you used to do before you wanted to be a high-ticket closer in your job title. Let's scream from the mountaintop that you are actually a high-ticket closer. If you have a niche that you prefer to work in, like coaching or agency space, put that in, and put in the amount that you have closed if you have. If not, maybe mention who your mentor is or who has taught you sales, because that carries a lot of weight. Adding onto your profile any training that you have invested in, any call samples, and your availability. Now, when it comes to Upwork, it is always a good idea to actually boost your budget. So it literally costs you probably about $30 a week. And when you apply to roles, it means that you can bid and be the top bidder. And that means that when founders and business owners open the application sheet, you are at the top. Always bid, always be the highest bidder. And I believe as well, you can also sponsor your profile. So if you say high ticket closer, when people are hiring, they will get an advert for your profile, even if you do not apply. It is worth just budgeting that little amount every week. And you can get some great opportunities on both LinkedIn and Upwork, but it all comes down to your profile. And a bonus tip here is to make sure that your profiles are public. On Upwork, there should be a toggle where you can say, allow people to search for you. The same on LinkedIn, let's have an open profile. We can also set reminders and job alerts on both platforms so that when a high ticket closer job pops up, we can be the first to apply. And that is really important. Right on to lead source 6. Again, I will be honest, job boards are potentially the least effective, but they are still worth checking. There are a lot of good sites out there. Indeed, remote.co, remote job websites. If you are in Europe, ideally search for US job boards too, just because there is a lot more opportunity there and they are a bit more active in this space. You can create accounts on every single job website and set up search alerts. That is the best thing to do. Instead of checking them once or twice a week, just set up a custom inbox like rafa.segovia.closer@gmail.com, right? Sign up to all these job websites and then set an alert for certain keywords, remote sales or high ticket closer. It takes you 5 minutes per job website to sign up, and then you will get email notifications when things are actually posted rather than having to look through it all the time. But let's not rely on this. This is the lowest priority. Now on to lead source 7. This is the best possible way to land remote high ticket sales roles, and it is your network. It is not what you know, it is who you know, is the age-old phrase. And this space is like any other. If you are networking with the right people in the remote high-ticket sales space, then it is the best way to find roles. Because when founders need new closers, the first people they ask is the current closers always. So if you are not in these circles and you are outside of it, it is pretty hard to get in some of these offers. A way to potentially get into these networks is by, on your outreach spreadsheet, DMing existing high-ticket closers. Have a chat to them and just literally become like their online friend. Have a small database of 20 or 30 other existing high-ticket closers and just become like online friends with them. That is a way to do it if you are not going to invest into a community. Now, I am sure some of you are on here thinking a few different things. Maybe you are thinking, right, Rafa, I have been in a sales job for X amount of years, or a corporate job for X amount of years. I do not really know how to close high tickets. Or someone might have no experience and be thinking, okay, great, I could land these roles, but what happens when I actually walk through the door and get on a call? I do not have a framework and I cannot handle objections. What is going to happen then? Well, the truth is you will lose the role in a matter of days. If you last a few days, then you might lose it in a couple of weeks. This is different than getting a job with a basic salary where you're going to be sat next to the manager and they are going to be helping you. They train you to be a successful remote high-ticket closer. It is like being a contractor. Well, it is. You are a sales contractor. It is like getting a contractor for your house. You have invited a contractor in to build the house and he does not know what he is doing. And you are paying him based on the work that he is doing. You would be like, I am just going to get another builder who knows what the hell he is doing. Why would I take a chance on someone who doesn't, who is still figuring it out? It is the same thing. That is why inside my program, I teach something called the anti-sales method. This is what I have developed over the past 10 years in sales, and I have had 5 years in remote high-ticket sales. I have invested tens of thousands into mentorship, and these are the exact frameworks that I have used and developed over that period. Now, this is not surface level stuff that you will probably find on my YouTube. This is the deep buyer psychology and understanding of how to actually close someone. It takes them from just interested to giving you the credit card details in an hour call. So if you are actually serious about this and you're not just dabbling and you want to become an elite 1% closer, then check the link in the description. You can drop me a DM on Instagram or we can set up a call. But for now, let's keep going. So up until now, you know where to look. You know all the free places that you can find these positions, but what now? And this is where most people screw up, right? Finding opportunities is one thing, but actually getting responses is a whole lot within itself. So let me show you the exact assets, digital assets that you need to build. This makes you stand out when you are applying to these roles. So the truth is, whenever someone is going to hire you, the first thing they are going to do is check out your online profiles, whether that is Instagram, whether that is LinkedIn. And if it does not scream that you are a closer and it does not show that you are professional, then you are pretty much done. Now, I am not asking you to become an influencer. I am not asking you to get tens of thousands of followers. You do not need that. You do not actually need one single follower. It is just whether your profile speaks volumes and speaks that you are serious about being a closer. So let me break down the exact assets that you need. Asset 1, if you're using Instagram as an outreach method, let's have a professional Instagram photo. We touched on it earlier, but quite simple. Good photo, good lighting, professional attire. Listen, it doesn't have to be a suit, but let's look clean and sharp. You got a picture on there with, like, I got a DM the other day from a guy who was like in a tracksuit smoking a blunt asking if I need a closer. And I am like, no, homie, you are not on brand for me at all. Who you are, what you do, how to contact you. As I said earlier, pretty simple bio, just like high ticket closer. This is how much I have closed. DM me for availability. And then a couple of posts, sales tips, call breakdowns. Client wins if you have got some experience or some information on the training you have got. Show your character. You do not even need to post every week. You can literally just put those assets on there and leave it until you land a role. Okay? On to the second asset. This is a one-page resume. I like to call it a player card. This isn't a traditional CV. This is like a sales page for yourself. So what we need to include here in the headline is high ticket closer. If you have got a particular niche that you want to work in, like fitness, put fitness specialist. And then if you have closed any revenue so far, put the amount of revenue at the top. We want to have a brief introduction about any experience you have got or any training you have got, who you help, what frameworks, what style of selling you use, available time zones. Then onto your skills. Again, mentioning any training that you have done where you excel in this space. So things like objection handling or discovery process, tonality. Then we want to look at any training certifications. The next thing you need to include on the player card is your experience. And there are two ways we can go about this. If you have not got sales experience, you need to look at what you have done throughout your life and how that can apply to sales. This is really simple. I landed my first sales job by doing this. So I played a lot of basketball growing up, and I spoke about how team sports gave me the discipline and structure and resilience that would perfectly apply to sales. I also worked in customer support and customer solutions for a few years, and I talked about how that was applicable to sales, how I was dealing with customers and fulfillment on a daily basis, and I weaved my life experience and applied it to communication and sales. So if you have no experience, you have got to find a way to do that. It is as simple as that. Now, if you do have experience, amazing. But let's not go into the weeds here. What do people care about when they are hiring you? They care about how much revenue you generated for that business. That is the most important thing in bold. Second, roles and responsibilities can be bullet points. We do not need to know what color the walls are or what coffee you drank. Dead simple bullet points, roles and responsibilities, and just list them out. Then your contact details, email, phone number, if relevant, Instagram, LinkedIn. Simple. Keep it one page, clean and professional. Now, on to the third asset. You should have done at least mock calls by this point if you have got no experience. If you do have experience, you are already a closer, then you should have real calls, and these should make up essentially your mock call portfolio. If you do not have calls and you are just starting out, that is fine. But you should be doing role plays with other closers. So you should be in a network. Obviously, if you are a beginner and you do not have any experience and you do not have any practice, then you are definitely not going to succeed. So you should be in some sort of community where you can at least do role plays with another closer. Get your best mock calls, record them, and upload them into your portfolio. So you can frame that in two ways and say, this is a role play call where I am handling X objection in X niche, or just present it as a call without calling it a mock. And that is if it is high quality. If it is very obvious it is a mock call, then probably do not do that. But be honest in the interview. If you're asked and they say, is that a real call? Just be like, no, it is a mock call in my practice community. But if you have got experience and you're already a closer, then just upload real calls. That is the main thing that people want to see. It saves them so much headache, interviews, everything, because they can just click on your profile and watch you kill it. Watch you wipe the floor with objections, do an amazing discovery process, you will get hired on the spot. But here is a bit of reality check for you, right? If you do not know how to actually conduct a mock call, and if your discovery process is bad and you cannot handle objections, and you are nervous to upload the mock call, then you are probably not at the skill level to succeed in this industry yet. And you have got to be real with yourself that you might need to undergo some training. You need to feel actually confident to upload these sort of videos instead of just trying to wing it and sneak in the back door. And that is why learning this craft matters. That is why these frameworks are in place. That is why I teach things like my CARE method for handling objections, staircase method for digging deep into pain, the non-negotiables if you want to be elite in this space. Inside my program, we drill this multiple times a week to make sure that by the time you are interviewing, you feel like you have already done it 100 times before. Okay? If you are interested in getting some extra training, again, just check the link below and drop me a DM on Instagram, or we can book a call. Onto the fourth asset, this will be your Loom intro videos. This is your personal pitch. A lot of people skip this, and it is potentially the most stupid thing you could do, because this is, I would say, the most important thing. If you decided to ignore everything else that I have said here, doing a professional Loom pitch is the most important for sure, because this is how you are perceived on the other side of a screen. And if you are selling things on Zoom, that is exactly what people want to see. They want to see how you present yourself on Zoom. Right? Keep it under 2 minutes. Dead simple. Hi, I am Jimmy. I have been a high-ticket closer for the past 10 years. I have closed over $10 million. I have closed for brands like Tony Robbins, Mindvalley, or Charlie Morgan. I recently worked with a Forex trading coach, scaled him from $100,000 to $1 million a month, and managed his entire team of closers. A bit about the hobbies. If you're interested and my experience feels relevant to the offer that you are working on right now, then I will link my contact details below this video, and I would love to speak with you further. Thanks, Jimmy. Simple. Done. Keep it under 2 minutes. Be confident, be clear, have a clear background. Do not have a dirty pair of socks behind you. Just, let's keep it professional. Get a good camera, get a good microphone. They cost nothing nowadays, right? Get a decent one. I think my webcam that I have used for the past 3 years was $10, and this microphone I think was $50. Cost nothing. Okay, fifth asset, simple. Set up an account on Calendly so people can easily book calls with you. Set your availability so when you send over your intro videos, when you send over your player cards, you can just link your calendar. People can book a call with you easy. This removes friction. Simple. Okay, you have got your assets. You have nowhere to find these roles. What now? How do we actually turn this into a result? So now it is time to start reaching out and actually making contact with these businesses. And where a lot of people go wrong is just sending one message. They do not follow up. They do not stay top of mind. And they assume if someone does not reply to the first message that they are not interested, but that is not the case. By nature of things, the best opportunities, the best people you could possibly work with are going to be busy people. Means they have got a lot going on. Means they are making a lot of money, right? So it will often take a few times to get their attention every time. So if you are doing it once, it is very unlikely you are going to get any results, especially when it comes down to social media. We need to be reaching out multiple times to actually catch their attention. And your job is to stay persistent without being annoying. So let me give you an example, cadence of messages that you can be sending to people that has got a nice flow, and it is not going to piss people off. Day one, this is where you send your Loom video. That is the first thing you need to send. And what I would do is reference something in their content that you like, that you genuinely resonate with. Mention it in the DM and say, by the way, if you are looking for a high ticket closer, I am experienced. I have generated XYZ. Here is my Loom video. It would be great to meet you and set up a call over the coming days. That is message 1. Or you can try that sneaky Trojan horse method that I told you earlier. You can basically send them a message like, hello, could you tell me a bit more about your coaching services? Or mention a keyword and ask for a free resource and have a bit of a conversation. And then send your Loom video. And that might just get your foot in the door. But that is a sneaky one. It does work, but use with caution. Now, on to the second day. This is where you're going to send them like a bit of a carrot. You could say, I have just put together a full objection handling process of how I would handle X objection in your industry or niche. Check it out. And send it across. I actually landed one of my best roles by doing this. I sent someone a custom script that I really wanted to work with, and I landed the position. And a secret here, it is the same script and the same objection handling framework. No matter who you are dealing with, no matter what niche you are dealing with, that is the beauty of high ticket sales, right? So if you are dealing with a fitness niche and you really want to get into the fitness space, you can just send them all the same document. But this is going to really catch people's attention. And guess what? No one is ever sending this to me. I know I am not the biggest coach in the world, right? But the sort of DMs I get, I would never reply to because they are just like, yo, bro, do you need a closer? That is it. One message. Someone send me something like this. I would be like, wow, this guy is really interested. So that is day 2. We want to send that across. So I would then give it 24 hours and just send a polite reminder. Something along the lines of, hey, bud, did you see this? No pressure to reply. I am just making sure that you have received it. And then we are going to give it another 48 hours, send over our call recordings, and then give it another 48 hours and send over our one-pager document. At that point, they have everything they need from you to make a decision whether you are going to be a good fit. But follow them from your closer Instagram account and just engage with the content. And over time, they will need a closer and you will be the person that they come to if you approach it in that manner. Now, I want to be very clear here. This does not just apply to Instagram. Instagram has become very competitive with high ticket closing right now. This applies to LinkedIn. This applies to job websites. This applies to school. This applies to YouTube. That same cadence should be applied to every application. And this is where your Excel document comes in handy. When you are building this Excel document with your potential leads, you can say, I have already sent them my player card. Okay, in 48 hours, I need to send them XYZ, and we are keeping on top of it. This is the same with the YouTube coaches. It is the same with the school creators. We are sending a cadence of messages to all of them over like a 5 or a 6 day period. They are receiving everything, and you can stay in contact with them. They have got all the information, they have got all your amazing assets, and then it is literally just a matter of time. Spend an hour or 2 doing this every single day. If you have got the time, spend even longer. Just see this as part of the job. See this as part of the closer journey that for the first 2 weeks, you are just going to be doing outreach. If you do it exactly as I have told you in this video, you will land a position. So it depends how much you want it. Do you really want a life of financial freedom where you can close deals from anywhere? You can travel, you can earn great money, because all it takes is 2 weeks of hard work and you can land one of these positions. But you have got to do it properly. You have got to have the right cadence and you have got to be hitting the right amount of volume. I would probably recommend trying to apply and message at least 10 people a day, ideally, if not more. If you can do more, amazing, but 10 is going to give you a really good exposure. And now on to the final point, and one of the most important, and this is my go heavy strategy, and this is the multi-channel approach. So let's say we find something on LinkedIn and it looks great and we think, wow, this is the sort of opportunity that I have been waiting for. So we send our first message, we send our Loom video. What then? Do we just wait 48 hours? No, we need to pull the business up. Let's find the founder. Let's find the sales manager. Let's find the sales rep. Let's do it to all of the team. Let's follow all the team on Instagram and send them the exact same message. This is the multi-channel approach. We want to hit them everywhere. The aim of this is to get eyeballs on our assets. Does it really matter if you piss the odd person off? It doesn't. You're never going to see them. You're never going to meet them. It is just about that exposure and getting your name out there. I am still getting replies to things that I sent to people 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, are you still closing? We are looking for a closer right now. Because of the amount of exposure that I got during that short space of time when I was sending all of my assets out. People are still reaching out to me now. And I built a really great network now from doing this outreach. I always find out about when people need closing opportunities just due to the outreach that I have done so far. The thing is, most people do not check every platform. Like for instance, I have LinkedIn, but I go on it maybe once every 2 weeks. So if I posted something on LinkedIn and you are trying to get hold of me on there, probably be a bad idea. But then if you message me on Instagram or email, then you get hold of me. And people have different preferences for different platforms. So maybe you find a coach on Instagram that you are struggling to get hold of because maybe his appointment setter lives in his DMs. But then if you message him on LinkedIn, it goes direct to him. You're not being annoying, you are being strategic, and you are showing that you actually are passionate about landing one of these roles. And founders and business owners respect that. Remember, all it takes is one opportunity to completely change your life. And if you think you found it, then go heavy. Go the multi-channel approach, and that is what will make you stand out. Now, here is something that nobody tells you. Landing a role with this approach is actually pretty easy, but landing the right role can be quite hard. Like I have seen people take an opportunity and think they are in the right vehicle. They stay on it for a couple of months only to realize that the leads are garbage. The qualification process isn't very good. Before you know it, they have wasted 2 months. Time is very valuable. 2 months wasted is not a good position to be in. I do not want you to waste 3 to 6 months on a garbage offer. So I am going to give you the process that you need to vet an offer. Make sure that it is going to be right for you and you are going to earn the sort of money that you actually want to. There are a couple of questions that you need to ask in an interview that are really important. The first is we need to understand what the monthly revenue is. And like monthly revenue shows us how much we can get paid. We get paid on commission, right? So if someone is only earning $20,000 a month, they are not going to pay you $10,000 a month. Ideally, you need people that are earning, if you are being paid 10% commission and no basic, you need people that are earning $100,000 a month and above for it to make sense. Unless someone is paying you 20% commission, then you would be fine on $50,000 a month. Or they might pay you a $3,000 basic and 10% commission and they are doing $70,000 a month. But you need to do that mental calculation to realize, is this even worth it to begin with? So I will give you a question that I think it is good to ask in this interview process. To ask that in like a non-invasive way. So with enthusiasm, we are like, this offer sounds great. Can I just ask where you are at the minute in terms of like monthly revenue? Just so I can get some targets in mind and know what sort of levels I should be hitting when I am starting. Simple. Another way to ask that is if they have got a sales team, ask what is the top closer earning? What did he do last month in commission? And that gives you a good benchmark of what you could possibly earn. Another great question is to understand where their lead sources are. Are they doing paid lead sources? Are they purely relying on organic? And also, what is the lead volume? So this comes down to how many calls should you be expected to take and how many calls are being pre-booked into your diary. Because ideally, you want a minimum of 4 calls in your diary every single day. Because then if you are at a 25% close rate roughly, then you are closing 1 sale a day. And if it is a high ticket offer, then you should be hitting a decent amount and taking home the right sort of income. And within that, the calls, we need to figure out how many are showing up. Do they know their show rate and also the close rate? Because they are 2 very important metrics. And make a note of these and then you can figure out whether they are serious or not. Can they pay you the amount of money that you actually want? And a very obvious one, but this is mainly for beginners. Ask what your commission structure is. Don't just dive into a role without knowing what you are going to get paid. Now, a couple of red flags to watch out for. The first, if they do not train you and they just send you a couple of PDFs and then start booking calls into your diary. Massive red flag. How are you expected to navigate an entire business if that is how they are going to structure things? Look for like a bit of a process and communication. Even if it is just a couple of Zoom calls with the founder, then that is okay. But they cannot be just like booking calls in one day after the interview if you have had no training and no product training. Like obviously they are not going to be giving you sales training. That is very important for anyone that is a beginner out there. You do not get sales training on these roles. You will get product training. And then the second thing to look out for is like unclear payment terms and low commission. Try to avoid those things as well. And the third would be, obviously, if they are asking you for any money, in the interview process, hang up instantly and run away, or any sort of like pressure tactics, and if it feels a bit weird, like they are sort of like selling to you, maybe just have your guard up and have your wits about you in the interview. It is important that you can be perceived to represent this brand. So what do you need for that? You need a good camera, you need a good microphone, you need a clear backdrop, you need good internet, and try to get used to being confident on Zoom and in front of a camera. It is going to serve you extremely well. And when it comes down to the interview, show that you are committed to this business, this venture. Founders have invested considerable money into marketing and time into growing the business. And if you are coming onto the call saying, I am looking to work 1 hour a day, I am looking to balance this with my other job, this is a side hustle for me. These are not the sort of things people want to hear. Show commitment, show certainty, and show up like you are going to kick the hell out of this for this business owner. And they will love it. A big thing that I teach all my mentees is to flip the script. And this is tricky if you are a beginner. But for me, when I have ever been on these meetings with people, I do not even like calling them interviews because I feel like it gives them power. I want to be the person holding the cards because I know my sales skills makes me an extremely valuable asset. And I know that I could pick multiple different companies to work for who would love to have me as their closer. And you need to try and foster that same mindset whereby you are the prize. You shouldn't be sitting there like, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir. It is like have the power and the confidence to know that you can deliver an amazing job for these people. And this is as much in their interest as it is in your interest. So you should be asking them questions as if you have a choice here whether you want the job or not. And you have got a couple of questions that you need answering so you can feel confident to go forward with this, not just them. And they will respect that. Let me leave you with this. Your effort when it comes down to this outreach will directly correlate with your outcome. It is as straightforward as that. High effort, high outcome. All it takes in remote high-ticket sales is one opportunity to completely change your life. You can go from wherever you are now to earning 10, 20, 30, 40,000 a month remotely. You can do it from anywhere. Earn great money. Live life on your own terms. But if you are doing this all on your own, you have got to have high effort to actually land it. Now, if you want some help with this, you do not want to just do it all on your own because it is tricky and the chances of succeeding are a lot less if you are not already in a network. So if you want help to begin with becoming an elite closer so you can actually perform at the level that is required to be earning those 6 figures a year, that is the first thing that I help with. Actually leveling people up when it comes to skill level, teaching them all the frameworks that I have developed over this period, all the training that I have undergone, and directly mentoring you in it so you can perform at that elite level. That is required of the best roles, by the way. But if you think you have already got the skills, that is fine. What I also help with is my network, my job board. We are posting exclusive job opportunities in the community every single week for you to apply to. I also help you as a career coach, guiding you through the interview process, looking at your player card, looking at your intro videos, making sure they are all on point, and getting real-world practice. So the only way I have actually got to this level where I am at now is through practice, through repetition. It is like anything in life. It just comes down to the reps that you put in and not just like shooting blindly. Guided reps. So that is another thing that is within my offer, within the anti-sales method. It is me looking over your shoulder and ensuring that as a closer, you are doing everything you need to be doing, where you can be improving and how to get better. So we get you to an elite level. We get everything in place and then we help you land a role. So if you are serious about becoming a 0.1% remote closer and you want help landing a role that will enable you to have a life of real-time financial and location freedom, you can either book a call with me below this video or drop me a DM on Instagram. But for now, just take massive action on what I have shown you already, because the difference between where you are and where you want to be, it is just one opportunity. And if you found this video valuable, then please subscribe and let me know in the comments if there was a particular area that you have got any questions on. If you have reached this point, it means you now have the full skill set to operate at a high level closer. The in-depth discovery, the killer pitch, you know how to actually manage objections. You are a master of tonality and you also have the ability to land roles independently. The difference now isn't made by having more information. It is made by practice, repetition, and accountability. Actually landing an offer, watching your calls back, refining your tone, switching your pitch around, taking an objective look at how you are handling objections at the minute, and treating every single conversation as a chance for you to deepen your craft. Because the closers who earn at the highest level aren't the ones who know the most and use the most fancy tricks. They are the ones who operate with consistency and they just execute the fundamentals. So please take what you have learned here and apply it to your next sales conversations. And most importantly, if you want real feedback and real support and guidance and mentorship from me, then just reach out to me on Instagram. I didn't navigate this path alone, and you do not have to either. Thanks for going through the course. Now remember, if you are an international closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out. In this video, I'm going to tell you everything you could possibly ever need to know about how to land a high-ticket sales job. I am going to go through every single detail you need. Before I do, my name is Rafa Segovia. I help international high-ticket closers from all walks of life improve their English and, whether they have a ton of experience or no experience whatsoever, land their first or their next high-ticket sales job in this business space. I help sales reps land these roles and land these jobs with amazing companies. I won't list them all out right now, but there are plenty of high-level opportunities out there. We will get into the important stuff here. I will walk you through what the entire process looks like for you right now. If you are looking to land your first or your next high-ticket sales job, this is literally all of my knowledge from helping people do exactly this. This is everything entirely for free. You can take this, implement it, and I can guarantee that you will land a role very, very quickly. That is who I am. That is what I am here to do. Let's dive in. First things first, the first step when we start here is that you need to understand what high-ticket sales is. If you are watching this video and you have no idea what high-ticket sales is, you have never heard of the space before, and you have no clue what I am talking about when I say high-ticket sales, then you should check out some free resources. There are other guys that I am not directly affiliated with, though I know of them and know some of them personally, who have a bunch of free resources here on YouTube that you can watch. All of this stuff about high-ticket sales and how to be a great closer, you can learn for free. Everyone wants to charge you for a $5,000 or $10,000 mentorship. All of the knowledge is there for free. Same as this video. It is all entirely for free. It is here for you to use. The paid courses and programs and things like that are all about implementation. So if you are the kind of person who can take information and you can actually implement it into your life and into what you are working on, you in reality do not need to pay for any kind of mentorship. You can do that all yourself with all the free content on YouTube. So let's dive in. Let's move forward here so we can cover everything properly. So the first thing we are going to cover is the different types of roles. Right before we know about landing roles, we need to understand what types of roles are there even in this space, in this high-ticket sales space for you to land. The first one, and kind of the most entry-level position, is DM setting. What is DM setting? That is where you manage the DMs of a creator or an influencer or a business owner, and you respond to inbound DMs, messages from potential clients. So we call them prospects. You might get messages saying, hey, I want to work with you. Or maybe the creator will post a story and say, DM me start to get started. And then you will get DMs from people saying start, and then you will be having the conversation with them. Your job as a DM setter and as a phone setter, which we will get into next, is to qualify leads. You need to make sure they are the right fit for whatever it is that the business you are working for is selling. And then once you have qualified those leads, you need to take those qualified leads and book appointments with them. You need to make sure that the prospect and the lead is going to show up to the call and is going to be excited and is going to understand that they are there to have a conversation about potentially purchasing something. So your job is to make sure that the show rate for those closing calls is high. And your job is to make sure that prospects are super excited to get on them and they are ready to buy. And they are the right person to buy. That is your job as a DM setter. The platforms that you will typically be operating in are Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Those are gonna be the three major ones. Instagram is kind of first and foremost there, but you might be in TikTok DMs, you might be in text messages. Some companies use a software or use a CRM where they have all of these social media channels linked into one platform. So you might be operating there instead. But those are the typical platforms you need to be familiar with and understand. Next up, what are the marketing avenues used here? And what I mean by that is, where are these leads, these prospects that you are going to be speaking to coming from? You need to understand, okay, this person is coming from an ad, or this person is coming from a post call to action, a CTA. These are where people are going to come from, and you are going to need to understand where they are coming from. Because if they are coming from an ad, they are probably going to be less of a warm lead. They are going to be less interested in showing up to a call or booking a call. If they are coming from a post call to action, they have likely been nurtured. They have likely seen lots of content and lots of other posts before they interact and engage. So 2 things to consider there, but that is typically where these leads and these prospects you are having these DM conversations with are going to be coming from. So those are the marketing avenues. Now, commission structures as a DM setter, there are 4 kind of pieces to this puzzle. Either you are going to be paid per qualified set. So you set an appointment, and if it is a qualified appointment, you get paid for that. Sometimes it can be $25, sometimes it is $50, sometimes it is $100. It really depends. Sometimes and often you are paid a base. Typically, this base pay is going to be a monthly base that you are getting every single month, regardless of anything else. Typically, it is between $500 and $2,000 or $3,000. So that is kind of what you can expect there. Commission per close deal is the most common kind of pay structure in this high ticket space. A lot of it is just commission only. So usually you will get a commission per close deal. That commission percentage is normally kind of 3 to 5%, sometimes a little bit more, but it really depends. And then sometimes there are performance bonuses. So once you have helped collect $100,000 in the month, you get an extra $1,000 or something like that. So those are the 4 different pay structures. Now, these pay structures can be mixed and matched. You might be paid per qualified set and you get a commission. You might get a base and a commission. It might be commission and performance bonuses. It depends. It changes company to company, so be aware of that. Typically, DM setters will be making $1,000 to $5,000 per month. So that is kind of typical earnings in DM setting roles. Now, next up, phone setting. So there are 2 different types of phone setting. There is outbound phone setting and there is inbound phone setting. Outbound phone setting is where someone, instead of reaching out in the DMs, sees some piece of marketing. Whether it is content, whether it is an outreach message, whether it is an ad, they will see some kind of content and they will opt in. What an opt-in is that they provide their information to the business. So they see a piece of content, they are like, oh, that is super interesting. Maybe I want to try that business model, or maybe I want to work with these guys to generate leads for my company. Whatever it is, they will see that. They will fill out a form, provide their name, email, phone number, maybe some other information. And then your job as an outbound phone setter is to call these people once they have opted in and provided their information. And again, try to set an appointment for them, qualify them, and get them excited, making sure that they show up to their appointment. That is your job as an outbound setter. That is what phone setters do in general. It is the same thing as DM setting, but just over the phone. Outbound means you are reaching out to people. You are calling people instead of having people call you or having people booked on your calendar. The software you will typically be using are going to be CRM and dialers. A CRM is a customer relationship manager. I am so familiar with just calling it a CRM, but that is what the acronym stands for. And what a CRM is that it just holds all information about potential clients, current clients, and you are engaging in there. If someone opts in, their information is added into the CRM and you can call them from there. Dialers are usually used in tandem with CRMs, where they take the information from the CRM and then they call multiple leads at a time or 1 lead at a time. And if the call gets through, then they get put through to you as the outbound setter and you are speaking with the prospect on the phone. Dialers just make the outbound calling process a lot easier and a lot simpler. So that is the kind of software you will be familiar with and using. The marketing avenues that these people are coming from are going to be either ads, outreach, or content. Those are basically the only 3 marketing avenues in the world that you could get leads from. And you will typically have people opting in from all of those methods. And then you will be calling leads from all of those methods as well. Now, commission structures are basically the exact same as DM setting. Pay per qualified set, a base pay, commission per closed deal, performance bonuses. However, the typical on-track earnings, your OTE, for phone outbound dialing roles is going to be $3,000 to $7,000 a month based on my experience in the industry. It can be higher than that. Sometimes it might be lower than that, but usually it is in that $3,000 to $7,000 per month range. And that is kind of what you can expect going into setting. Now, I have seen lots of setters make make 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 a month. It is possible, but it is not the standard or typical result. Next up, inbound setting. Basically the exact same thing. You will be having people coming in from the same marketing avenues. You will have a very similar commission structure. Earnings potential is usually the same. The main difference is inbound means leads are coming to you. They are booking on your calendar and then you are taking Zoom calls. That is the only software difference as well. Rather than using a dialer or calling outbound, you are going to be on Zoom or Google Meet or something like that taking inbound calls. You are speaking with prospects, qualifying them, making sure they are a good fit, booking a follow-up appointment with a closer, and then making sure they show up to that appointment. That is your job as an inbound setter. Sometimes this is called a triage role, where you have a triage call with someone. Again, same thing. It is just a call that happens before the closing call to make sure that the person is qualified, shows up to the closing call, and is ready for that call there. The only real difference from this in terms of commission structure is going to be that usually there is no pay per qualified set, just because you are already having people set on your calendar as an inbound setter. And therefore, it just doesn't make sense for a business to be paying you for then setting appointments. It is a little bit of an easier job. Commissions are usually the same, sometimes a little bit higher, and that is what inbound phone setting looks like. So that is that. The final or the last kind of role type I will talk about is going to be closing. Your job as a closer, that is the dream, right? That is what everyone wants to be, is a high-ticket closer. It is to take appointments inbound on your calendar and close deals, collect cash, and sign people up to a program or service in this online business space. That is what you do as a closer. Very kind of straightforward and simple. If you are watching this video, that is probably where you want to be. But if you don't have any experience or anything like that in the past, usually the setting roles are going to be the better off kind of start for you. But yeah, that is what that looks like. For closing, the software you're going to be using is the same as inbound setting for the most part, CRM and Zoom. Marketing avenues are going to be either set calls, meaning a setter has spoken to them, an outbound setter, an inbound setter, or a DM setter has set them on your calendar. And then the other way is through the funnel. And that basically just means that someone hasn't spoken to someone on the team already. They have just booked directly onto your calendar rather than going through someone else first. So they opted in and then they booked a call. So there is no need for a setter to be calling them or to be setting them on your calendar. So the funnel comes through these three methods: ads, outreach, or content. It goes through the funnel and then they book a call with you. That is kind of what that looks like. For closing, the commission structure usually has just two pieces. You get commission per closed deal. That is usually going to be 10%. 10% is average. 10 to 15%, sometimes 20%, sometimes a little bit lower, maybe 8% is kind of the full range that you see there. And some businesses do like increased scaling commission percentages as you perform better and drive more revenue for the business. So that is kind of what you can expect there. So that is what that looks like. You also get performance bonuses. Same way you can get them as a setter. You collect a certain amount of cash, or you hit a certain close rate, or you achieve a certain number, you get an extra performance bonus. Typical OTE on track earnings for closing roles that you could expect is $5,000 to $15,000 per month. You know, $10,000 per month is usually the goal, but $5,000 to $15,000 is usually the range you will see. Some closers make $25,000 a month. Some closers make $50,000 a month. You can make well above that. Usually you shouldn't see a closer making less than $5,000 a month. It is sometimes maybe there, but that means that a business just doesn't have the systems and processes in place to really bring on a closer at that point. The final role that I have added in here is full cycle. All that means is that you are doing setting and closing. You are doing both sides of it. You're setting appointments on your own calendar. You are closing those appointments yourself. Usually on-track earnings is very similar to closing $5,000 to $15,000 per month. But a lot of times you will have a higher commission percentage, like more typically kind of 15%, because you are doing two jobs. You are doing a 5% commission job as a setter, and you are doing a 10% commission job as a closer. So, usually you should get a little bit more, but that is kind of the final role there. So just to recap, we have got DM setting appointments in the DMs. We have got phone setting, outbound or inbound, setting appointments on the phone. We have got closing appointments over Zoom. And we have got full cycle, which is setting appointments and closing appointments yourself. So those are the 5 role types that you will see here in the space. And that is what high ticket sales is. You should understand that. Now, next thing that I am going to cover here is the mindset shifts. Now, this might sound a little bit woo-woo. It might sound a little bit like, okay, this is what I hear from every guru on the planet. I am not a guru. I don't sell sales training. I am not going to try to train you on sales or anything like that. I just help people improve their English to land roles in the US. That is all I do. And to do that, there are 6 major mindset shifts you need to make to give yourself the best possible opportunity to land a role. I have ordered them. I have put a number on them in terms of importance, but then they are in a little bit of a different order for a good reason. So I will go through things in order here, and then you will start to kind of understand where I am coming from. So number 1, the most important thing right now or forever in landing roles is going to be volume. It is the most important thing. If you cannot do the volume that you need to get your applications and get your information out there to as many businesses as possible, you will not land a role. If you do 2 great, perfect, amazing applications, the chances you land a role are low. Maybe you land 1, right? Maybe one of those 2 companies, because it was a perfect application, reaches back out to you and says, hey, we want to bring you onto our team. They interview you, take you through the process, and you get the role. But if you do 100 decent applications, not great applications, not even good applications, just decent applications, if you do 100 of them, I can almost guarantee you that you will hear back from 25 to 30 of those companies. You will interview with those businesses, maybe half of them. So 12 to 15 of them will take you to a second round interview if you are interviewing well and you follow the instructions about interviewing that I will cover in this video in a little bit. And then from there, once you have interviewed multiple times with 15 different businesses, I can almost guarantee you that you will have 5, 6, 7 opportunities on your table and businesses looking to bring you onto their team. So that is the power of volume. It is so much more important than almost anything else. It is just doing the volume of applications. And the second part of this that I tied in here is building a network. What the best closers that I have ever worked with do when they are applying and trying to land their first role and be able to land next roles moving forward is they build a network by doing a volume of applications, engaging with and interacting with as many business owners as possible. And therefore, whenever they want or need another role, they have already got multiple people. They have got 5, 6, 7 guys they can reach out to and be like, hey, I am looking for a new position. And because they built that network, because they did that volume in the front end and then built that network off of that volume, they have opportunity on the table. They have an abundance of opportunity and they never need to go back to doing this volume of applications at any point because they just have a network in front of them. So that is another benefit that is tied into doing that volume. So the second most important thing, I might actually say it is the third most important thing, and I will probably put this as second, but the third most important part of this whole process in landing roles is remembering that your goal is to get to the next stage. It is not to get to the finish. Now, what I mean by that is that when you are applying to these opportunities and you fill out an application or you record a Loom video and you send it to the business owner, whatever you do, your job with that application in the front end is not to land the role. No business, I have never in my entire life seen a business hire someone based on their Loom video. Even if you have got the best Loom video possible and you sound like the absolute perfect fit, a business will still say, awesome, we really love your Loom video. Let's get on a call. And you will do an interview no matter what. So your goal with the applications and the Loom videos is to get to the next stage, which is usually an interview. So you need to consider that when you are filling out your applications. Don't rush the process. Don't be trying to give them all of the information, tell them everything about you in your application. Your goal is just to show them why they should interview you. It is to build a little bit of intrigue. Have them thinking, oh wow, I really like Rafa. Let's bring him onto an interview. That is your goal. Your goal in the interview process either is to get to the second round interview or the third round interview or whatever, or to land a role. So that is when things change. Your goal shouldn't always be in the entire process to land a role, because a business won't hire you when it is not the point in time in the application process to hire someone. So keep that in mind. That is what that means there. Number 4, most important. Number 3, in the order of things, is going to be demonstrating sales skills. This is going to tie into number 5 here, which is handling objections. And I will get into that in a second, and I will also talk about that later on. But demonstrating sales skills is something that you can and should be doing in this application process. And what I mean by that is there are multiple ways that you can go about showing a business your sales skills in the application and landing roles process without joining the team and taking calls for them. Your job and your goal should be to show a business. If you don't have experience right now, which I am sure a lot of people don't, a lot of you guys watching this video are probably trying to get into your first ever sales role, let alone high ticket sales role. If you don't have any experience, you don't have any proof of the fact that you are a great sales rep. So what you need to be doing in the application process is demonstrating that you are a great sales rep, because you probably are. But if you can't show it in the application process, why on earth would a business hire you? They won't. I can promise you they won't. If you don't show them you are a great sales rep, and I will cover how you can do that. There are a couple of ways. The first, and I would say most important, is to go above and beyond and provide the business with call recordings. Whether it is a real sales call you have done in the past or it is a mock call that you have done recently, provide them with a real call recording and go above and beyond. Even if they are not asking for it, do it. Send that to them and go above and beyond. If you don't want to do that, just show them how you handle specific objections. Think about what this business is selling, who they are selling it to. Figure out what are likely their major objections they get from prospects on these calls. And then from there, record a video of yourself handling those objections and showing them, this is how I would handle this objection. I am sure you get this a lot. I just wanted to show you exactly how I would handle it once I come onto your team. Show that confidence, show the skills, and stand out. Most people won't do that. Most people aren't going to do that. Most people don't care enough to do that. If you do, you are going to stand out. And the only way you land a role with a company is by standing out. I will talk about that a little bit later on. But the only way you can land a role is by standing out. If you are just another sheep in the herd, the business will not pick you, because you don't stand out. There is no reason for them to hire you over someone else. You need to stand out, and that is a great way to do it. Demonstrate those sales skills, go a little bit above and beyond, and provide that information. The second way that you can do this is by following up. What a lot of people never do is follow up on applications, and you need to do this in the right way. And I will talk about that again a little bit later on. But following up is an absolute key and necessity in landing roles. Think about it this way. A business is hiring for a sales position. They are hiring a sales rep onto their team. That is what you are here to learn about, is how to land a sales role in these remote online businesses. That is what the businesses are hiring for. When we think about sales, what is one of the major skills that you need in sales to be a great rep? The follow-up. So much of sales, I think it is like 70% or 80% of sales happen in the follow-up. They happen after the initial conversation. They happen in that follow-up when you are jumping on a prospect over and over and over again to keep on top of the relationship and the potential to move forward with them until they buy, until they become a customer and a client. So if you can show in the application process that you have the skill of follow-up, why on earth would a business hire you onto their team? They wouldn't. They have no reason to. You haven't shown the sales skills. So what you can do in the application process is, instead of just interviewing or sending an application, sitting back and hoping you get the role and hoping you get to the next stage, you need to follow up. You need to follow up over and over and over again until you hear something. These business owners are busy. They are not always checking their emails. They are not always checking their DMs. They are not always on top of things because they have got so much going on. So you need to make the effort to follow up with them and show them that you are a great rep, that you got the skill of follow-up, that you can be tenacious, and you are going to keep on going until you hear something. Businesses will look at that like, oh wow, I like this guy. He has got that hustle. He has got that mentality that we need on our sales team. We need guys who are following up. So that is what you can do there. The final kind of piece to demonstrating sales skills in this landing roles portion of things is handling objections. Now, I talked about handling objections in a sales basis, but what I mean by this is handling objections in the interview and application process. Now, when I say that, I don't mean handling sales objections. I mean handling the objections that a business might have that is preventing them from bringing you onto their team. So you probably have some reasons why a business wouldn't absolutely love to bring you onto their team, right? If you didn't, you would have a role and you wouldn't be watching this video right now. But you don't, and you do have those things, and you are not on a team right now, and that is why you are watching this video. So this is a way that you can firstly give yourself more opportunity to land roles, stop businesses from not bringing you onto their team, and also demonstrate the sales skill of handling objections in the application and interview process. So what you do is, in an application, if you are answering a question, or in an interview, if you are answering a question, instead of just answering the question and then leaving the rest kind of up to whoever is interviewing you, you need to answer the question, and then you need to consider, what could this business owner, what could this interviewer, what could this recruiter, what could this sales manager be thinking about my answer that might prevent them from hiring me? What are the objections they might have based on what I am saying and how I am answering to bringing me onto their team? Once you think about that, a bunch of things are going to click in your mind. Oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be because I have got this side hustle. It could be because I don't have this past experience. It could be for this reason or that reason. Your job now is to, based on that information, handle the objection, show them why that isn't an issue, why whatever they could be thinking about is not a problem and shouldn't be a problem for them. And once you do that, you are then going to give yourself, firstly, a lot more opportunity, because businesses aren't going to have this objection in mind and then say, okay, we are not moving forwards with Rafa. They are going to have this objection in mind. You are going to tell them why it is not a problem, why it shouldn't be an objection or an issue, and then you are going to continue forwards. The business is going to be like, oh, wow, that was really a great answer from Rafa. That is awesome. He handled that objection. It is not a problem for me anymore. It is not preventing me from hiring. And in fact, it is putting him forwards because he covered the basis as to why that isn't an issue, and everyone else didn't do that. So that is another thing there. I hope that that makes sense. Number 6, most important thing in the mindset shifts is be real. What a lot of people think when they are trying to land a role is, okay, if I be this person in the application and in the interview, this business is going to hire me. But in this case, pretend ain't your friend. That is why I have it written down here. Pretend ain't your friend. And I really mean it, because pretending to be someone you are not, all that is going to end up with is businesses that you are not actually a fit for, that you are pretending to be a fit for, giving you opportunity to work for them. You coming onto their team and then you not enjoying it, and you having to every single day get out of bed, pretend to be someone that you are not. And human beings, from a psychological perspective, cannot pretend to be someone that they are not for more than 3 months. I believe that is kind of the time frame. For 3 months, you can be someone that you are not. But after that point, your brain just can't continue pretending to be someone that you are not. And therefore, you are going to crumble, and you are not going to stay on an offer for more than 3 months if you keep pretending to be someone that you are not. So be real, be yourself, be honest. And I am not saying don't try to land a role and don't try to show things in the right way to land a role. I just mean don't completely put on a persona and personality that isn't yours to land a role. So hopefully that makes sense. That is what I mean by be real and pretend ain't your friend. Number 2. So this is going to be the number 2 most important thing here, and it is going to relate to a couple of other things we talk about in a second. Number 2, remove limiting beliefs around experience. I can almost guarantee that if you are watching this video, you are probably thinking in your mind, well, I can't apply here and I can't apply there because I don't have this experience and I don't understand that industry and I have never done this before. You know, if you continue thinking that way, you will limit yourself from applying to so many opportunities that I can almost guarantee you, if you did apply for them, a lot of them are going to be interested. A lot of them are going to be open to working with you. And I will talk about how to, if you have no experience, frame yourself up still as a good candidate for businesses wanting experience. I will talk about that. But anyway, we will talk about that in a little bit. And that is why this relates to kind of the next point and why I put this last. But what we need to think about is, what are businesses actually looking for? All a business wants, it can seem as complicated as you want to make it in your own mind. All a business wants is a couple of small things that all tie into each other. Someone who is going to be able to have great sales conversations with the prospect. And what that means is that you are able to connect with the prospect. You are able to understand their pain. You are able to have them feeling good about purchasing whatever it is they are purchasing on the call. That is your job. So you need to be able to do that. You need to be able to be a positive representation of the business itself. And that is it. That is all the company cares about is, are you going to represent the brand in a good way? And are you going to be able to have these conversations from a sales perspective with prospects in the way that the business wants? That is it. You don't need to have a billion years of experience to be that person. You can have no experience. So stop limiting yourself. It doesn't even matter if a business says, we need someone with 2 years of sales experience, or we need someone who has been in e-commerce before. It doesn't matter. Even if a business says that, it doesn't matter. Still apply. Still put yourself forwards. And I can guarantee you a lot of these places that are saying we need this experience and this understanding and that understanding, they are still going to be open to bring you on. As long as you frame yourself in the right way, regardless of your experience, as what businesses are looking for, which is someone who can connect with the prospect and someone who is a good fit for the team in terms of representation of the brand and internal team culture. That is it. That is all that businesses are looking for. So remove that belief in your mind that I can't apply for this big company and I can't apply for that big closing position, because you can. Worst case scenario, you apply to a position that you are not qualified for. And oh my God, you find out you are not qualified for it and they don't want to move you forwards. It is not the end of the world. You spent 15 to 20 minutes on an application to give yourself the opportunity to land a role you weren't qualified for in the first place. And I would be very confident that even if 20% or 30% of those businesses, even if 10% of those businesses move you forwards, if you submit 10 applications you wouldn't have originally, one of them is going to move you forwards. One of them is going to be very happy with you. So those are the things. Do the volume, focus on getting to the next stage of the landing role process. Demonstrate your sales skills in the application process, handle your own objections for interviewers, and not be worried about bringing you onto their company. Be real, be true to yourself, and remove any limiting beliefs you have about what experience you have and what roles you can apply to. You can apply to all of them. So those are the mindset shifts you need to take to move forwards. And we will get onto this next part here, which ties into removing those limiting beliefs. So what you need to consider right now is, who are you? This is going to be the information that you take into this next stage, which is what we do with this information in regards to applications, interviews, Loom videos, and all of that good stuff. So we will talk about that here in a second. But first things first, who are you? And what I mean by this is you don't need experience. Sure, if you have experience, great. You are a step ahead. You have got that opportunity on the table, which is good, but you don't need it. And even if you feel like you don't have any experience, everyone has some experience, something. And I will get into what those options for potential experience are, but you don't need experience. Everyone has some experience anyway. And it is only a matter of framing your experience in the right way. It is a matter of framing your experience to demonstrate that you are the fit that the business is actually looking for. That is it. That is the most important thing. So keep that in mind. What I mean by everyone has some experience is you have got likely multiple of these four, but worst case scenario, you at least have this fourth one. So I will go through what these are. You either have work experience, whether you have worked as a sales rep before, whether you have done door-to-door sales or corporate sales or high-ticket sales, or you have run your own business or whatever, you have work experience. Most people watching this video should have work experience. The only time that someone is probably watching this video and doesn't is if you are like fresh out of high school, you never worked previously. And that is okay. You can still land a role in this space. I have seen a lot of people do it. It will be more difficult for you. Just being totally honest and candid. Keep that in mind, and it will be a more difficult process, but you can do it 100%. But everyone probably has some work experience. Even if you just worked as a barista, even if you just worked the checkout at Target, even if you were stacking boxes at Walmart, even if you worked in a warehouse, if you worked as a roofing contractor or whatever, you have some kind of work experience. So what I want you to do now while I go through this is write down each of these four as a title. And for every single one, write down everything you can. I don't care if you worked in a job for 2 days, if you worked one shift, if you worked for 3 months, whatever it is, write down where you worked, what you did, and write down how long you worked there for. Now, based on that information, what you need to figure out is what engagement did you have in the sales process or the client experience process in that business? I will give you some examples. Let's think of a 40-year-old woman looking to land a role. She had worked as a bartender and a server for 20 years. So a lot of time in the service industry, but no sales experience at all. But she had 20 years of experience working with a ton of customers every single day, having conversations with all different people from all walks of life. And now, based on that experience, all that matters for her is taking that experience and framing it in the right way, offer to offer. What we figured out is over the 20 years, she probably engaged with like 300,000 customers. 300,000 people she interacted with. She maybe didn't change their life, but she impacted their life and their experience with the business she was working for in some capacities. So now it was a matter of figuring out where did she work, what kind of people did she deal with in each of those places, and then taking that experience and applying it to each individual offer. I will give you 2 examples from this. One example was she worked in a very high-end kind of bar in a big city where she had a lot of corporate people, high-level C-suite executives, lawyers, big baller people that were very professional coming in. And she was serving them and having conversations with them, engaging with these clients who had a lot of money and were very experienced individuals and very professional. So she had that experience. Now, from that experience, what we can take to present to these businesses is if a company is selling to corporate level people, if it is selling to professional high-level business owners, whatever it is. She can talk about, I spent 12 months working at this place in Manhattan, and over that time, I probably dealt with maybe 3,000 different high-level C-suite executives. I'm very comfortable having conversations with these people who are at a much higher level professionally in business and work than I am. I know how to handle these conversations. I know how to engage with these clients. That is why I would be a great fit to sell for this offer that is selling to these high-level individuals. It is just a matter of framing that experience for that company to show why she is the right fit for what the business is actually looking for. So I am hoping that this is starting to make sense. Second example of this is she told me that she was really interested in applying for this real estate offer that was selling some kind of coaching or lead gen services to real estate agents. But she is like, I don't have any real estate experience. I have never invested in property. I have never done this. Okay, when have you and where have you engaged with real estate agents on a frequent basis? Oh, actually, I worked at this restaurant here, and right around the corner was this real estate office, and they had like 20 different real estate agents there, and they would always come for lunch, and they would always come for dinner. Okay, you spend X amount of time engaged with X amount of different real estate agents. You are very comfortable having conversations with these real estate agents. You can engage with them and interact with them, and you understand kind of the lingo and the language that they have spoken about. And therefore, I would be great at selling this real estate lead gen offer or this real estate coaching company offer. It is just a matter of taking the experience that she had that was not related whatsoever towards sales and relating it to the offers than the individual companies that she was applying to work with. So maybe you don't have that vast level of experience, but I will get into what you can do if you don't have that work experience here in a second. But second thing that ties in directly with experience is business or side hustle experience. So maybe you have tried to set up an e-com drop shipping store in the past and failed or maybe succeeded. Maybe you tried to start a lead gen agency yourself before. Maybe you ran a restaurant before and successfully ran a business. Maybe you had your own real estate brokerage or whatever. A lot of people will have some kind of business or side hustle experience. Whether it worked out for you or didn't, it is experience that you can 100% use to apply to these opportunities. If it did work, you can talk about the fact that you understand this industry. You were successful in this industry. You did this, this, and this before you achieved these numbers and whatever else. If you ran your own business, you were likely doing your own sales. So you have sales experience whether you were a sales rep in another company or not. You have sales experience through running your own business. If you had a side hustle that didn't go your way, or a business that didn't go your way, that is still great, valuable experience that you can speak about to land a role. If I tried to start my own lead gen agency and I failed and I didn't make any money and I lost some money actually, that is good experience because what I can do is I can then come into that interview or those applications for an offer that is trying to help lead gen agencies scale or is trying to help people start a lead gen agency. And talk about, I actually ran my own lead gen agency and I struggled so much I lost $2,000 and I got 0 clients. And I know how valuable it would be for these people that are coming into the Lead Gen Agency 101 coaching program and getting work and working with professionals who understand the space, who have been successful. I know I could have used that. And so I would absolutely crush having these conversations with these guys because I can speak from my personal experience in failing in this industry myself. Right? That is where you can use a failure as a great example of why you are a good fit for an offer. So hopefully that makes sense. That is where you can use kind of that business and side hustle experience. Not everyone will have that, but some people will. Education. Whether you have bought a sales mentorship before, you have become a part of a community for sales or anything else in this online space before, which is if you are watching this video, you are probably on like school, or you are probably on Discord, or you are probably, in some kind of coaching community or whatever, in whether it is sales or not, you are probably engaging in this online space. And that is all education. You might have professional education, which is great. You might have done a professional course in coding or something else. That is experience. And like I said before, write down all of this stuff. Any side hustle you have tried, any business you have run in the past, write it down. How long you did, how long you spent there, what you achieved there, what kind of numbers you generated, whatever else. Same for the work experience. How many customers were you engaging with? What were those customers paying? Another example that I will give you here, just so you can listen to me talk some more, but another example I can give you here in terms of talking about work experience that isn't sales related in a sales basis is I spoke to a guy the other day, a client of mine who previously was a roofer. He didn't do the roofing sales. He did the actual contracting of building the roofs, making sure that the roof was solid, making sure the roof wasn't going to blow away. He actually did the work there. And what I spoke to him about was, okay, well, you didn't sell anything, but you probably engaged with the house owner, right? You probably spoke to them, walked them through some of the stuff, made sure they were happy with the job, made sure that they felt positive about it. These roofs cost a lot, right? They cost $8,000 to $20,000 a pop. This is high ticket. You weren't in sales. We were in the high ticket space dealing with high ticket clients who had paid $10,000, $20,000 for their roof, and you were making sure that they were happy. So, I think over his time there, I think he spent 3 years, 3 months doing that or something like that. And he had worked on 20 different roofs or something along those lines. And what the math worked out to was, let's say an average of $10,000 for a roof, right? And he engaged with 20 of them. That is $200,000 in pipeline that he ensured was positive, that they had great client relationships. So it is customer service essentially, but for these high ticket clients, that is experience that you can use and talk about and relate to high ticket sales. So it is just a matter of writing down all of this information. What were the ticket prices? What was the average order value of clients? How much money were these clients worth to the business or the restaurant or the whatever that you are working for? Figure out what those numbers are, because there is maybe going to be a way, an avenue that we can use these numbers in our applications, in our Loom videos, in our interviews. So keep that in mind, write all of that information down, pause the video, take some time to do it, whatever you need to do, but write all of that down. Write all of your business and side hustle experience down, whether it succeeded or failed. Write down all of your education, high school, college, non-professional education, communities you are a part of, online education, you have invested in everything. And the final thing, which is a lot more broad, is life experience. So I don't expect you to write down a whole memoir to write down all of your life experience. But what you can talk about here, or you probably won't write this down, but what we can think about here is the fact that for a lot of these jobs, what a lot of these businesses that are hiring for these roles and selling something online remotely, you might have some way to personally relate to the business or to the prospect getting on the calls with, or you might have someone else in your life that can relate to it as well, right? And your job at the end of the day is always to consider what a business is looking for. And that number one thing was that you can relate to and fit and have conversations with the prospect. So you can take your personal life experience and tie that into these applications and interviews as well. So keep that in mind. Take that life experience and just consider it as something you can talk about that will make you fit for an offer. If you are applying for a fitness offer that is coaching people on weight loss, you can talk about your personal weight loss journey. If you can't relate, you can talk about your mom's weight loss journey or your brother's weight loss journey or, your great uncle's weight loss journey. Whatever it is, you can talk about someone else's experience, your best friend, your cousin, your coworker, your boss, whatever. Someone in your life has probably had an experience or some level of experience with whatever offer type. And you can talk about that. You can talk about your uncle is a real estate agent and he has always struggled with being a great real estate agent because he doesn't have the right coaching or he doesn't have the right leads. That is why he would be a great fit for real estate coaching and lead gen 101 or whatever, right? You can use that personal experience, and all that matters is taking all of this and framing it in the right way to present to a business that we are the right fit to talk to their avatar. And we are the right fit to represent and be basically a brand ambassador for companies. So that is who you are. That is the information you need to think about. If you take all of that information, you can apply almost anywhere in the world and have a great application simply because you took the time to think about this stuff. So keep that in mind. Now, next up is where are we going to put this information right now? We have collected all of this information about all of our experience and what we need. And also, this is the reason we are making this video so you can stack up some bread, okay? So get your money up. But anyway, I am just messing around. Where are we going to put this information? Because there are multiple places that all this information that we spend time thinking about is going to go. So the first thing isn't really where this information is going to go, but it is going to matter in implementing this information and framing it in the right way. So I am going to talk first about research, and then I will talk about how we put this information that we have collected here into our applications, into our Loom videos, and into our interviews, as well as into the follow-up process that we are doing to land these roles, right? I talked about how important follow-up is previously. So those are going to be the major kind of points that we are going to use all of this information. And I will talk about what they look like and how to navigate all of them in a little bit. It is why this video is going to be so long. But first, I want to talk about the research you should be doing into these businesses before you are applying, right? The first things first, why do research? Why are we going to do any research into these businesses? The first thing is we need to understand this is meant to say no. We need to know and understand who the right fit is. Who is the right fit for this position and this company? Who is the person who is going to be the best person to speak with the prospects and who is going to be best person to represent the brand of the business? And doing your research into a company is what is going to give you the understanding about what a company is looking for. This is what I have been speaking about a bunch here, is being the avatar fit, having the conversations with the prospects on these calls, and being the team and culture fit, being able to represent the business, being a good fit for the internal culture of a company. That is why we need to know who the right fit is, because that is our understanding of what a company is looking for, which are these two things. And I will go into a little bit more detail on this here in a second, okay? Had to take a second there to breathe after spending 45 minutes talking here. But anyway, now the second reason for why we are going to do this research after we understand and know who the right fit is to make sure the right fit is you. To make sure it is the right fit for you as well, because you need to make sure you are the right fit for the business and also that the business is the right fit for you. And maybe you do all of this research and we are going to talk about where to look and how to do this in a second, but maybe you do all this research and you are like, this isn't for me. This isn't the right fit, which is fine. But as I said here, volume is the most important thing. So my recommendation to you is apply to everything, literally everything. Unless you do the research and you are like, I would hate that. I would absolutely despise selling that. I hate what this company is selling. I hate what this brand is representing. If that is how you feel, don't apply. But unless you feel like that, you should definitely go about applying, because putting your hook out there as many times, putting your line out there as many times as possible, and seeing what bites you get is ideal. Because I have worked with a lot of people who have felt like a business wasn't the right fit for them. And I push them to apply and see and speak with the business and interview with them and make sure that it wasn't the right fit for them. And they do that, and then they are like, oh my God, that was the best. That was the best interview I have ever been on. I am so excited for this opportunity. I think they really liked me and they might want to bring me onto the team. I am so glad you pushed me to do that. So push yourself to apply to places, even if you are not 100% bought in, because maybe you will change your mind. And worst case scenario, you prove yourself right. And you prove me wrong and it isn't the right fit for you, and it is not the end of the world again, right? You spend a little bit of time doing some applications and you are fine. So that is the second thing there. Make sure that it is the right fit for you. But in general, it should really just be, make sure it is not the absolute wrong fit for you is kind of what I would say there. Now, where do we look? Where do we actually go to do this research. There is kind of two main points that we go to, is either to the websites and VSLs of an offer. If you don't know what a VSL is, it is a video sales letter. It is basically like the pre-all pitch video that you probably see a lot. You click on an ad or whatever, you see some kind of video. That is the VSL. It is getting people bought in, and it is also there to get people kind of on the hook to book in a call. So doing your research here is going to give you a good understanding of what the business is, what they are doing, and who they are selling it to, which is ultimately what we need to understand, is that who, what, when, where, why, that is what you need to understand. You are going to get that understanding from the website and based on, what they are talking about in the website. And also in the website, you can check out the testimonials. And by checking out the testimonials, you are going to understand two things. Firstly, what kind of results is this business getting? What kind of results are they getting for their clients? And the second thing is, in these testimonials, a lot of time they are going to talk about, this is where I was, this is where I am now. And by understanding those testimonials and the transitions and what people have done, is you also understand where they were at the start. Which means you understand who is the avatar, when in their life are they at? Why are they interested in buying it? Because that is where they are to start with. And that where they are to start with is the reason they buy, because they are there and they are not here where they want to be. So that is the reason that I think testimonials are really beneficial to research. Second place you can research is marketing avenues. So there's kind of three main ones that you can look. You can look through YouTube videos and podcasts, which are the long form content. You can look through socials and the short form content. And something else I didn't add here, but would probably be beneficial to put, is you can also look at the ads, because the ads are ultimately the intentional marketing that a business is doing to drive people either to these socials and to these other platforms or to book a call. Facebook ads library, you can look that up. You can search for a business's or a creator's ads through there, and you can actually review the specific ads that they are running. Maybe you will see the ad just pop up on your feed. Likely, if you do some research on a business, the next ad you are going to see on Instagram, happens to me all the time, is going to be from that business trying to sell you on their service. But researching their ads is another great marketing avenue to look like ads and content, right? Those are the two marketing avenues. So I highly recommend that you look into all of those. And that is kind of where you look and where you do your research. And we talked about why we do that research. And that ties into applications. Applications are going to be done and held in one of two ways. So these businesses, when they take applicants, they do two things. They either have an application form where you fill out a bunch of information, you answer some questions, provide some information, email, phone number, past experience. Most of the time, an application will ask you for a Loom video. So that is what we are going to talk about here next. So if I confuse you and I mention Loom videos at all for a little bit, I know I have spoken about them a little bit already. I am going to get into it, so don't worry. But the second method of application is a direct outreach. So they will tell you, text WhatsApp or text us at this number, or reach out on Instagram and Twitter or whatever here, or email us this place. And that is the second form of application, is a direct message rather than filling out a form. So those are the two options for applications. And in order to create great applications, we need to understand what the company is looking for. I have talked about this a bunch, so I am not really going to get into it too much here. We need to understand who the avatar is and what kind of person is going to be a fit to talk to that client avatar. Who is the client avatar and who relates to them? What is the client avatar dealing with, and how do you understand what they are dealing with? What I mean by when is like, what point in their life are they at right now that is making them get on the call, is making them want to buy? Where are they from? What part of the world? Most of these businesses are going to be US based, but maybe they are targeting people from different countries. Maybe it is a European or a UK based company. Maybe it is an Australian based company. So you need to understand where these people are from and why. Why are they on the call? And why are they interested in buying? You need to understand those things to make sure that you are the right fit, or that you present yourself as the right fit to talk to this avatar. And the second side of that is being the team and culture fit. What I mean by that is being the right person within an organization. Some teams are going to be very laid back and chilled. Some teams are going to be very high energy and high effort. Different companies are formed in different ways and have different cultures. But you need to understand what a company is looking for in terms of team and culture fit. as well as brand representation. So they want someone who is going to represent their brand in the right way. For an offer that is selling e-commerce coaching to 18 to 25-year-old guys, they are going to want someone young, hungry, high energy. Let's fucking get started. Bring you into the program, you are going to get this, and this. You're going to do that and that. A business selling coaching around quitting addictions to corporate CEOs and doctors and lawyers is going to want someone very professional, very laid back, very relaxed, who is able to have a high-level, very emotional conversation with these high-level individuals to get them to purchase a product. They are going to want someone who is in a suit and tie and is dressed up really nicely and looks professional. They are not going to want someone that looks super casual. But on an e-commerce coaching offer, that is exactly what they want. They want someone young, someone who is dressed the part to have these conversations, not someone who is going to scare away the prospects and these young guys that are getting on these calls who just want to be entrepreneurs and make money online. That is what is going to happen if you are a very professional person wearing a button-down suit and a tie and whatever else. So keep that in mind. You need to be the right team culture and representation fit. And then the way that we can determine this is through the pre-application content and the founder's long-form content. So if we make sure we are consuming the pre-application content properly, which is either the job posting from the business owner saying, well, we want this, and this, or the Loom video from the business owner saying, hey, this is who we are looking to hire, this is who currently performs on our team, this is who we are looking for. As long as you understand that information, then you are going to be good to go. And the other way that we can understand this, if there isn't that pre-application content, is through the founder's long-form content. So if we look at the YouTube videos and the podcasts, that is where we are going to see that long-form content where you get more of the personality of the business owner, where they are just talking tenderly and they are just answering questions on a podcast, or they are talking more long-form, where they are just talking. You get an understanding of their personality and who they are and what makes them tick, and likely what kind of culture their team has. So that is the best place to do that kind of research. So keep that in mind. Understand what that is so that we can take this information and represent it and frame it. It is a matter of framing that information in the right way to demonstrate that we are these two things. Now, next thing before I get on to the actual technical stuff behind filling out applications or submitting applications is the skill types. There are two different types of skills that you can have as a human. You can either have soft skills or you can have hard skills. Soft skills, everyone has both, but those are the two different types of skills. Soft skills are going to be your positive traits. These are not tangible things that you have done or that you are or that you have. These are the mental skills and traits that you have, like your grit, your determination, your hustle, your willingness to work hard, your coachability. Those are the soft skills. They are things that you can't necessarily teach someone. It is just someone has them or they don't. Those are soft skills. Hard skills are going to be your experience. The knowledge that you have, the things you have done in the past, the ability that you have, the experiences that you have done previously that make you a good fit for something. Those are the two skill types. And it is a matter of representing both of them. For people who don't have necessary experience and who don't have work experience in an industry or in sales, you are going to talk more about the life experience and the soft skills that you have that still make you a great fit to join a sales team. Like your coachability, like your willingness to outwork everyone, like your ability to learn quickly, whatever else. That is the skill types you are likely going to be talking about a lot more. Now, in an actual application, there is kind of two things in an application form that matter the most. And then in the direct application, your Loom video is always going to matter most. And in these applications, your Loom video is going to be the most important thing. Something to consider is that when business owners get applications, typically this is what they do. This is my understanding and what I have seen business owners do. You will fill out an application form, you will answer a bunch of information, you answer some questions, provide some information, email, phone number, past experience, resume. What a business owner is going to do is they are going to briefly skim your question answers. Make sure that they are not well written, but that effort was put into them. that you didn't just write a one-word answer, or you didn't just write a half a sentence. You wrote 2 to 4 sentences. You went into some detail. That is what matters about answering the actual questions. You want to also make sure that you are actually answering the questions, that you are not talking about something that is unrelated. So make sure you are actually answering the questions, make sure you are going into detail, and you are providing a good amount of context in them. Then the second thing that a business owner is going to do, the most important part of this, is they are going to review your Loom video. Once they do that, they're going to be able to determine, is this the kind of person that I want representing my business? Did they show up professionally in their Loom video? Are they showing up in the way that I would want them to show up on sales calls? And I will talk about that in a little bit, but that is what they are going to be looking for in the Loom video in your application. And then if they like your Loom video, they will either bring them into an interview, or they will then go back and they will review properly. They will read through every single one of your answers. Now, 2 things. The bar for entry into being a high-level candidate in applications is so fucking low. I am dead serious when I say this. I have worked with so many sales reps and so many businesses hiring sales reps. The bar for effort and quality of applications is so much lower than you could possibly believe. And it is shocking. Honestly, some of the Loom videos, some of the application questions that I have seen filled out are horrendous. They are the worst thing that you would ever expect to see. And they are not the kind of thing you would expect from people literally trying to get jobs to pay their bills and support their lifestyle. So keep that in mind. That is another limiting belief. There are so many people out there applying for these jobs who are absolutely decimating their ability to land a role because they can't fill out an application question with any detail, and their Loom video sucks. If you do these 2 things right, you will stand out above probably 60 to 70% of applicants purely based on effort alone. So that is something to consider, is go into detail in your answers and make sure that your Loom videos are high quality, and you will get a lot more interviews than anyone else. Put a little bit of effort, do a little bit of research, demonstrate in your application you did that little bit of research. Talk about a testimony you saw, or talk about something that the business owner spoke about in their pre-application content or in their long-form content or whatever. Show you have gone that little bit of an extra mile. You will stand out above and beyond everyone else. So the second thing here that I will say that I notice some people struggle with in applications is getting confusing. So when you are providing detail and you are going into a little bit of detail in these application questions, what some people fail to recognize is that a business owner has much less context about what you are talking about than you do. What I mean by that is, if you talk about a past experience that you had, or a past job, or a past sales cycle that you're a part of, or whatever, the business owner has 0 context going into it. You need to make sure that you provide the context necessary to make sure that what you are talking about is not confusing. I have seen that a lot. Maybe you have a great answer and you are talking about something great, but if the business owner or the sales manager, whoever is reviewing your application, is confused because they don't have the context they need, they are going to really struggle. So keep that in mind. Make sure you are providing the context necessary to make sure that your answer is understandable. If you have to go 5 or 6 sentences to give that context, that is fine. But just reread all of your answers and make sure that they are not confusing, and make sure that they are actually answering the question that was asked. Some people sometimes go a little bit off book, a little bit off topic when giving answers. So make sure that you are not doing that. So that is applications. Next part of this is Loom videos. Probably the most important part pre-interview landing roles is your Loom video. And the number one thing that is most important about these Loom videos is the customization of them, the personalization and individualization of your Loom videos that makes you the right fit for a company. So what I mean by that is, you don't want to always be providing a general Loom. You can't just come into all of these applications and send the same Loom to every business, because what you are not doing there is you are not showing a business why you are these 2 things, why you are a good fit for the avatar and why you are a good fit for the culture. You're just talking about why you are a good sales rep and why you would be good at selling anything, which is not what we want. We want a business to know why you would be good at selling what they sell. Now, that being said, there will be some general applications for pipelines, for recruiters, for multi-business portfolio companies and things like that you will fill out, that it is fine to provide a general Loom for. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tell you the framework to use for this general Loom video that you can submit to general applications. And then I am going to talk about how you can use this framework and change 2 simple things to customize your Loom video for every other application that you submit. So that is what we are about to go through here. This is everything you could possibly need to crush these Loom videos and make them absolutely amazing. So I am going to dive into that here. Now, for the general Loom video and any Loom video, there is a 4-part framework that I tell people to cover. Number 1 is an introduction, right? This is just talking about who you are. And in a second, I will get into some examples of this. The second thing is your experience, the industries and avatars you sold in. And 2, the time that you spent in those industries, the ticket sizes that you are selling. That is the lingo in high ticket sales, is ticket size. Maybe for you it was average order value that you were using or whatever. It is just what was the cost and price of what you were selling. And then the numbers, the statistics and the numbers. So that is part 2, experience. Industry and avatar, time, ticket prices, numbers. That is what you want to cover in the second piece. The third piece is why you in this general Loom video. That is, why should a company hire you? What reason why should any business hire you? Not a specific business, because this is a general Loom video, but why should someone hire you? What are those likely soft skills and experience and hard skills that make you stand out above everyone else in general? And then the final thing is the conclusion. So I will get into what the conclusion looks like in a second, because I will go through a full kind of example of what this should look like. So here is the intro. Hey, what is going on? I am Rafa Segovia. I am looking to be your next high ticket closer. That is what that intro looks like. Now, experience is where we talk about the general experience that we have had previously. I have sold previously. I have been a sales rep in the solar and the tech SaaS space. Over that time in solar, I spent about 2 years, and in tech, I have been there for about the last 4 years. In solar, I was selling anywhere from kind of $20,000 to $60,000 units. And in SaaS, I have been selling all the way from kind of $5,000 all the way up to $100,000 units. And over the total time that I have been in both industries, I have closed about $15 million in total deals. And I have been the top sales rep. I was the top sales rep in solar for my final year. And I have been one of the top 3 performers in our company for the last 7 months in my current role. Whatever it is, that is what you are talking about. The industries, the avatars, the time you spent there, what tickets you were selling, and the numbers. So this is likely going to be how much revenue did you generate, what kind of pipelines did you generate, how many appointments did you set, what rank or level were you in the company. If you don't have sales experience, this is going to look a little bit different. It is going to be like what I talked about. I spent the last 20 years in the customer service industry. I have probably interacted with about 300,000 customers. Over that time, I have worked with people from all different walks of life, from real estate agents to high-level corporate executives to college students to entrepreneurs to blah, blah, blah. And I have always been one of the top-tipped employees at all the companies and restaurants I have ever worked for, right? That is the experience. So hopefully that makes sense. Why you in the general one is I'm not going to give you an example because it really just depends on you, but this is where you are likely going to talk about, I feel like, I would be a great individual rep for your team because I have always been a top performer at every company that I have worked in previous. I am super competitive and driven, and I am here to generate revenue for every business that I am a part of. That is the why you portion. In the conclusion, what I like to do is leave the ball in their court and assume the close. Now, what I mean by that is you want the business owner or the sales manager, whoever is reviewing your application and your Loom video, to almost feel like they are expected to interview you. To take you, like we said, from the first stage to the next stage. That is your goal. And to do that, what we can do is we can conclude the video by assuming the close. So this isn't sales. We are not actually closing anything, but assuming the close of booking that kind of appointment right now. Here's what I would recommend that you actually say here is thank you, rather than what a lot of people do, which is thanks so much for taking the time to watch this. I really appreciate you watching my Loom video. I hope that I hear back from you soon. And thank you. So that is how a lot of people will kind of end their Loom videos. Instead, what I recommend you do is thanks so much for taking the time to watch this video. I am really looking forward to working with the team. Let me know when we have got a little bit of time to jump on a call. That way, the person who has reviewed your Loom video goes, oh, okay, I guess I gotta book a call with Rafa or I gotta do an interview. right? They are almost expected to get to that next stage based on just simply the way you concluded the Loom video. So that is a good kind of conclusion you can steal from me. You can change it up a little bit, but that is how I recommend concluding the Loom videos. So those are the 4 pieces of the general framework. Hopefully that makes sense. And that is the general Loom video you are going to send out to any general application for pipelines, recruiters, portfolio companies, and general applications. Now, to customize your Loom videos for all of these individual businesses you are going to be applying to. Because remember, we are here to do volume, right? This is how we are going to customize our Loom videos. We are only going to change 2 things. It is very, very simple. We are keeping this exact framework and we are changing 2 things in the intro. We are very, very simply changing instead of just who you are, but also saying hello to the company. Hey, what is going on? Hi, Super Agency team. I am Rafa. That is the only change, is instead of just introducing yourself, you are going to say hello to the company, because then immediately they know, oh, okay, Rafa actually knows us. Rafa is actually saying hello to us. Rafa is making this Loom video specifically for us. Rather than what a lot of people do, which is provide a general Loom to every company they apply to. And therefore, no one wants to interview them because their Loom is general. Their Loom is not tailored to each individual company. So that is part 1 here. That is the introduction. Say hi to the offer. Number 2 is why you. What makes you a fit for this company? What I mean by that is, how are you an avatar and team culture fit? This is everything we have been kind of working towards to this point. And this is going to be the same thing we do in everything in your applications, in your Loom videos, in your interviews, in your onboarding, everything. You need to show that you are the right fit for this company. Now, here we are going to talk about anything from this experience that makes us the right person to talk to the avatar and makes us the right person to be a part of this team and represent this business. That is it. So now, if I am applying to a fitness coaching offer for middle-aged women, because I am not a middle-aged woman and I don't relate personally and I have never sold in this industry before. So now what I can talk about maybe to make myself a fit for this company and make myself an avatar fit is talk about how I have seen my mom be positively impacted by exercising a lot, eating very, very healthily, and overall looking after her health and physicality. I can talk about that because that is what makes me a fit for this company. Is I understand how beneficial it is for middle-aged women to be looking after their body and exercising, right? And eating the right way, because I have seen how much it helped my mom. Or the other way, maybe I have an aunt or a sister or someone who is really struggled with this. I know how beneficial it would be, and I would really be passionate about selling this because I have seen how much my sister has struggled with her weight and with her health, and she has been in and out of surgery. And I just know that she could benefit from something like this. And I want to help other women impact their life in that positive way to take on this change. That is how I am a fit for this offer. If I have, tried to start my own e-commerce business in the past and I lost $2,000 and didn't make a single sale, what I can talk about here is for if I am applying for an offer that is coaching people on how to build an e-commerce business, I understand the pain and the struggle that people go through when trying to start an e-com business. I tried to start one probably about 2 or 3 years ago. I invested about $2,000 into setting up my shop and buying inventory and all of this stuff, and I didn't get a single sale. I spent the last of my money on ads and I didn't get this business up and running, but I know how much I would have personally benefited from having this coaching and this mentorship from people who have succeeded in the space. And I know I probably would have made a lot of money if I had invested in something like that myself. So I want to help people avoid the mistakes I made by becoming a part of the one-on-one mentorship coaching program. Whatever it is, right? That is what we want to do. So I hope that makes sense. That is how we represent ourselves, and that is the only thing we change from this framework. So the intro is the same. We just say hi. We talk about our general experience the same way. We talk about the specifics that make us a personally good fit for this industry. Now, maybe this is work experience. I have previously sold fitness coaching before. I know exactly what this sales style looks like. I am super confident. I have sold $200,000 in this industry before, and you have got that direct experience. But the examples I gave were for where you don't have that experience. You need to likely talk about some life experience, some personal experience, or some side hustle experience or something like that. So hopefully that all makes sense. That is how we customize our Loom videos for each individual offer. Now, the final pieces of the puzzle for this Loom video are going to be not about the content, but about everything else. Well, there is one piece about the content, but there are three must-haves. You need to have a good visual and background. You need to have the right energy level, and you need to make sure you answer the question. So I will talk about this part actually first, because this ties into the content of this Loom video. But in this part of it, some businesses will ask you, answer XYZ question, talk about XYZ thing in your video, tell us about blah, blah, blah in your Loom video. So you need to make sure that you answer all of the questions. And to do this, you want to plan and cover all the bases. So if a company asks you to cover 2 out of 3 things, and they give you those 3 things, you want to plan to answer all 3 of them, and then you want to cover all of your bases for all 3 of those questions. And then figure out, how am I going to answer these questions? Which 2 am I going to pick to actually answer? And then you just add those into somewhere in this framework that we are using for the customized Loom videos. That is it. Just make sure some businesses do ask you to answer specific questions, and make sure you are doing so in your videos. Now, the visual and background is referring to kind of 3 things here: the lighting, the background, and the attire. So the lighting just means you can't look dingy and grungy and have a grainy face. You need to have decent lighting on your face, even if that means taking a lamp from your mom's bedside table and putting it directly behind your laptop camera and pointing it in your face, so you have got good lighting on you. But you need to have good lighting. Second thing is the background. You ideally want to have a simple background behind you. You don't want to have too much clutter going on. You don't want things to be confusing and distracting from you and your face on what you are talking about. And if you do have that, then ideally just turn your desk to be in a place where your back is facing the wall and there is nothing behind you and it doesn't look dingy and dirty. If you have your bed behind you, it needs to be made, and there cannot be any dirty laundry or clean laundry or anything on your bed. It needs to look nice, and it needs to look neat. It needs to not be distracting. So that is what I am talking about when I talk about your background. Attire. Firstly, if you are not wearing a shirt, put on a damn shirt. Do not be recording any Loom videos without a shirt on. Secondly, if you are applying for anything that isn't a fitness offer, you should not be wearing a tank top. You need to put on at least a t-shirt, if not some kind of polo or collared shirt. But all of this stuff ties back into first impression and representing the brand. So first I will talk about energy, and then I will talk about this relationship here. But energy in general just means you need to have high enough energy for a business to like you, right? If they don't like you, if they don't like your energy level in your Loom video, they are not going to want to interview you, let alone hire you to their company. So make sure that your energy level is at a level where the business is excited to take you to that next stage, is excited to interview you, and is excited to potentially bring you onto their team. So that is something to consider, is your energy level. The reason for that is this is your first impression, and this is how they are going to expect that you represent their brand. When we talk again and again and again about being a fit for the company, this is what I am talking about, representing the brand of the business. So if you come in, and there are 2 ways this can go, right? So if you come into your Loom video and you are really low energy and really monotone for most B2C offers that are selling to a regular everyday person consumer like you and me, what we are going to find is that business owners are going to be like, oh, well, this guy doesn't have any energy. He is really monotone. You know, he is not excited. Why would we bring him onto our company? He is just going to depress our clients, right? You're not going to be the right fit for these people. But if you talk really high energy for a B2B offer that is selling to high-level corporate executives, they are going to look at that and be like, that is not the guy we want representing our brand. That is not the energy. We need someone who is cool, calm, and collected, can hold frame, and can maintain these conversations with these high-level executives. So that is what you need to consider here. What is the right representation of the brand in terms of energy, but also, like I said before, in terms of attire and the visual. like I spoke about a little bit, for a B2B offer targeting executives, they are going to want someone dressed nice, right? Collared shirt, maybe a tie, maybe a suit jacket. For a fitness offer, they are going to want someone super casual, super laid back, cap, t-shirt, looking chill and looking like a good vibe and good person to get along with. So that is what we want to consider here, is what is going to be the right attire that represents the brand. What are they looking for? I have literally had businesses, for example, a dental lead gen agency that was looking to hire 2 closers. I sent them 8 people, they interviewed 8. 2 people on that interview showed up with a colored shirt. Guess who were the 2 closers that they hired onto their business? Were the 2 guys with a colored shirt. They are targeting dentists, people who have spent, the better part of like 10 years in school, highly educated individuals, highly professional individuals who make a ton of money. They want to talk to professional people as well who are wearing a collared shirt, maybe a tie, maybe a suit jacket, and look professional and look like they are the right man for the job or woman for the job when it comes to solving whatever problem they are dealing with. In this case, they're lead generation. So that is what you need to consider here, is what is going to be the right representation for the brand. What are they looking for? Now, in terms of background and lighting, it is the same thing, right? They matter as well, but not as much as the attire. But the lighting and background just in general are how you are going to represent the brand. If you are sitting in your basement and you have got no lighting, business isn't going to hire you onto their team because they don't want the clients they are spending money on to generate these leads and book these appointments on your calendar. They don't want these leads to get on a call with you and you look like you are sitting in your mom's basement and the lighting is really weird and it looks like a scam and it looks really sketchy. They want someone who has got nice lighting, professional looking and sounding and everything like that. And on sounding, you don't need a microphone or anything like that, but make sure your audio quality is decent. It has to be decent because, again, this is your first impression to the business. This is what they are going to expect that you represent the brand like. And if your sound quality is echoey or really low or really muffled, they are not going to want to bring you on board. So keep that in mind. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about is when you are filming these Loom videos, you don't want to be filming like you are sharing your screen and your face is in the bottom corner or the top corner or wherever. You want to make sure that you are filming just your face. You also want to make sure you are filming on your laptop, not from a phone. You don't want to be up walking around holding your phone in your hand. I literally despise those Loom videos. If you filmed a Loom video like that, I don't despise you, but I despise the fact that you did that. Please never do that again. Those Loom videos suck. A business will never hire you with a video like that. Just the honest truth from my perspective, if you are walking around with your phone in your hand, super unprofessional and shows that this guy might not even have a laptop. How are you going to be a high-ticket closer without a laptop? Right? So film from your laptop, make sure your camera quality, audio quality is good, and make sure that it is just your face. I have had a business, a high-level multi-million-dollar per month business who doesn't hire reps, who film their Loom video with their face in the bottom corner, sharing their screen because they feel like it is a representation of that individual's self-confidence on camera. And as a closer or even a setter, you need to be confident in these conversations, confidently speaking and happy and comfortable being on camera every single day. As a closer, you are spending multiple hours every single day on calls on Zoom with your face there speaking to people. So that is just something to keep in mind, is make sure that you are coming into these Loom videos ready to just be showing your face, being comfy on camera. And yeah, now before I get into the interviewing portion of this, I want to talk about one final idea with Loom videos, which is volume. To get good at Loom videos, I promise you, you are not going to be good at filming Loom videos initially, and it is unfortunate, but it is the reality. You might be great, after a couple, but you need to do the volume to get confident and comfortable. So my game plan for you is to plan out your framework for your general Loom video. Spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours recording it over and over and over again until you feel like it is really good. And maybe it will only take you 20 or 30 minutes, but get it to a point where it is really, really good. Keep dialing in and changing your framework to make it sound better and make sure that you feel really comfortable with it. And once you get to that point, great. Now you have got the general Loom video. You can submit this to any and all pipelines, recruiters, portfolio companies, and general applications. And then you also are now comfortable speaking on camera. You are comfortable filming the Loom videos. And you can go in and you can change these 2 items from your general framework for for each individual offer and customize a Loom video and submit an application to all of these individual companies with a great Loom video in it. That is it, right? That is the game plan for you right now. It might take a little while to get comfortable and get used to it, but once you do it, that is the money maker. Making great Loom videos is a money maker. So that is your game plan moving forwards. Now, I am going to talk about interviews here. This is a big part of this. We are going to talk firstly about the types of interviews you could deal with. Then we will talk about how to actually crush these interviews. And then we will talk finally about one of these types of interviews in a little bit more detail, which is going to be mock call interviews. So first things first, what are the different types of interviews you can run into here in this space? We have got group interviews, one-on-one interviews, and mock call interviews. Now, every business's hiring process is going to be different. Some companies will do group interviews, some won't. Some companies will do mock call interviews, some won't. But usually the recommended process that I tell people to follow is group interview first, then a one-on-one/mock call interview second, and then make your hires. So some businesses won't do group interviews at all. Some will. Most businesses at some point in their hiring process will do a one-on-one interview. Very, very rarely are you going to do a group interview and then get hired straight away and not do a one-on-one interview. I have seen some companies do it, but it is very rare. And a lot of companies will combine these two or not do the mock call interview at all. So that is typically what you will see, but sometimes they are all split into 3 separate rounds. It is just something to be aware of and prepare for. Is you might have some of these, you might not. But first, we will talk about group interviews. So what is a group interview? Basically exactly what it sounds like. It is an interview with a group of people, typically 4 to 8 people. Some companies do them with a lot of people, like 20, 30, 40, 50 people on one group interview. I don't recommend businesses do that because you just don't really get a good feel for who people are and who is a good fit in that kind of group interview, but some businesses do it. So be prepared for it. What I would say in general, just in interviewing, the number one thing to keep in mind is prepare for the unexpected. Prepare for stuff you are not prepared for because you're going to be thrown curveballs. And if you are not prepared for crazy stuff to be thrown at you when it is, because it inevitably will be, you are going to crumble and you are going to miss out on an opportunity. So just be aware of that. Group interviews. So typically 4 to 8 people. There are 2 different types of questions that can be asked. There are going to be round robin / free-for-all questions. There are going to be individual questions. Those are the 2 types of questions that are asked here. The format of group interviews, again, expect the unexpected, can be any combination of these 2 types of questions. It really depends. And I won't go too far into detail on what that looks like because there are just too many variables. But usually what I recommend businesses do is they come in, they ask 2 to 4 round robin questions / free-for-all questions, which means I ask a question, everyone on the interview answers it. Sometimes it is in a free-for-all manner where it is just I ask it and you can go, right? If that is the case, if it is free-for-all, I highly recommend that you are in the first 3 people that answer the question. Because once you get past those the first kind of half of candidates, the interviewer, I can guarantee you was thinking about the next question, thinking about whose answers they liked already, and is not as focused on what those people in the back end of the group of people answering the question are actually saying. So to give yourself the best opportunity to land a role, you want to make sure that you are in the front end. Ideally, the first 1 or 2, first 2 or 3, that is where you want to be. So keep that in mind. Then usually after asking a couple of these free-for-all questions, the interviewer will have some context and will then start asking individual questions, which means they ask Jackson a question, they ask John a question, they ask Millet a question, they ask Will a question, they ask each individual person a question. And in any random order, it is not necessarily everyone gets asked the same amount of questions, but basically they are then just searching for more individual context about people to clarify some stuff and some things that they might have heard about or asked about in those round robin questions. And that is usually what that process looks like. Some businesses will do all round robin free-for-all questions. In those questions, sometimes they might pick an order for you and, ask individual. Okay, tell me about your biggest strength, John. All right, Amy. All right, Will. And they will go through the order like that. But it really depends. And same with the interview questions. It can be any kind of thing. And then the next interview type, which is usually the second second round interview after a group interview, or it is the first round interview. If a business doesn't do group interviews, it's going to be a one-on-one interview. This is what you are probably familiar with. If you have ever interviewed for a job before, you likely have done a one-on-one interview. Maybe sometimes it is like 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, where there are 3 people from the company interviewing you or 2 people interviewing you at once. But for the most part, it'd be one-on-one. And these interviews are going to be a lot more conversational. So you get on there, you have a conversation with the business owner or with the sales manager. They are asking you questions, but it is in general just a lot more conversational. And yeah, that is kind of what the one-on-one interviews look like. Now, a lot of one-on-one interviews will have a mock call portion attached to it. So it will be a one-on-one mock call interview. But some businesses do split them up, and some businesses will throw this at you out of nowhere. You won't be, like I said, expect the unexpected. You might be in the middle of an interview and they are like, okay, tell me, how would you handle this objection? And you're just thrown into a mock role play of handling an objection, and you are put on the spot. So be prepared for that. Some business will tell you, hey, come prepared for this. We are going to do this kind of mocks as a part of this interview. And you just got to come prepared. But that is what that looks like. Some companies will do an individual interview for the mock call portion. Most of the time, this will be either a partial mock or a setting mock call. So either they will do a full setting call, or they will do just a partial, like, all right, just tell me how you would handle discovery for our offer. And then you will go through that portion of a call, but not the full call. Okay, how would you transition to pitch? Or how would you handle this objection? Or how would you price drop? And they will just pick partial points of a call to have you mock those. So that is something to be aware of. And then sometimes they will do a setting call rather than a closing call, because it just, for time, doesn't really make sense to do any kind of full closing mock call. If they want that, they will usually just ask you for a recording. And we spoke about that earlier on in the follow-up process in providing recordings. So yeah, that is what that looks like. Those are the different interview types. Be aware of them, be prepared for them. And we are going to get into the next portion, which is how to actually crush these interviews. There are 5 things here that I am going to cover that relate to crushing these interviews and the things you need to keep in mind when you are interviewing. So that is going to be preparation, unique answers, actually answering the question, concise answers, and then self-awareness and emotional intelligence. So we are going to dive in here. We are going to start with preparation and doing the thinking first. So obviously we have already spoken about the research side of preparation, which is important in both applications and interviewing. But what I will talk about is doing the thinking first. Now, this might sound a little bit weird or a little bit different, but what I mean by do the thinking first is, instead of getting on an interview, getting asked a question, thinking about what you are going to answer, you want to do that thinking before the interview, before you have ever been even asked the question. Because what happens then is you come into the interview and you get asked a question and you know what you are going to say and you start answering it straight away. And not only does that mean your answer is going to be better, because you are not thinking on the spot and mumbling and jumbling your answer. Then when the interview comes, you have already done the thinking, and all it comes down to is doing the talking. And that is what you want. You don't want to have to be thinking mid-thought about exactly how you are going to answer, what you are going to talk about, or what examples you are going to use. And then you crush these answers and you crush these questions in the interview. That is ideal. So that is what I mean by do the thinking first. I have given you all of the resources to do it. All it takes now is taking a little bit of time to think. Now, next one here is going to be unique answers. So kind of ties in here to doing the thinking first, but there are 2 kind of pieces to this that I recommend to be unique. First is do the thinking first so that you are not just falling in line with everyone else. What tends to happen in interviews is we either try to answer how we think that the interviewer wants to hear, which isn't ideal. You want to answer truthfully, right? Pretend ain't your friend. You want to answer truthfully to who you are, and you don't want to fall in line with what other people are saying, because everyone is trying to answer how they think the business is going to want, and they are answering fake, like BS kind of answers. Oh yeah, my biggest weakness is I work too hard, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that if that is your answer to that question first and foremost. But anyway, the biggest issue of falling in line is in group interviews. What tends to happen is 1, 2, or 3 people will say an answer, and then everyone following those people will say a similar variation because they don't want to seem like the odd one out, the weird guy who answered incorrectly. When in reality, a business isn't looking for any particular answer for the most part with any question they are asking. They just look for people who are genuine, self-aware, and are going to demonstrate those skills and those traits. So you want to make sure that you don't fall in line with what everyone else is saying. Just be truthful and unique to yourself. The best way and easiest way to do this, even if your answer is very similar to what everyone else says, what you can do instead of just answering the same way as everyone else is you can say a similar thing and then you can tie an example to it. Not only will this help you stand out in general, and what I mean by that is like if you talk about how you are a super hard worker, don't just say that. Talk about your past career, athletic career, and how you were super competitive and always driven. So instead of just being the same as everyone else and telling them how great of a sales rep you are proving it. A business owner is going to view it as more real and more honest. And that is going to be like a prospect seeing a testimonial. But just because you are seeing that the proof behind it makes it feel more real and feel more attainable. And therefore, you doing the same thing by providing examples in your answers to interview questions is going to do the same thing. Make them seem more realistic, more truthful, and more honest, and therefore you are going to land more roles. So that is what I mean by unique answers and using examples for them. Next, actually answering the question. So what I mean by this is you want to really try to avoid getting mixed up, getting lost in the source of answering questions. But the second thing is repeating the question back. Very simple technique. Repeat it back exactly to them verbatim so that even if you repeat it back to them and it is not perfect, they are not going to care because you almost told them what the question is, right? And as long as you answer what you repeated back to them, they are going to be like, great answer. He was listening. He was on point. But in general, you want to repeat back exactly what they asked you. And therefore, you avoid any potential issue of not answering a multi-part question. And so that is a very simple strategy, very simple technique, but can be effective. Next up here, concise answers. Very, very simple. And this comes with being prepared rather than rambling all over the place when you are answering. You need to keep it concise. This just comes from doing the preparation in the front end, doing the thinking in the front end. So you just answer, boom, done. Interviewers don't want to hear you ramble for 2 minutes and not even answer their question. They want to hear a concise, sharp, on-point answer, which is only going to come from being prepared going into the interview. And then you are going to have concise answers that show that you are an absolute savage and a killer. So that is what you want there. Keep that in mind. Keep your answers concise. Very simple point. Now, self-awareness and emotional intelligence. This is a bigger point that I am going to get into here, but this is one of the biggest things that business owners in general want when they make any kind of hire, but especially a sales hire. There are 3 things that I have kind of outlined here that having self-awareness and emotional intelligence shows. First, it shows coachability. If you are emotionally intelligent and you are self-aware, you are going to know that you are not perfect and you need coaching and you are going to be open to that. You are not going to have an ego around it and therefore you are going to be coachable. Business owners need coachable people on their team. They don't want people that aren't open to feedback and have a super big ego. Self-awareness and emotional intelligence are also just a key part of being a sales rep. Like if you are not emotionally intelligent, you can't understand someone else's pain and relate to it without experiencing it yourself. You're going to struggle a lot because you can't understand someone else's pain. How are you going to pull that pain out of them and get them to make a buying decision based on it? The second thing here after coachability is that you can learn without hand-holding. Businesses obviously want people who are coachable, who they can give feedback to, who will improve upon it and continue getting better. But they also want sales reps who are going to be self-aware enough to recognize that they have flaws and to recognize how they can go about improving upon it. And also, you are going to be able to go out and figure out the solutions and practice and improve upon them. So those are the 2 main things. A third thing that is kind of just a bonus is it shows that you are a good team member. No one wants to work with someone who is ego-driven and isn't a good team member and isn't aware that other people are going to have issues and doesn't care to help them. They want team members who are going to be great people to be around, who they want to be a part of their culture and environment in their organization. Now, how do we show it? 2 key ways to do so. First is show that you understand the avatar and their pain. This is going to show the emotional intelligence side of things for the most part, which is I understand the pain that these people are dealing with. I relate to it, I can understand it, I can respect it, and help guide people through these problems. And then this is another thing that I think is really, really important. So I will cover this next, but a great way that you can show your emotional intelligence and self-awareness is by listening to other people's answers and acknowledging those answers. Now, there are two ways you could do this. You could either acknowledge it verbally, like, I really love what John said about blah, blah, blah. I feel like I can relate to that in this way. You don't want to do it in a way where you are just copying John's answer and saying, yeah, I really love what John said. I feel the exact same way. But you want to add to it or provide extra context to it or provide an example on top of it, whatever. But the second way that you can do it, that is a lot more subtle. Not all interviewers are going to notice this, but I know I do when I interview people, is I am aware of who is listening and acknowledging other people's answers. And what I mean by that is you are just sitting there and you are actually listening to what other people are saying. You are not on your phone texting. You are not looking off to the side. You are not playing with your dog. You are not watching a TikTok or whatever else. But instead, you are there focused on what other people are saying and acknowledging it. And if someone makes a funny remark, you laugh, you smile, and laugh a little bit. You nod when people say something good or positive or serious. Just acknowledge it from a body language standpoint. That is going to be really positive here in terms of showing that emotional intelligence and awareness. Now, this final piece that I added in here is talking about your weaknesses. So you need to be able to talk about your weaknesses in the right way. Now, what I mean by that is you need to be able to actually recognize them. If you are able to recognize your own weaknesses, you need to actually be working towards fixing them. If you are asked about them, you acknowledge them directly. You don't skirt around them. You talk about the weakness that you have. You then talk about how you are working to solve that, and then you can talk about a positive off the back of it that goes hand in hand with it. I go overtime a lot. I sometimes show up late to other calls because I am going over with a previous call, and then talk about the positive. It is because I just really get involved in these conversations, just kind of lose track of time. However, at the moment, what I have been doing to try to improve upon this and work on it is every time I am getting on sales calls or anything in my life, I am setting timers on my phone. Right? There we are talking about the weakness. We are talking about the positive side of it, the reason for it, that is hopefully a positive. And then we are talking about what are we doing to solve this problem. Now, a business owner is going to see this in a multitude of ways. They are going to see this as self-awareness. Okay, he is genuinely acknowledging he has got this problem. They are going to see it as a positive because he is working towards solving this. He is learning without hand-holding. And there is a positive side to it as well. So you are kind of getting 3 wins out of this by talking about your weaknesses in the right way. So hopefully that makes sense. That is everything you need to do to crush interviews in general. Now, the final thing I want to talk about here is the kind of final piece of interviewing, which is the mock call interviews. I talked about this a little bit here, but I will talk about some tips that I have and what businesses are actually looking for here. So first things first, we have already walked through what they look like and the fact that it is usually partial or setting calls that you are doing. What they are looking for, what businesses are actually looking for, is people who have overall sales competence. They are not looking for you to be perfect. They are just looking for overall sales competence. Is this person decent? Is this person up to speed on being able to close or being able to objection handle or being able to do their discovery or whatever? The next part is they are looking for someone who is actually putting the effort in. And what I mean by that isn't like you haven't been on this offer forever, but you can put the effort into reviewing the script and practicing and mocking before the interview so that you come prepared. Now, for these mock call interviews, some of them will give you a script they want you to use. Some tell you, hey, build this framework around XYZ offer. And some will just tell you, hey, bring any script that you have already, and we will just mock that offer specifically. So either way, you need to do the practice. Whether you are making your own framework, you are using a previous script that you have, or you are mocking using their script. You need to show that you have practiced and put effort into review the script. Mock the script, figure out what your beats are. Now, part 3 here is they are looking for you to show confidence and your ability to handle the sales type. So 2 things here. Confidence in general. They want you to be confident coming into this call. If you're there super scared, super nervous, they are going to think, okay, this is how this guy is going to show up to real sales calls. We can't. So we are not going to bring them onto our team. So we need someone who is confident in this mock call process here. Now, the second part of this is your ability to handle the sales type. And what I mean by that is if you are interviewing with a B2B company, they are going to do a mock based on a B2B prospect, someone who is high level. And therefore, they need to see that you are able to hold frame with this prospect type, maintain authority over the call. And if you can't do that, how can they trust you to come onto their team, right? So that is what they are looking for. They are looking to make sure you are able to handle the sales type. That is more so for a B2B thing. Like most people can handle a B2C sale. So that is the mock call interviews process, and that is interviewing in general. Now, we need to cover the follow-ups here. This is honestly one of the most beneficial things you can do to increase your confidence and assurance that you have done everything possible to land the role. And also, like we have spoken about before, show and demonstrate a sales skill in the landing roles process. Follow up. Now, I don't think I spoke about this earlier, but here is the cadence that I recommend you follow with your follow-up. So you should be following up in 2 different times of the landing role process with the company. Should be following up right after submitting your application, and you should be following up after interviewing with the company. So this is what I recommend you do after you have submitted an application or immediately. 1 for 1 hour or 1 day, meaning same day, you need to submit a follow-up after your application has been submitted or after you have just gotten off an interview. Both times, and I will talk more about what the framework looks like for post-interview follow-up. Now, if you don't hear back after that, 3 days later, you follow up again after an application or an interview. 3 days after that, again, you follow up once more. And now that is 1 week gone by since you initially applied. Now, from there, just weekly follow-ups is fine. You don't need to be following every few days, just once a week. And if you don't hear back, keep following up like that for a month or 2. And if you don't hear back after that, then likely you are not going to hear back. But I have had people that have been following up for months and months, and then they actually land the role simply based on the fact that they have demonstrated their hunger. So you can do it. If you really love an opportunity, you should 100% follow up. If it has been 2 months since your initial application, you could reapply through the application form and start this process all over again. Something to keep in mind is keep the copy simple. You don't want to write out an essay when you follow up. You want to use a Loom video. If you send a Loom video with some very simple copy, made this video to cover XYZ things quickly for you, really appreciate the interview, thanks. If that is your copy and you have got a Loom video in there, here is what the business owner is thinking. I am interested. It is a lot more intriguing to click on a video than it is to sit there and read 5 paragraphs worth of follow-up. So that is why I recommend using a Loom in this immediate follow-up after the interview. Now, that being said, there are 3 things you should be thinking about and including in this Loom video. The first is you want to mention something covered in the interview. What I mean by this is if the business owner or the interviewer said, hey, our team culture is XYZ, or I was just at the UFC. You can from there mention one of those things. I really love that you mentioned you are at the UFC the other weekend. Like, I love the UFC. Whatever it is, right? Mention something covered in the interview. What this does is it sets the stage, firstly, that I am someone who cares, who is paying attention, who put the effort into recognize something that was spoken about. And that is already going to put the interviewer in a mindset of, I like this guy, he was paying attention. And that is what you want them to feel immediately going into this so that they pay attention for the remainder of it. Now, next, what you have the opportunity to do is handle your objections. This is your opportunity to include and add those bits of information. Or if you said something and you noticed the interviewer was like a little bit weird or didn't like that much and you didn't know what to say after that. Now is your chance. Spend 5 minutes thinking about it. Figure out how you are going to handle that objection and then handle that objection in the Loom video. And then finish off as always, keeping the ball in their court, assuming the close, looking forwards to our next chat. Now, don't be desperate. Very simple. You don't want to make it like, I am super excited to jump on the team. Like, I really need this opportunity. Don't seem too desperate. Just be a little nonchalant about it. So don't come across too desperate in the Loom. Make it like, I really love that you said this. I think I am a really great fit for it. I am looking forward to working with you guys. And final kind of bonus point on top of this is with your follow-ups, you are typically going to be sending them over email. What you want to do is you want the subject line, the initial line of the follow-up to be something that stands out. Everyone is going to be saying Rafa Segovia high ticket closer or, whatever. You want to mix it up every time. Every time you send a follow-up, different subject line, and you want to make it stand out. Instead of just Rafa Segovia high ticket closer, it should be 10,000 per month e-com closer ready to crush it for your team or something like that. Or 100,000 per month e-com closer ready to drive revenue. Whatever it is, something like that. You notice something on their social media or something like that. Like if you just saw that the business owner was just at the UFC or something like that. And I know for sure if the subject line of your email was like a closer who would have knocked out Lopez or something like that. I just saw actually a follow-up from a guy who runs a really big recruiting business who posted about someone who said like, hey, I will name my firstborn child after you if you can get me connected. That is how you stand out, by saying something that no one else is going to say. But yeah, that is how we use all of this information into the application, interview, and follow-up process to land these roles. So that is everything now at this point. So next, there are kind of 3 steps here. There is going to be picking the right offer, maintaining your network, and the onboarding process. So I will start here with picking the right offer because I think that is the most important thing first. 2 things here. We want to vet the offer in the interview and hiring process. We want to make sure that they are the right fit for you and they have got the processes and systems in place. A biggest thing here that I tell people is you want to make sure that a business owner or a sales manager is not selling you a vision. If they are just selling purely on a vision and not on the actual proof of opportunity, likely there is no opportunity there. I can almost guarantee. You are going to be able to do this, and we are going to do this marketing funnel. We are going to bring these many leads, and we are going to do that, and we are going to do this. What is going on? What are the current reps making? How many leads are currently coming in? What is the current close rate? Anything that has been accomplished by any other human being in the physical realm is within the field of possibility. Now, I love that quote because it shows you that if someone else can do something, you can do it too. But in this case, when your lifestyle and your life are at stake, it is not a matter of what could be possible. It is a matter of what is possible currently. And that is the most important thing for you when it comes to picking the right offer. So that is the first thing here that is highly important, is make sure that the business isn't just selling you on the vision. And to do that, you need to vet for a couple of things in a setting role. What I mean by this is we want to make sure that the number of current reps is not exceeding the lead flow. If a business is bringing in 10 leads per day and they have 3 setters on their team, you as a 4th setter on that team are going to have access to 2 to 3 new prospects per day. That is not enough as a setter. If you are dialing a 100 leads per day and you're getting 3 new leads per day, that means that you are going to be dialing the same lead 33 days in a row. And that is just not what you want. Until you have a whole new kind of fresh batch of leads. If you call the same leads for 33 days, then a month has gone by before you have another 100 new leads. You need to make sure that the lead flow is there to support the team size. So if a business currently has 2 setters and they are bringing on you as a 3rd setter, there needs to be at least 100 new leads coming in per day. Because at 100 new leads per day, that gives each setter 33 new leads per day. Which means you can dial 33 new leads, 33 from the day before and 33 from the day before that. And that is your 100 leads each day, which means you are dialing each lead 3 times back to back per day. So it gives you a good position to follow up. Ideally, you want more. You want 50 to 100 new leads per setter, but it is not always going to be possible. So that is everything there in terms of the team size and lead flow. Now, the other things you want to vet as a setter is the closer performance, because you can set 1,000,000 appointments, but if current closers are doing 10%, only 10 of those appointments are going to close. And if you set 100 appointments and only 10 of them close, and it is a 5,000 offer, right? And that is 50,000 in revenue. As a setter, you are only going to get 5% of that, which is $2,500, right? Which isn't terrible, but it is not great. Whereas if closers are closing at 30%, you are going to make $7,500, which is great. So you want to just keep that in mind, is vet for what the closers are currently doing. And the final thing, which is the most important, is just what are the current reps making? Because like I said, if someone else has achieved it, it is within the field of possibility. Likely you are not going to be able to come in, even if you are the best rep in the world, if the lead flow or lead quality coming into a business are low. There is going to be a limit, and it is likely going to be not that much higher than what the current top setter is making. And if there are no setters making any money, you should come in and expect to make very, very little money to start with. There might be a good opportunity. They might sell you on a crazy vision. Just keep that in mind. If there are no setters on a team currently, you are coming in to be the first rep on the team. Be aware that it will be a long time before you make good money. All right, now for closing, it is a little bit simpler in my recommendations. Same thing, you want to just vet what are current closers making. And if there are no closers, how much revenue is the business owner bringing in? So keep that in mind. Next thing, the two things that you want to vet is what is the lead quality? What is the offer rate? Because if you are having 100 calls booked on your calendar, but the offer rate is only 50%, only 50 of those are really buyer potential leads. And so you want to vet for that lead quality because it is all well and good having a full calendar, but if everyone is low quality, they are definitely not buying as much. And then the second thing is volume. So you could have great quality, but if there is very low volume of it, you just need to be aware of that fact. And again, a business can tell you their OTE is $25,000 a month, but that is going to be based on X amount of calls, X show rate, X lead quality, and then X closing rate. And if all of that stuff is unattainable, right? If they are telling you that the OTE is $25,000 a month, but that is based on you having 150 calls, and in reality, they are only booking 75, then that already brings down that OTE to $12,500. But from that point, then if they are also basing that on an 80% show rate, and their real show rate is only 40%, then that halves it again down to $6,250. And if they are also basing that on a 50% close rate, but current closers are only closing at about 25%, that is going to half it again down to a 3,125 OTE. Very big difference. Now, that is a very extreme example. Most companies aren't going to tell you it is at $25,000 per month OTE if there aren't reps doing great numbers. All right, the final thing for picking the right offer. Now, you should already understand this if you are in the interview process because you have done your research. If you are a young guy and you don't enjoy having conversations with middle-aged women, then you are probably not going to enjoy selling to them. It is just the reality of it. So, understand the prospect. Understand if you will enjoy having the conversations that you are going to be having 6 to 12 times per day. And make sure that that is something you would enjoy, because if you wouldn't, again, you are going to be pretending to be someone you are not. And the second thing, same thing as always, right? Does the team culture match you? If not, if it is not a good fit for you, then likely it doesn't make sense to work there. So that is picking the right offer. Next up here that I want to talk about is maintaining your network. So what I mean by this is you will burn out. Even if you vet the process and it is amazing, you will burn out. So that will happen. It doesn't matter how great of a rep you are, you will burn out and you will start to decline. And if you are not aware of this and you don't maintain your network, you are going to be back to square one every time you burn out from an offer. But if you do maintain your network, then you will have options on the table. And I spoke about this a little bit earlier. Your job is to get as many options as possible. You want 5 to 10 companies that want to bring you on board. From there, you get the opportunity to choose which company you want to go to. But if you don't burn bridges with the other opportunities, as soon as you are done 18 months later, you can then move to one of those other companies. Now, the best way to do this is get all of the offers on the table, figure out which one is the best one, and then to the companies that you are not moving forward with. Just be honest. Hey, I had multiple offers on the table. Yours was a top pick for me. I was really excited about the opportunity. However, I do have another opportunity on the table that I am going to move forwards with right now. I just think that it is the better fit for me. So I hope it is okay with you that I'm going to go somewhere else. I want to keep the line of communication open because I do 100% see our ability to work together in the future. And that is basically it. And then 12, 18 months down the line, when you do have that more experience, they would have zero reason not to bring you on. So it is a positive for the business. It is a positive for you. Don't burn bridges. Maintain that network. So if you do land an offer and you do accept an offer, right? You vetted it. It is the right fit, but it is not a perfect fit. Then I would recommend still putting some feelers out. And I am not telling you to offer hop. I am not telling you to bounce from the next opportunity over and over again. All I am saying is continue sending some applications out. If an offer comes and you're like, oh, that is perfect, I would crush it over there. You can still apply. Test the waters. If you get the offer, then you can make the decision then. But continue putting feelers out there. And ideally, you don't jump from one offer to another, but you open the doors for potential, again, to build that network. And be like, hey, I did onboard to this company recently. I still applied to you guys because I thought it was a perfect fit. But I hope you can understand, I am going to stay committed to the opportunity that I commit to initially. It is the same framework for not burning the bridge there. So hopefully that makes sense. That is a big recommendation for me, is keep putting feelers out there throughout your entire career. Final piece of the puzzle, onboarding to a new offer. 3 pieces to this: establishing your goals, consuming a ton of content, and mocking. So I will start here with establishing your goals with the business. What I mean by this is if your end goal is not to stick in the role that you are in, you need to establish that. You want to establish, hey, I understand I need to come in as a setter right now, but I want you guys to know that my goal is to move to closing. I would love for it to be here internally with the team. So I wanted to establish that goal with you guys so we can work towards it together. Now, from there, what you want to do is you want to establish milestones that are a part of the goals. So if your goal is to move from setting to closing, you need to establish the milestones that you need to hit in order to get to that point. Rather than just hoping for the best, you want to tell them, what can I do? What do I need to achieve to show you I am ready to move to that next step? In the case of setting moving to closing, what I would recommend doing is setting a goal in terms of either revenue that you have helped generate or number of appointments that you have set. And say, if I hit this, or when I hit this, I want to then be able to self-set some calls. So after I have generated $200,000 in cash for the business, I want to then be able to self-set every second call that I book as a setter. I want to set it on my own calendar to take as a closer. And then the business isn't going to disagree with that because you are not coming in full-time then as a closer. And while I do that, I want to prove to you guys that I can be a closer without limiting the volume of booked appointments I am setting for other closers. So maybe every third call I can book on my own calendar. That is milestone number 1. Now the milestone number 2 that comes after that stage is once I hit a certain close rate on my self-set calls, then I want to move to full-time closing. What does that look like? Is that a timeline with once I have a month where I hit 30% close rate and set that milestone? And now you have got goals you work towards. So hopefully that makes sense. Now the next thing that you need to be focused on is consuming content. So the first most important part of this is positive call recordings. Not all call recordings just close deals. So that you can see how are things done. What does it look like when we close a deal? You don't want to be consuming the negative stuff because then you are going to get in bad habits. Ideally, obviously, you are not going to spend 24 hours a day doing this, but you want to watch as many as you can. Next up is the marketing and internal content. You want to understand what are people seeing on the front end before they get on a call with you. That includes the website, the VSL, the ads they are running, the content that the business owner is putting out. You want to see all of this stuff because that is what is going to give you an understanding of what are prospects thinking when they get on a call. The second thing is internal content. What I mean by this is what are clients getting access to? You want to consume the course, you want to see the live training recordings, review that because then you can set the right expectations. As a closer, a big part of your job is setting expectations because if you don't know what people should expect, you are going to set the bar way too high or way too low. So that is another thing that you need to consider is consuming the internal content. And final thing that aligns with the call recordings is scripts. Businesses will have sales scripts in place. You need to review these, understand the framework, not just that you can read it, but understand it. Why are we asking these questions? Why are we doing this here? What is the point of this? Understanding the scripts and the frameworks that a business uses so that you can confidently actually use them. Final piece of the puzzle is mock, mock, mock. You want to mock as many times as possible these scripts based on these call recordings. You hopefully should have some people you can do mock calls with and you can practice. That is the goal here, is just practice. Once you dive in, you are on calls, you are closing deals, you are making money, and that is what it is all about, ladies ladies and gentlemen. So that is all of my sauce, literally all of my sauce on how to land a sales job so you can stack up some bread. Now remember, if you are an international high-ticket closer looking to improve your English to work in the US and make a shit ton of money, book a call with me using the link on the description or send me a DM on Instagram. I would love to help you out.